Now,
Thank
we're
thank you,
challenging
boss.
people that come into this room with your English. If you're just learning English, do you know if the
Yes,
Earth
I'm
is a
learning.
globe?
With a
Did you
name
hear me?
like Osama, he knows the Earth is flat.
He has to.
Oh, the earth not flat. Are you kidding?
Yes, it is. Stop! Don't get excited. Stop getting all excited.
Okay, okay. On my two eyes, my hurt. Brother Pringle, I don't mind about what you said. Okay.
You are stupid. Earth, Earth is round. Stupid asshole.
Mic check, check. 1, 2.
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
We're good? Okay. I thought we busted again.
Hey, can you give me the right to post pictures in the chat?
I don't think I can. I don't think I can do that.
You posting pictures of.
The moon?
Oh yeah, I got pictures of it already.
I just took some with my phone. It looks good. The moon's huge.
Nice. Yeah, I can't grant roles. Oh,
No worries.
Well, that explains why all the rooms are dead. So laggy, nobody can
Getting ready for work, Special K?
Hard at it. It's a truck.
You're probably building up an upper body, huh? From all that sling in those gas cans.
That's what it looks like that. The help for it. On my way to Des Moines, Iowa.
Des Moines, dude, that's far away.
Not even halfway there.
Yo, guys, I just wanna ask you a question. Is really the conversation about the flat? It's the Earth is flat or not?
Well, not that, if it's a globe or not. We know it's flat. We're just asking if you guys think it's a globe. Do you have any evidence?
Like, are you saying like it is flat, and you're saying like prove me that it's globe, not flat?
Yeah, exactly that.
I mean the solar system.
Yeah. What about it?
Is it like made up? Did NASA made it up?
No. People a long time ago did. Yeah.
All right. So, like, how day-to-day life goes, like, like we got night, we got the morning, the sun come and then goes, and then will come again, and then goes again.
Yep. The sun
how
moves.
is it flat? If that happens,
the sun moves around in a cyclical pattern. So we have day and night cycles over a horizontal, flat, stationary plane because the sun's moving across the surface of the Earth.
but hold on, there's parts. Hold on, listen. If the Earth is flat, why there are some parts in this planet, the Earth, that is like morning, and some parts that are like at night? Like, let's say in the Middle East, they will be at the morning.
I get you. So essentially, the light of the sun can only go so far on the Earth. It doesn't go everywhere. So it can only attenuate through the air to a certain limit. Then it's got an extinction limit, which means like it can't travel through air forever. So it doesn't light up. It doesn't light up the whole flat Earth.
Hold on. So are you saying?
Dude,
sun?
Hold on. The sun is not what you've been told it is. It's not a giant burning ball of gas in the 93 million miles away and all that. You got to throw that away, because if you're thinking that, and I'm saying this, you're going to get it all mixed up. I'm not saying the sun is what you thought it is. So you have
know
to
how
think.
big the sun is?
Nobody knows how big it is.
It is so big to the point. I don't know. Like, I've seen.
Nobody knows. Like, nobody knows how big it is, brother.
Really?
Yeah, really. Let me. Yeah, I'm being serious. You're laughing right now, but check it out. How do you know how big the sun is?
I mean, they calculate it, and like.
Yeah. Who calculated it? Who did that?
The people who observe the universe. I don't know the name. I don't know the names.
Okay, so not you, right? So not you, right?
Of course, not me.
Okay, so you believe what they're telling you, yeah? So how do you know it's true? How do you know it's true?
How would I know? How I know it's true?
Yeah.
I mean, from observation, from
of what? Observing what? What are you observing? What are you observing that what they're saying is true?
Like, I've studied that, like in school and all of that. But then I observed the universe.
You're not telling me what you studied about the sun being the size that they say it is. Stay focused. What about the sun gave you the understanding that it's that big, that you're so big? How do you know?
So let me hear your counter argument.
My counter is you don't know how big it is because you've just been told that it's a certain size. So you personally don't know how big the sun is. You. That's my counter.
No,
you don't.
The sun is like 800
You
miles,
don't know,
1.4
brother.
million kilometers.
Yeah, really.
in
You
diameter.
don't know that. You do not know that.
From NASA. Hold on. Is NASA lying?
How do you know if they're telling the truth?
I mean,
How?
but listen. Why would
Well,
they lie?
listen.
Hold
How
on.
do you
Why
know they're
would they
telling the
lie?
truth?
What is the benefit that they're getting from lying
Who
to
cares?
us? And
Yeah, who cares, brother? How do you know they're
no, but
telling the
like
truth?
you're putting the argument that they're lying to us. Like what
I'm
is?
putting the argument
what-
that you don't know if they're telling the truth.
But
right now.
listen. Why would they lie to us? Like what is like?
Who cares?
What is the like? How
Yeah,
are you
who cares?
benefiting from lying to us? And
Who
you know, like
cares?
I have
Who
a reason
cares?
why
That's-
they're
that's-
lying to us.
who
Does
cares?
that mean we're
answer
wrong?
Who
cares?
cares? Who cares?
cares?
No, you can't say that. Like, why would you lie to us?
Yeah, I can.
Like,
Because
what
you're
is the
dumb.
benefit that
I'll
they're
tell you
getting
that-
from lying to us?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you like this, because you don't question what they tell you. How about that? Just like you're not doing right now. You're not questioning what they tell you. You're just like, oh, the sun's 93 million miles away. And I ask you, how do you know that? Well, I don't know. They just told me that. Somebody observed the universe. You have no answers. So it's easy to tell people like you something and you just believe it. So easy. And you just believe it. So yeah, it's easy. Yeah. I'd
I'm
love an
asking
army.
you, what is?
Dude,
what-
I would love an
what-
army of
yeah,
people that
hold on,
whatever I
I'm
say, they
asking-
just
no,
believe.
hold on, forget about the Earth is flat or not. I'm asking you,
No,
what is
we're not
the
gonna
benefit?
forget it.
Like, all right. Let's keep it aside for a moment. What is the benefit that NASA getting from lying to us?
They build a
Or-
narrative. They build a narrative that the Earth is a globe and everything that's on it has everything that's attached to the Earth being a globe, like limited resources, overpopulation. You fight wars for climate change and all kinds of dumb shit. Yeah. So because it's a globe, you got killer asteroids like three AI Atlas about to come and kill you. Like, and so you live in a world of fear. Yeah. It's a fear mongering world that you live in because you think it's a globe.
Hold on,
Spinning in a
first of all,
vacuum in
I
outer
don't believe
space.
in climate change because, like, I've seen.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Some people
but
do.
you're saying like they're
Yeah,
saying
some
it
people do.
to keep
Yeah,
the
some people
narrative.
do. Yeah,
So
some people do,
therefore-
not you. Some people do, not you. So other people believe narratives about the Earth being a globe and it's floating in the vacuum of space and all kinds of dumb shit. But you might be one of those guys. I don't know. You might not. Yeah, maybe you don't like climate change, but you still think we're a spinning little ball in the vacuum
But
of space.
hold on. If what you're saying is true, how Elon
is true.
Musk landed on Mars, and people
Really?
landed on
Dude, freaking okay.
on the moon.
Listen,
How do you
brother.
know they landed on Mars?
Elon, hold on. Yeah, hold on.
What?
Elon Musk.
Are you kidding me?
Do not interrupt, guys. Just relax. Let me talk to this guy. All right, look. Elon Musk is a money bag with eyeballs. How do you know that dude went to Mars? How do you know he went there?
I mean, like the SpaceX, the company that
Yeah,
he did it to
brother,
to
brother,
de-
I'm
develop
asking you a
rockets.
question. I'm asking you a question. How do you know Elon Musk went to Mars?
Are we gonna go through this loop like questioning
I'm gonna
every
go-
single thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna question what you're saying because you're making bold claims, and I know you can't back them up. I'm
Hold
gonna
on, so
call you out on
do
all
you
the claims you
believe
make.
that Elon Musk didn't land on
No,
Mars?
listen, brother, it's not a belief. I'm
No,
calling
hold
you
on.
out.
So let's say, like, I didn't say nothing. You believe that Elon Musk didn't land on Mars, and
I don't believe
people
shit,
didn't
dude.
land
I
on
don't
moon?
need to. I don't need
On
to
the moon?
believe that. Listen, I don't need to believe that stupid paradigm because
but you're saying that, like, how
Hey,
do you know
Blake,
that Elon
Blake,
Musk landed on Mars?
Blake, I don't need to believe that stupid paradigm because I don't think the Earth is a globe like you. So I don't need to think that. Yeah,
So you believe that people didn't like go through space and landed on the moon and Mars
dude.
and
Yeah,
balloons?
all of that stuff is a cartoon for the imagination. That's it. That's all that is. You believe this dumb shit because somebody told you, and oh wow, it's amazing. That's it. You can't even validate it for yourself. When I start asking you questions, you jump to another question because you can't. You're scared, like a little boy, to
I'm not
answer any
scared.
questions. Yeah, you don't want to answer any
Right, hold on,
questions. You want to
so
go to. You want to go to another question. Watch. Here
Let's not
comes
start
another question.
insulting.
Yeah, here comes
let's
another
not insulting each other. Okay,
Yeah, here
like
comes
let's
another
have like a respectful conversation.
Yeah, we are. But the problem is,
you call me a little boy.
yeah, is that disrespectful or are you a
Yeah, I
little
don't like
boy?
that. Yeah, do not call me that again.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Listen, you can't tell me that the Earth is a globe in any meaningful way that you know it is. How about that? You don't know. You and everybody else coming in here that says that the Earth is a globe and we're spinning in the vacuum of space, you can't prove any of that stuff. and I question you guys on it. I challenge you, and then you go to another topic. You quickly change to another topic because you're afraid to answer the question. You always
What
do
is
this.
your question?
You guys
What-
always do
what
this.
is it? Say it again.
Yeah. How's the Earth a globe? Go ahead and present that information to me right now. How's it a globe?
How is it a globe?
Yeah.
Like, how is it a globe not flat?
Yeah.
I mean, the solar system.
Well, you said that before. How do you know we're in the solar system?
How do I know that we're in the solar system?
Yes, dude. How do you know we're in the solar system?
So you think everything we've
Oh
known
my God!
it's a
Stop saying
narrative?
that. Stop saying I
No,
think.
I'm just asking. I'm
No,
just
no,
asking.
no. I'm asking you. Answer my
I'm just
question.
gonna ask you. And
Answer my.
I'll
No, no.
answer it
Don't
right
ask
after
me.
you.
No, don't. No.
you
I'm not
you
gonna.
think
I'm
that
not gonna say
everything
shit.
we've known and
Nope.
studied
I'm not
is the
gonna say
narrative
shit.
that
I'm not
people
gonna
put
say
us
shit.
in it to
I'm not
believe
gonna
in,
say shit. I'm not gonna say
theories
shit.
and
Not gonna say shit. I'm gonna want you to answer my
conspiracy
question.
theories.
I want you to
Huh?
answer my question. How do you know we're in a solar system? Go ahead. Answer that.
All right, let me ask you this: How do you know we're not in a solar system?
Nope. Answer my
I'm
question.
asking
How do
you.
know
Hold
we're in a
on,
so-
forget.
No,
All
I'm
right.
gonna stop you. You have a
How do
choice.
you-
Answer
how
my
do you-
question or
How
get
do you know
or get
that
on
we're
mute.
not in a solar system?
Answer my question or get on mute.
Now you
One of
answer.
those two.
You answer. I don't know, man. I don't know.
All right,
Answer your
thank you. That's
question.
an honest.
How do we know? How do you know that we're not in a solar system?
Guys, what are you doing?
Okay, so your answer was I don't know if I'm in a solar system, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your answer to what I was telling you that you don't
All
even
right.
know
Answer my
that we're
question.
in a
How
solar
do you
system.
know that we're not in a solar system or
Because it's-
whatever?
Because the solar system needs to be the sun in the center and all the planets orbiting around it. Nobody's ever seen an orbit. Nobody's ever experienced all the ball planets idea. And so you can't prove anything that has to do with the idea of a solar system. Not even one.
We also know Earth is flat.
So you ran away.
Hold on.
You ran away.
Since you say that,
Oh my God,
say
dude.
that means that you believe that Albert Einstein, his like theories and relative
Hey,
theories
Yoder,
and
you
all
want to
that is
take point
bullshit,
on this?
right?
Oh yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
No,
Sure.
Einstein's relativity is compatible with any coordinate reference system. So that would
So you don't
include.
believe anything that Albert Einstein like did or studied or the theories
Did
that
you hear what I said?
he presented? Huh?
Listen, Einstein's relativity can work with any coordinate reference system because it's kinematic, it's relational, it's relative. All you have to do is retweak the coordinate reference frames. So there was a Brazilian university research group that actually did a fun thought experiment where they described Einstein's theory of general relativity on a flat Earth by taking the developable surface of a cylinder, that's the flat part of a cylinder, and extending it to near infinite depth. And this brought the gravity vectors near parallel with each other and perpendicular to the flat surface. So they were able to preserve Einstein's general relativity on a flat Earth cosmology. Imagine that.
I think they went over his head.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like you said to me, like you don't believe like nothing. He got Nobel Prize for nothing. He
No,
like
I'm agreeing with
bullshit for you.
Einstein.
Everything is bullshit for you.
Blake, I am agreeing with Einstein. What do you think of that?
Oh, so it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's not It's not flat if you agree with Albert Einstein because like time
No,
and
it is,
space.
and I gave you a reason why, and I gave you a reference.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Okay. A university group in Brazil, some PhD researchers, as a thought experiment, wrote a paper where they were able to describe Einstein's general relativity by taking a flat Earth and extending the Earth way down very, very deep. And this effectively pulled the gravity vectors to be parallel with each other and perpendicular to a flat surface, preserving Einstein's mass relationships with space-time, as well as preserving the topology of a flat Earth that we experience in reality. So yes, you can have Einstein on a flat Earth. That's fine. I have no problem with that.
All right. I'll look at it. I have nothing to say, to be honest.
Newton too. I'll post that in the chat.
You said what?
I like the sound of that though.
I said Newton too. It works within Newtonian gravity as well. And I posted that in the chat. Why are you concerned about what we believe? Why don't you just present evidence?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you keep saying
I'm not-
you believe
I'm not-
this and you
I don't-
believe that. Why
Listen,
are you
buddy,
concerned
I
with
couldn't
why are
care
you
less, but I'm
talking
just
over me? You
conversing
asked
with
me
you
a
and debating.
question.
Huh?
Bro, you're not debating the topic. You keep doing fucking monologues about what we believe and what we don't believe. Who gives a shit what we think? What's the
Yes,
evidence
exactly.
say?
That's why I'm just
What's the evidence say?
for what?
What are we talking about here? Are we talking about flat Earth or flat Earthers?
Flat Earth?
Yeah, okay. So keep our names out your mouth.
Buddy, oh my god.
No, I was listening on the live stream and AB's trying to ask you for evidence and you're like, you believe blah 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 blah. Who gives a shit what he believes? He wants to know, what's the evidence for a solar system? What's the evidence that Earth orbits
I'm
the
trying to
sun?
see if you're
What's the
consistent
evidence
or
of
not, you
orbits?
fucking dumbass.
What's the evidence? Dude, all we care about is the evidence. We don't care about the who. Who said it is not evidence of it's true. It's a genetic fallacy. It's an appeal to credentials fallacy. It's an appeal to authorities fallacy. Fallacious reasoning. All that matters is the evidence. That's all we care about. We don't care about all that other shit. Because it doesn't tell us nothing. So what's the evidence that the Earth is a ball, other than a TV show? What's up, guys? Dude, that was total audio chaos on YouTube.
Yeah.
Fucking... I wasn't even going to come in here. I couldn't.
That's the way to start the day, man. Get the juices
What,
flowing.
piss off?
Yeah. This is like a mosh pit, dude. You come in with double fists, you know?
Well, Blake, let me ask you this. Is science based upon theory or experiment?
I think both.
Both. Well, if you have a theory and no experiment, can you consider the theory true?
Can you consider a theory? A theory is
Yeah, can
kind
you
of
consider it true if you haven't done the experiment?
There's some factors to be a theory. Like it's like you can't say something and say it's a theory. There's factors that will validate if it's a theory or not.
Like what, experiments?
Sure.
That's the only thing, I hate to tell you. The only thing that validates theories are experiments and observations. That's why that's what we're focused. That's what we focus on. We only care about what does the natural world tell us. We don't care about what people say. We don't care about what someone wrote in a book. We don't care about any of that stuff. We're fact checking, right? They say Earth is a globe. Okay, fine. Earth has a radius of 3,059 mile radius. Okay, let's go out and check. Is it okay to check? Are we allowed to check what they say? And then if it's not correct, tell you that it's not correct?
I'm not saying that you can't question, but like, I don't have.
Check. I didn't say just question. I said check. Like go do
Yeah,
tests
sure,
and
do
check.
whatever, man. Like I couldn't care less, but the thing is, like, I'm just having
Have
like
you checked?
Me?
Yeah, have you ever checked if what they say is actually true?
I mean, it's not really important to me, but I look at it. And I'll see what's going on with it.
I wonder why, a lot of people say it's not important to them. It's important to somebody, right? Because this idea splashed everywhere, right? It's taught in schools, science fiction all over TV, it's in the media, you turn on the news, there's a fucking spinning globe in the background. So this idea is everywhere. You're saturated with it visually in every environment just about.
So, Andrew,
It's obviously important, right?
Let me ask you this. You're true. Let's say, hypothetically, we found out that they were lying. It was like a conspiracy theorist and all of that. And you are true. and the Earth is flat, what were they benefiting from lying to us and saying it's globe?
How would I know that? I'd be them.
Huh?
If I knew, I'd be them.
Look, I don't.
First of all,
Okay.
I don't even know who's lying. Blake, when you came in here and you said
NASA.
Earth was a globe,
I
were
said
you
NASA.
lying?
NASA's lying to us.
NASA's not a person.
It's a corporation company.
So what? Made of people, and then which people in there are lying? I don't know. So you guys don't want to think about it in any like nuanced detail. Corporations don't lie. People lie. Which people in there are lying? I don't know. Definitely the Apollo astronauts. They're lying. Probably some of the ISS guys. I don't think they're all lying. Because the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth, so there's no way they could tell if Earth was a ball from there. So, like,
They don't
who's
even have to be
lying?
lying about flat Earth either, right? They could just be lying about technology and still believe in the
That's
globe.
it. They might not even know how it fucking works, right? They'd be sailing on a frickin' plasma sheet.
Yeah,
Like
if they are up there.
So Yoda, imagine like the solar panels that the ISS is just a frickin' asymmetric capacitor with the Earth.
Right, so it's a dielectric plane with a sheet that propels ions out one direction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the
that
lift comes
technology has
from
been
and the lift
described
comes
100
from
years ago.
the lift comes from the high voltage differential. That's it.
Yep, Hannes Alfvén described this, and this technology's been developed in the 70s, according to
Oh.
NASA.
Sounds like something I know going on.
Anyway, the point is, it's like you have to identify who's lying. Blake, when you come in here and you say the Earth is a globe, you are not lying. You just don't know. You're just wrong. Most people that believe it are just wrong. They're not liars. Your teachers, when they told you, they're just wrong. They don't know anything. How would they know what the Earth is? If you haven't done any tests, you don't know shit. You just believe shit. That's it. You just believe things. We have a satellite guy that comes in here. He don't know anything when pressed. And he works in the industry. He goes in his job, he fucks with his little widgets and, yada, yada, yada. They all talk to each other in their echo chamber. Yes, we're working on satellites. You can wire something together and give it to somebody else, and they're like, yes, we're putting it on a rocket. You don't know anything. You don't know if it went to space, if it went into orbit, it's on a rocket. You don't know anything. Then even if it did all those things, you don't even know where it went.
Yeah, their only hands-on experience is through a computerized interface.
I mean, I told Josh this. Where I worked,
Hold on, so
they were
if I
making
ask you
panels for
why there's
satellites,
something
electrical
called-
panels, and all they did, they just had the people that did it. All they knew, this is for a satellite. Here's the wiring diagram, wire and solder, all the shit together. And then as soon as they were done with that, it went in a freaking locked cage, and they never saw it again. And they could swear, hey, I worked on satellite technology. I know space is real. And that's all they did was freaking solder some freaking wires together. They don't know where it goes. That shit is so compartmentalized. Nobody knows what the guy sitting right next to him is doing.
Yeah, and you know what that satellite engineer in here told me when I brought up the chain of custody issue? He's like, oh, so you're back to the chain of custody problem again.
Oh, it's a problem?
And left it at that.
Why is it a problem?
Gee, maybe the number of people who know what actually is going on, you can count on your hand.
Yeah, because he doesn't know what the other guy's doing. That's why it's a problem.
That whole thing is bottlenecked at like 3 people. You know that, right? If that. It might be 2 people. One in case the first guy dies.
like to know what the Flat Earth office is called. If it even exists.
I bet you they wouldn't call it that. They'd come up with some freaking stupid acronym.
But like, hold on. If the Earth is flat, how these satellites and GPS work? It's like they're orbiting around the planet. They're not orbiting, or what's
Just
going
your
on? Like, how do you
imagination- Just your imagination orbiting.
circling around the globe? What are you talking about?
How do you know any of that?
Huh?
How do you know they're orbiting the Earth?
All right, now, like, of course you're gonna come with that. Like, how do you know that that's true?
Yeah.
How do you know that's true? Like, the
Yeah,
everything,
it's a
like,
story you were told. I was told the same story.
all right, so, sure. How about
Let
the
me ask
lunar
this, like,
eclipses?
so, hold
like
on, I'm
the
gonna illustrate the point. I'm not just saying it. There's reasons I'm saying it. We're not just whistling Dixie here. So, when you look at your phone and it says your latitude and longitude, do you think that GPS is using a globe Earth to give you that coordinate? Do you think like that there's a satellite orbiting a globe and your phone is talking to some satellite and it's telling you, hey, you're on latitude, longitude? No, it's not. It doesn't work like that at all. In fact, it doesn't even really use a globe as a coordinate. In fact, it puts you on what's called a plane, a tangent plane. And that's what it gives your coordinate. What you see is a coordinate conversion. But if you just looked at it at face value, you'd go, well, that's using a globe. Google Maps is using a globe. Apple Maps is using a globe. Google Earth is using a globe. I look at the screen, I see a freaking ball, so it must be using a globe. It's not how it works at all. It's not how the technology works. And GPS is undoubtedly has ground-based towers. There's no doubt about it. It's called differential GPS. In fact, the U.S. Geological Survey is actually defuncting elder GPS type positioning altogether for a completely different technology that's Earth-based. So, this is your best case scenario.
all right, sure. What about the lunar eclipses? Or it's not true? Like the others, like the Lightas, like when the
He's
Earth.
just waiting to talk, Indio. He was just waiting to talk to say that. Don't worry
Probably.
about him.
He's got his list.
Like, Blake, isn't your mind blown by this? Aren't you curious to know more? Because we can give you a lot more than that.
Yeah, I think he's full. I think we filled that bucket.
Yeah.
Tell you anything. I cannot repeat back what Indio just said. Doesn't matter. He wasn't listening at all. He wanted to ask about eclipses, and he has to now prove that what is happening with eclipse. I want to hear how it works so that we can debunk it.
Yeah, because you're saying everything that they say it's not true. It's
Tell
like
me how
they're
an
lying to
eclipse
us.
works.
Yeah, tell me, enlighten.
Tell me how an eclipse works.
We flipped it back on you, Red.
No.
You can't ask me a question by asking you a
Like,
question.
yeah, we can easily answer your question, dude. Dude, you think you're the first person?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
This stuff, dude.
Like, not yet. Just go ahead and tell me.
Okay, go listen to 10,000 hours of freaking live stream. It's probably more like 70,000 hours at this point. We're gonna deal with something else first, okay? You didn't address what we already mentioned. You're just going down a list of Gish Gallop bullshit. Okay. Eclipses cannot possibly work in the heliocentric model. Okay. Have you ever thought about like how they actually work? Did you ever think about it?
Isn't it like the sun, like the Earth?
Yeah,
Has
and
the
you
sun
see
and
a
the moon?
circle on the moon, right?
Exactly.
Why?
Shadow, like.
Okay. Now, at first glance, that sounds okay, but at second glance, that is not okay, because the moon is supposed to be a ball. You ever seen like the railing of a railing of stairs, the shadow cast on the stairs? Is that railing straight? The shadow of the railing? No, it's all jagged, right? Zigzagged.
Uh-huh.
So the moon should do the same thing, meaning that because the moon has a curved surface, the projection of a circle, which would be the sphere, that circle projection as it moves over the moon should get distorted because the moon has a curved surface. It should only be a circle if the moon was flat. The moon was a flat piece of paper. The moon's surface is supposed to be curved, right? Curved, it's supposed to be a ball.
Uh-huh.
So a ball doesn't cast a round shadow on another ball. It casts a round shadow on a flat surface, not a round curved surface. So that right there is evidence that the reason they say that eclipses exist can't be true. And there's other ones. So there's something called the Salenilian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse. So it's an eclipse where the sun is rising and the moon is setting on the other horizon, and the so-called shadow, in quotes, is coming down the moon towards the horizon. Now, if the thing casting the shadow is under your feet, and the light source and the thing being shadow is above your head, how is that possible? It's not possible. And then there's any number of, sunrise or sunset solar eclipses. Those are also impossible. And then there's the fact that they don't even predict lunar eclipses. And this is another one. I was going to bring it up instead of the GPS one. They don't use the heliocentric model to predict eclipses in the first place. Do you know why? Because it doesn't work. They use something that they've been using for 3,000 years called the Saros cycle. In fact, the first eclipse was predicted by a flat earther. So that whole story of eclipses that they teach in school is incorrect. It's just wrong. Blake, when you go to the used car lot and you're trying to buy a car, there's going to be some things wrong with it. And they're not going to tell you. They're going to tell you the good things. Oh my God, it has a 405 engine. It has this brand new car stereo. The tires were just changed and we just had new brakes. And man, does it accelerate. They're not going to go, by the way, also, the clutch is gone. The windshield wipers are kind of broken. The electrical system is fried. They're not going to tell you all that stuff. The Globe is like this. It's like a used Globe. They're trying to sell you something. They tell you all the things that are right, but they don't tell you any of the things that are wrong. Do you think the Globe model is perfect? Where there's no problems with it? The first scientific fucking theory in the history of man that's perfect?
There's nothing perfect.
Okay, including this. Okay, including the Globe. So seeing you can see that the Globe model is not perfect, we're trying to tell you the problems that they have, this idea. Because that's all it is to all of us. It's just an idea. You've never been to space to see the Earth as a ball. I've never been to space. I don't know anybody that has. None of those people know anybody either. Right? So to me, it's just an idea that's propagated. And to all of us. That's why we're here. What's the evidence that this is true? How can we tell? What can we test? What can we go out and do? What can we observe in the natural world to confirm this? Well, everything we've tried has confirmed that it's not true. What we've tried to do is say, hey, let's measure the Earth itself instead of looking at the sky. Let's see what the Earth tells us. And a lot of people think, well, the Earth is so big, it's a ball, it's not measurable. According to the numbers they give us, it certainly is measurable. So, if you take a laser and you beam it 40 kilometers, that laser will be should be, let's say you start at 2 meters off the water. You take a laser, you beam it 40 kilometers. At the other end of the laser, that laser should be, because of the curvature of the Earth, 127 meters off the ground, off the water. That should certainly be measurable, easily. But when these tests are done, nobody measures a laser 42 stories off the ground. The laser is the same height as what it started. Which means the laser and the ground have to be parallel. 2 meters at one end, 1.5 meters at the other end is what they measured. When they should have had to climb to the top of a 42-story building to even pick the laser up. Well, this is what we're talking about when we went out and we tried to confirm it, and that we're concerned with the evidence. We're not concerned with people, places, and things. Now, I know this shit's hard to swallow, dude. It's hard for me to swallow. Then when you test it yourself, it's like, should I believe what I've done? Can I trust myself? If I can't trust myself to do a test, how can I trust my choice to rely on somebody else? Can't even do a simple freaking test of geometry. How am I going to rely on my choices of people to believe in? Like if you're incompetent for all purposes. You don't get to pick and choose what you're good at.
So man, I look at it and I don't know much about it, but
yeah, I know.
I came here. I thought you're like it's kind of joke, but like
no joke.
I don't know. I'll see. I'll see what it is.
Yeah, so Blake, let me tell you this. Don't feel bad that you don't know anything. A lot of you guys that come in here...
No, I don't, I'm not really afraid of
PhDs that don't know anything. I can ask them the questions we asked you, and you're like, I don't know. They don't know either. I swear to God, man. They don't know either. And people get shocked by that. They're like, no, there's got to be... If you talk to a scientist, surely that they would tell you what's what. We've talked to them. Many times, many different scientists, many different PhDs in many different fields. When we talk to them, this topic, they absorbed it the same way you did. They learned it in kindergarten, they learned it in elementary school, yada, yada, yada. And they just accepted it. And there's no further research, right? So they don't really know what the evidence is. They've seen the pictures on TV. Like, they've accepted it the same way everybody else has. They don't have any special information. They don't have any primary knowledge. They don't know anything. So they've done no tests, right? Because that's really what it would be. Like, how would a scientist know the Earth is a ball? He'd have to have gone out and test it, right? Not like even like these people that have been, they're in academia. We have a mathematician that teaches math at fucking university. He's never done any goddamn test. So even though he's been associating with us for like 5-6 years. He still hasn't done shit. You don't want to know. So the point is that don't feel bad about not knowing anything. A lot of people don't know anything about this topic. What should shock you is we researched what the details of the gold model. We've gone out and done tests, and we don't believe it. Whereas the people that do believe it are the people that don't really know it that good and have done no tests. Those are the people that believe the Earth is a globe.
And they automatically believe that they criticize us and hate us just because we're asking a question.
Buddy, I don't hate you. Like, I'm not... There's no hate towards you.
Man. No, I said
you, bro.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, Blake. I said they. It's a common thing. I wasn't talking about you, man.
Okay.
I digress. Carry on, India. My bad.
Yeah, if you ever want to do a test, it's super simple. We got a door mirror already in your house. It's $6. You just go to a large body of water. 10 miles should be enough. It's like, I don't know, 15 kilometers, 1.6 kilometers, whatever it is. And the drop at that distance, right? So if one person's on one side of the lake, the other person's on the other, one of them, to each other, they're going to be 20 meters under the curvature of the Earth. So you can just get a laser, but you don't need a laser. You can use a door mirror and just reflect the sun. The sun is super bright, obviously. So In fact, you can buy like what's called an emergency signal mirror, which is super easy to use. There's a freaking hole in it, and all you do is look at to the direction of where you want the mirror to flash, and you can just mirror flash across a long body of water. The globe, you just go to a globe curve calculator. They're all over the internet. Type in your height, type in the distance. It'll give you how much curve there is. Should be. Because you find out that there is none there. And you also probably be surprised with how much it's supposed to be. It's way more than what people think it should be. That's the problem. Such as people see Chicago across Lake Michigan. People have been observing this. This is 50 miles or, I don't know what, 72 kilometers or something. So people have been observing this for years and years and years.
There was no curvature?
Well, you can see the entire skyline. You can see the entire Chicago skyline from across Lake Michigan. It's 52 miles. The curve of the earth should sink that city down behind the horizon. Yeah, someone posted in the chat. 1,400 feet, right? So the tallest building there is 1,700 feet, including the tower. So that's a few stories. That's 10, 20 stories of the top of the tallest tower. Right, and that's it. That's all you should see. That little building peeking out, the biggest building peeking out. But people have been seeing this for years and years and years. And nobody ever thought, hey, man, this is impossible on the globe. Right? The thought never crossed their mind because they thought, yeah, Earth is gigantic. It looks flat to some ant on a beach ball on a surface, and everybody accepts that. But they don't realize how flat it should look. Okay? So they think no matter what level of flatness they see, that conforms to the globe model. And they never actually do the checking. So when they see Chicago, they just think, oh, that's normal. Earth is big. It ain't that big. Not that big at all. And hundreds of people, they see it. This is seen every year because there's a vacation spot named Warren Dunes. And people see this. So families go vacationing, tenting, all that stuff. And hundreds of people see this every year. Just never thought about it. You probably have a flat Earth observation and never thought about it.
They should have lied to us and said the Earth was a lot bigger to make it hard for us to try to look for the curve.
They could have.
If they were smart, they would have done that.
Then all the other, but all the other shit would have to be further away too. And then you got the problem of how you do space when the fucking moon is twice the distance away. How are you going to go 600,000 miles instead of 300,000 miles?
Yeah, their celestial navigation math wouldn't work.
Never use space vacuum. That would have been smart to never space vacuum.
Can't run away from the lies. We're going to find them.
Well, at least geocentric globers could argue for a bigger globe and no vacuum.
Like what you said earlier, Yoder. I was listening to you. Never heard that take.
What was that?
I like the way you spun it with. Was it the guys in Brazil that were saying that? Okay.
Like we shouldn't be afraid of gravity so much as it seems, you know.
Well, it just seemed like a stigma at the beginning, so it was like, the explaining part of how the globe is proposing what it is, but they don't realize what it actually means. So it's hard for them to imagine that it's not just the idea that you can live on a globe, but horizontal plane as well.
I mean, they're still playing tug of war with gravity in mainstream academia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like people tend to come in here and they act like this idea is solved. Like it's not even solved within your own paradigm. Freaking, why do you think it's solved in here?
Yeah, there's a discrepancy with that going into the quantum realm with what is it? Einsteinian general relativity and special relativity.
Oh yeah, none of it works. None of it plays nice together.
So there's a kind of another answer to that. I was looking into it. There are a bunch of ideas that they're coming out with to try to solve the issue, to make it more universal, where Newtonian and Einsteinian can actually work together, which is kind of like what the mainstream has always been alluding to.
It's ironic.
Go ahead.
The scale at which relativity works best is the scale at which it is most inconvenient to use it, and so freaking dilapidated, it may as well not even be used at all. That's your local scale. It breaks down at the quantum level and at the mass cosmological level. Nobody's deriving field equations to explain parabolic trajectories. Like, can you imagine doing that? Like space-time of a ballistic object? Like, what the hell?
Or buy a box of pencils.
What kind of computer do we need to figure out the math on that?
You just need a 20-foot tall chalkboard and a ladder.
Makes for a great photo op. And even then, like, the fact that you can use it doesn't mean Earth is a ball. I still need to dig into Blitz's paper, because his paper was on the topology of space-time.
I was going to say, don't say that, man. All the math is reality guys are going to get upset.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Blitz's paper could actually be used to support a flat Earth topology. Flat Earth space-time. Might be a good weekend project here.
I like that the four-dimensional manifold invokes X, Y, and Z. Two of those are on the ground. Oh, they do their celestial horizons thing.
You could still have geodesics. That's the funny thing. Like, you can still have curving space-time with flat Earth.
Because it's just a mathematical framework.
Like, what do you think about that? What do you think about taking like a Neo-Tychonian system, a framework, expanding the Earth out to be the floor of it? You could observer-centric and then use bendy-warpy space-time in relativistic frames.
I'm sure you could do it. You do anything with the nonlinearity, so. I wonder if the Tycho system would work over flat Earth.
Yeah, with observer dependence. We wouldn't be able to triangulate these objects in 3D space, but that's where 4D space comes in. So we had an extra dimension. We borrow a little bit from Minkowski. Yeah, I mean, what Einstein provided, and what I don't think a lot of people really get, not that I get any of this shit, but he basically provided a mathematical sandbox, a huge playground where you can do almost anything with it. So even within that framework, to pin everything down to a Big Bang cosmology, like what's popularly studied and talked about and portrayed in popular science today, like that's just one interpretation. That's just one interpretive framework out of infinite. So it's not to say that it's true. It's just It's almost like he created the Unreal Engine. He created the Gary's mod. And if
They used to
something
call
seems to,
NURBS. You heard?
huh?
You ever heard of NURBS?
Yeah, NURBS, NURBS, yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
like 3D modeling.
Deformable, freaking 3D. I think it was made with spleens or something like that. That's pretty much what general relativity is. Basically, like a mushy piece of clay. You can shape into anything you want.
I remember playing with those. NURBS were introduced in True Space 3. It's almost like playing with clay. You pop open a primitive and you just poke and prod it along whatever axes you need. Suddenly you get like, you get like a half circle, and then you smash a divot in the middle, call it a bowl. You can even like pull parts up and spin them around, and you can create twists.
Yeah,
I was doing all that in the 90s.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I think the problem with it not going anywhere, I think they're
Sounds like you're making a toroidal field.
you could freaking make a tortilla.
Tortilla fields.
Tortilla field, man.
Taco Tuesday.
Can we have Taco Tuesday on Wednesday?
That was yesterday, sir.
Well, in my version of space time,
Yeah.
I can violate causality.
Wouldn't that be where if there was a link? Though I don't believe in any of this crap, I'm going to caveat that. When's the link? If you wanted to link quantum mechanics with general relativity, wouldn't the link be in the retrocausality function? Because quantum mechanics has a retrocausal mechanism, and then general relativity has a retrocausal mechanism. Where the effect precedes the cause. Which kind of don't make sense to us, but you know.
Yeah, like all the double slit, mumbo jumbo, gobbledygook, magic, whatever the hell's going on.
Well, they do a measurement downstream, and it like changes the downstream manipulation of the variable changes an upstream. So basically, they do the measurement they do the measurement on an entangled particle, but its path is longer than the other path, right? So they get a non-interference reading. But then when they read out the one that's further away, it changes it as if there was an interaction before. So it changes and the only way it has to happen upstream. Assuming, because this is the assumption, right? You got photon gun, you got crystal that splits it, then mirror. Right, and then upstream they measure the one further away, and then it changes the measurement result of the one that's closer retroactively, right? Because ostensibly the one that was further, who had a shorter optical path, right? That measurement that happened before you even did the measurement, you even did the manipulation on your end, temporally. Because they link distance with time, right? Because it's further away, it must have happened at a later time. So they do the detection, and then it changes the result of the detection that should have happened before they did their detection. So that's why they call it retrocausal. No, they don't call it in quantum mechanics. They don't call it time. They don't really call it backwards in time, but as in general relativity, well, they're wormhole shit, dude. Like you could have all sorts of backwards time shit and negative masses and wormholes and. How do they travel back in time?
Toroidal space time.
Yeah, I can't remember the mechanism they said in Star Trek.
Same thing. I think that was a really good explanation of the retrocausal phenomenon that's observed in this. You know, appears
hard to
be
wrap your head around.
Yeah, that honestly was one of the simplest explanations I've heard of it. So, you know, kudos, thanks.
Yeah. Well, I oversimplified it because it's actually 4 paths, but I won't get into the freaking. I just use the 2-path one, so it's understandable. But they actually use 2 different sets of entangled particles in 4 detectors. But it's the same thing. It's basically doing the same thing. You have a detector that's downstream, later in time, later in distance, so therefore later in time than some upstream detector. And they can change the result of the upstream detector by doing a measurement.
Can they also change it by orienting their path east to west versus north to south? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
You know, like the Michelson-Morley, Sagnac effect, all that.
Yeah. Well, they're measuring. They're measuring the spin, so they're either measuring the polarization of the spin, that quantum property. I don't think they're measuring the phase. So you got the double slit. You either get the 2 slits if there's no, you get the 2 lines if there's no interference, and then you get the interference pattern. Right. So as soon as you do like a measurement, the which way information, as soon as you get the which way information, it'll make the interference pattern. So what they're doing is they're getting the which way information upstream from its projection from its entangled twin hitting something, right?
Right, which is conveyed
because their which way their measurement of the entanglement will tell them which slit it went through. Once they go, hey, this is a freaking spin up. Okay, now we know it went through the left side because only a spin up particle could have went through that side. And as soon as they do that, they get the interference pattern as soon as they make that measurement. But before they make the measurement, they get nothing. They just get the freaking double slits.
Yeah, one case you made a wormhole, and the other case you didn't.
See, there you go, man. Fucking simple, dude. Write the paper.
All right.
Give Yoder a Nobel Prize, dude. And then where's the flat earther with a Nobel Prize? Like, Yoder got one for fucking merging relativity with fucking quantum mechanics. With entangled wormhole freaking superposition of vector space.
Well, yeah, the wormholes conjoined by two entanglements. See where this goes?
You know, you can make like a little fancy YouTube video with lots of graphics and space backgrounds and just talk all sorts of freaking word salad nonsense. And like you'd get millions of views. It's crazy I mean, I'm watching, but how much garbage I get in my recommended is just like, and I'm like, man, this is interesting. But like what they claim, and then I watch the video, it's just like word salad garbage, like some, large language model. And they actually and I think it sounds like they actually told it to make word salad. Make some word salad of scientific buzzwords.
They uploaded the Enterprise Technical Manual to the file list.
Yeah. Has someone ever made that? Like, is there like an entire Star Trek physics textbook?
Yeah, there are. There are these out there. I used to own one when I was young.
Oh shit!
So here's what I'm thinking: make an AI.
Is the Earth planet in Star Trek?
We could totally make like the Star Trek Enterprise computer. Or just uploading this shit as training documents.
I know that you guys would do it as satire, but a lot of people would actually start believing it. You'd have a cult following. Then you'd have to actually start to speak on certain days where people would listen to you and they're like, dude,
Your book
this
signings.
is the best thing since sliced bread, bro. Like, and you,
like, get this. What if Earth is actually measurably, observably flat? But due to 3D bendy warpy space-time, the further away you get from it, Earth appears to wrap around like a globe.
but it's still flat.
It's still flat, but that's the bendy warpy space-time wrapping it into a globe. And then time starts to slow down for you the further away you get. And this gives the appearance of you being perhaps distant and large.
Yeah. So the illusion is the globe, but the reality is the flat.
But if we wanted to, we could come up with a very, very interesting, coherent cosmology that ties all this together. Not that that's the way to go.
Yoder, I hear your gears turning, bro. I think it's a side project for you.
Dude, if one of us is the one, or our group like synthesizes all this crap together, then that's actually doing the very thing that I didn't want to see happen.
What are you saying? It might as well be you?
All right, fine. I'll do it. I'll be freaking.
Before it falls into the wrong hands and they screw it all up.
Yeah. It's like, hey, you got the Aether cosmology flat earthers. Now you got like the Einstein relativity flat earthers. And then you could have like the modified Lorentzian ether theory flat earthers in the middle.
You're really casting a wide net, aren't you?
Oh yeah, we'll give ether a little bit of mass so that we can have black holes and everything.
That's it.
And the kind of clumpy, make it clump together.
It's dark ether. Oh wait,
A
Dark
cosmology
ether
where
matter energy.
a cosmology where everybody's satisfied? I don't know, man. Sounds kind of edgy.
Well, if they can merge space and time, we can merge energy and matter. We'll call it energy matter. Energy's hyphen matter. It'll be like space time. Be no difference.
Mattergy.
Matter. That's the only way you can play those two words together. The other way ain't gonna work.
Enter.
Etter? Fucking what? Well, see, we got the equivalence principle, right? So we can merge them together. Somehow we have to shoehorn it into the matter wave, the Broglie matter wave nonsense, and then apparently they quantum tunnel the fucking buckyball.
Bro, just give Yoder a weekend, bro. Just give him a weekend.
We'll have new to all this stuff.
We'll have a rough draft by, sometime next week.
So something I came across a long time ago and has re-entered my lexicon is Poisson's theorem. He basically created a way to make gravity and magnetism invariant with one another. So you can convert one to another with mathematics. And they use this for geodetic surveying.
Is that the four? What do they call it? God damn it. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. The 4-vector? Is that the 4-vector formulation of Maxwell's equations?
Oh,
Also is
I'd have to look it up.
yeah. Sounds familiar, but top of my head.
Well, what's interesting is we know that we can measure magnetism. Gravity vectors, that's a whole different thing. But when they do these magnetic field line surveys of Earth, it is more conformal to a flat surface than gravity. Like I've read these papers on satellite scans of Earth's magnetic field. That's what they claim is going on, and they're like, yeah, we can take all these magnetic field lines. It makes more coherent sense over a flat Earth than a globe. But gravity is more sensible over a globe than flat Earth because you've got this big mass in space and it's a ball. So they're trying to make them. They're trying to reconcile the two together, linking them with Poisson's theorem.
Yeah, I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of
It's POISSON for the audience who wants to look it up. I think the internet's broken again today.
good. ChatGPT needs a break from Goldberts.
It's kind of like how Coulomb's law is like the same as gravity. Same thing.
So I got a VPS and I get alerts every time they're doing something. So I've been getting like last week and today, like I just looked because he said the internet seemed broken. So they've been doing a couple times now. They've had to do like emergency maintenance on. They have data centers all over. So every data center they have to do emergency maintenance on. I get a little stupid notification. So basically, they're doing it to all of them. And it's what's called Kubernetes, which is a containerization program where people run applications within like some container on the server. It's almost like, what do they call it? Docker or something like that.
It's like Docker.
Yeah. I'm not too familiar with it. I'm familiar with Docker to a degree, but I'm not really familiar with Kubernetes.
The big blue whale?
Huh. So you got a different Spanish name for them. For the big blue whale chicks.
Tortas.
Torta? Yeah, the freaking tortas. Are they good to eat?
I was gonna.
Taco Tuesday.
Depends which one you're talking about, bro. Dum-dum.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So,
Oh, go for it.
no, I was just gonna say. So this Kubernetes is. So they have like a built-in Kubernetes engine. So you can have a VPS. They have just like a whole separate infrastructure just to run this Kubernetes crap, and they've been down. So emergency maintenance, which is kind of weird. I'm just saying, I've never seen really this before with my VPS, especially in the last 2 days, getting, 20 freaking emails in a row from about every data center having to do emergency maintenance. I've never seen that. So maybe internet's been under attack or something. Have we ever found out why Amazon went down?
Yeah, or Microsoft Azure Cloud went down yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah, Bitcoin's going down too. So is every other crypto.
All right, I got to get this out before I go to a meeting, and then I'll be back in an hour. So Poisson's theorem says, regarding how it's applied in potential field geophysics for analyzing Earth's surface structures, says magnetic data can be converted to gravity field data to enhance low wave number features and simplify anomaly shapes, aiding in mapping rocks and seamounts. So I go over here and read. Hold on a second. So a bump in the gravity data indicates a body that is denser or less dense than its surroundings. A bump in the magnetic data indicates a body that is more or less magnetic than its surroundings. Since many geological bodies are both dense and magnetic, Poisson's relation allows geophysicists to link the two data sets. They can confirm that a magnetic anomaly and a gravity anomaly are likely caused by the same source, predict one from the other. You can use the gravity data to calculate what the magnetic anomaly should look like, and vice versa, and determine properties. By comparing the two fields, you can calculate the ratio of magnetization to density for the body, which helps in identifying the rock or mineral type. And you know what they do? They basically substitute density for magnetic charge in the same equation. I'm not even joking.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Have they confirmed any of this? Like, have they kind of gone down in the ground and okay, this freaking dense magnetic mountain. Then they get down there and it's a pile of sand.
Right. Right. They haven't confirmed. So listen, they're basically doing it's almost like Ninja. They're doing magnetic surveys and calling it gravity surveys.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Good, right?
Going back since
I was
the 70s.
assuming they were using a gravitometer, but those things are so sensitive. It's like, how could you from what I've heard, that gravitometers are super fucking sensitive. And and what I do know about sensitive mechanical device or anything, when they're transported, they're in danger. Okay, not working anymore. Just the way it works, right? The more sensitive the device, the more it's probable you're gonna freaking break it in some way, shape, or form just by moving it.
Well, how would a gravimeter work in zero gravity?
Doing. Yeah, do they work if they're falling? How about that? Take one, throw it in a Bremen drop tower, right?
Yeah, put it in a vomit comment.
I got a meeting here, so I'm going to step out. I'll be back later.
All right, man. It was good talking to you.
Like I say, it's a full moon.
What do you mean Bitcoin's down? Bitcoin's up. It's up 1.5.
Dude, it's like at what, 103 right now?
103, 124.
Yeah. Out of panic sales.
Panic sales?
Yeah, Doge is down to like 16 cents.
Yeah, well, someone's got to be buying if the price is going up.
Yeah, there's a lot of people getting a good entry point.
At the overall chart, you're probably looking at
over time. Yeah,
you're probably looking at the actual transaction graph.
Yeah, once Doge gets down to like maybe 10 cents, let's freaking go.
What is Doge? How is Doge's performance?
It was hovering around 20 cents for a couple of months. And then it crashed to the floor. So I'm waiting to see a lower low for now.
Doge is basically OG Bitcoin.
Yep.
OG shitcoin.
I got Special K who's holding on to some valuable cryptos. Waiting for the dip, buy the dip. That kind of stuff.
Doge is 17 cents right now. Let's see, it's year to date. See, it's 5 year.
I agree with AB. It might be time to wait a little bit. It might be time
Now,
to drop some money.
Does the Doge is Doge like the original client? Have they ever upgraded it? Like, do they have a team at all? Because my understanding is the guy that made Dogecoin, what he did was he just went into the open source Bitcoin, typed in and find and replace Bitcoin with Dogecoin, and then that was it. That's all he did. He just changed the freaking name. The names of from Dogecoin to Bitcoin. That's it. And he didn't change anything else. That's what he said in an interview that I read. So my question is, has it been changed since then? Because if it's running the original Bitcoin network, that's super fucking secure. Ain't no one ever gonna get into that.
I don't think it's been forked, man.
Like ever. I don't think it's ever been forked. Maybe. If it's never been forked, it's way undervalued.
They say it was forked in 2013.
That was the only time?
Well, that's what Google's saying. I'm about to look a little bit more, but I got one at least. The Litecoin. Yeah, they say it's been forked multiple times.
Yeah.
And
Never having a Litecoin.
I don't know. Apparently, Dogecoin was accidentally forked in 2014. So, however you accidentally do something like that.
Litecoin still exists. Wow. Apparently, Doge was created as a code-based fork of Lucky Coin, which is a fork of Litecoin, which is a fork of Bitcoin. I don't remember any Lucky Coin, though I do remember Litecoin. Still around, apparently.
So it's a fork of a fork of a fork.
I don't. No, it's not really a fork. It's creating a new blockchain. So they took the code from Litecoin, edited it in whatever way they wanted, and then made a new blockchain.
I posted in the side chat. I was joking about what the chat GPT.
I mean, it could have been a fork. Maybe they did fork it. Fork it. Fork it good.
Bitcoin, Litecoin, junk coin, Lucky Coin, or whatever. Dogecoin.
Yeah. Don't forget to get crypto.com on your phones and buy the dip. Get you some ROI. Not too shabby. I mean, I don't know how crazy you want to get with it, but yeah, honestly, dude, the way I see the trend, we might see a bigger dip because of all the panic sells. So
Yeah, I could see it going back down to 9 or 8 before it goes
yes,
back.
dude. Yes, sir. That's what I'm looking forward to. Oh, let's go.
Hell, if it goes that low, I might even buy some.
Yeah, get a bag, dude. Just, just to say you did.
We define electronic coin as a chain of digital signatures. Remember that. Each owner transfers the coin to the next by digitally signing a hash of the previous transaction and the public key of the next owner and adding these to the end of the coin. Pay can verify the signatures to verify the chain of ownership.
Got two new people in the chat. We got Alma and Andy. Welcome. Guys, have any questions about the topic of the room?
Dude, it's a trip reading the original frickin' Bitcoin paper, dude. Even now. Conclusion. We have proposed a system for electronic transactions without relying on trust. We started with the usual framework of coins made from digital signatures, which provides strong control of ownership, but is incomplete without a way to prevent double spending. To solve this, we proposed a peer-to-peer network using proof of work to record a public history of transactions that quickly become computationally impractical for an attacker to change if honest nodes control a majority of CPU power. The network is robust in its unstructured simplicity. Nodes work all at once with little coordination. They do not need to be identified since messages are not routed in a particular place and only need to be delivered on a best effort basis. Nodes can leave and rejoin the network at will, accepting the proof of work chain as proof of what happened while they were gone. They vote with their CPU power, expressing acceptance of valid blocks by working on extending them and rejecting invalid blocks or refusing to work on them. Any needed rules and incentives can be enforced with this consensus mechanism. Dude, I'm still boggled by the ingeniousness of fucking Bitcoin, dude. Nobody knows who this motherfucker is. This dude like had lightning strike his head. He was like, whoa, what the frick? I just thought that. Let me write this down.
It is awesome, huh?
It's awesome in its simplicity. To create a trustless peer-to-peer mechanism that can't be gamed unless the gaming to game the system makes the value of the asset disappear. There's no incentive to freaking do a 51% tax and get a bunch of Bitcoin because then no one's going to want their Bitcoin.
Yep.
Right.
And then it'd be worthless. Yep.
And they don't have to use your fork. Right. Like, oh, I'll just stay on the old, because what you'd have to do the double spend, right? You'd have to do a 51% attack, double spend, right? But that would be a fork. That double spend would be a fork from the original blockchain that you started with. People just stay on the freaking old blockchain and your double spend would be you're worthless. The only person buying it would be yourself. It's just freaking like, it's hard for me to conceive of like how
the genius of it.
It's so simple, ingenious, and efficient, and like the key thing is when it says where I'll read that part because this is the part that really stood out to me. And the network is robust in its unstructured simplicity. That says it all. The whole thing, unstructured simplicity. It's chaos, but it's like a controlled chaos, and it's super simple. It's like the guy beat game theory. Like he beat the game. Like it's almost inconceivable, and he did it very simply. But will stand the test of time. I mean,
wasn't that going over the Byzantine general problem? Remember we were talking about that one morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, El Boriqua. He's right next to me right up here with on the avatar. That was his wasn't that your NFT? That lizard toad or whatever you got? Boriqua?
I can't speak it. What's up?
Wasn't that your NFT that you were remember back in the day? The avatar you have for your Discord avatar?
Nah, I hadn't heard too.
I could have sworn you were making. Maybe I got you mixed up with someone else.
The lawyer said, deny you ever had an NFT.
Xnay.
Yeah, you pumping and dumping NFTs, Elbow?
Never got into it, man.
I swear, you got the wrong guy.
How y'all doing this fine morning?
Well, we're waiting for the markets to go lower so we can have a buy-in.
Best part about laying people off is my stock goes up.
Holy smokes!
No, I'm just
Is there a
fucking.
correlation between Amazon laying it off and you?
Dude.
Is there a correlation to Amazon and UPS layoff?
I
have no idea. They've got us using LLMs as much as humanly possible to increase our productivity, and then laying people off and not backfilling them to like force us to do more.
You can handle it.
Oh yeah, I definitely could be working harder.
Remember Jennifer at accounting? Well, she's not there, so you're going to go ahead and have to take her work.
Yeah, she didn't really work here. She worked in the office under the desk. Sorry, that's sexist. But that's the way companies used to work.
Josh,
Yeah, I
did
wish
you
I had
file those?
an executive assistant. Oh, go ahead.
Did you file those TPS reports?
Good movie. Yeah, you see, we have a bit of a problem here.
Just call it what you said, India.
Did you get the memo?
But they're my stapler with.
It's just quick. It
I was
registers.
told I could listen to the radio at an acceptable volume.
Never mind.
What'd you say, AG? Every time Josh
I just caught on to what Indio had said, and I was just saying he's horrible, and I laughed at him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a savage.
Hey, man.
I'm white.
Back in the day, you used to be called the secretary, or something like that.
It do what it do.
Well, I mean, that was like the whole point of being like in power, was to get bitches. Like, look, if you got bitches by being a homeless person, everyone would be all the dudes would be homeless. Like, let's keep it a buck.
That's fair. Cryptic wasn't wrong about that. Oh, we got a visitor.
Office Space is too accurate for at least like when we're not in the fields.
Working?
Like, yeah, I mean when we're in the office, we're in the office. I don't know, like 70% of the time, 65% of the time. Like
yes.
when it's a paper pushing day, it's like that, and then things get interesting when you actually get to go out and do shit with hardware.
Special K, how does that line go that you always say? His name was Michael. It doesn't matter. He's not going to work here anyway.
What would you do with 10 Bitcoins? 2 chicks at the same time.
%60 of the time, it works every time.
60%.
Judd Apatow's so good.
6 man.
hey, I mean, if you do UN stuff, you know, you get to hang out in Switzerland where all those things are legal.
You so crazy.
There's a lot of websites where you're just like, you know, you click a profile picture, you put in your payment info, you put in your hotel room, and then a woman shows up.
I'm pretty sure you go to phone parties too, huh?
No. I'm very, very sheltered in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Ragging on elitists, dude, when you're one yourself. Come on, bro.
I'm flattered.
I know you ain't eating beans and rice. That's for sure.
This is true.
Probably have a little wine cellar.
No, I don't drink. I dust my liquor bottles more than I empty them. I think we buy like a bottle of like $8 Chuck once every couple weeks. Like whatever store brand red wine. I've got like 2 or 3 nice bottles of scotch, but that's like Christmas and Thanksgiving and like a holiday or like cooking a nice meal on a Sunday afternoon, but like maybe 1 glass a month. But I'm like, when it comes to like relationships and women and thing, I'm you know, good old boy as it comes, you know, marrying your high school sweetheart, you know, homecoming king, all that jazz. Like that's me. Last time I had to date somebody, I had to ask my parents for a ride to her house.
The crowd goes, oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
UPS plane crashed the other day. I think some people didn't make it off of that.
I saw the video of that, dude. That's horrible. But there's no way. There's no way that the people flying that plane survived. The radius of the flames. There's no damn way.
Was it like right near takeoff or landing, or was?
I think they were landing. And another plane was. It looked like somebody was taking off, or there was a vehicle driving, but I couldn't tell. But they were recording it as they were moving forward, and it looked like they were landing, and they kind of nosedived and hit. It looked bad though. That fireball was damn huge.
Yikes!
And I've only seen the video once, so I'm going off of that.
Still 40 times safer than driving a car, but goddamn.
There's been issues with flights for a while, though. I think that all of these planes need to be re-evaluated and held to a higher standard.
I mean, that's the Boeing McDonnell Douglas merger has been no bueno.
I mean, there's something wrong with it.
Well, I mean, it's also what happens when like you're like a hardware company, right? And then more and more software is dictating the machine, and you don't have like a heritage of like software security reviews or software quality reviews. And then you have management that's just saying, I don't give a fuck, like meet your schedule, move.
Damn.
That's a recipe for a disaster.
Oh, 100%.
Everybody's
That's how the Challenger shuttle blew up. Like engineers had said like, hey, these O-rings are gonna fail. And they'd said it for like 2 years. And management's just like, no, we don't give a shit.
Every single one of those were built by the lowest bidder on a government contract, or built using the pieces fabricated by the lowest bidder.
Either way, you'll never have accountability in that type of scenario, because then you say it was someone's fault, they'll be like, no, it wasn't my fault. We knew about it. It's just the other guys just said, go ahead. So it's never going to be the people that you think are going to be held accountable will be held accountable.
Yep, pass the buck.
Absolute craziest exercise. So my freshman year of undergrad, we had to take like an introduction to aerospace engineering course, and it's basically like, we spend a day talking about planes and we spend a day talking about helicopters, and like it's like here's a flavor for what the next 4 years looks like. And one of the classes we walk in, and the professor's like, okay, we're going to do a role-playing exercise. And everybody's like, what the fuck? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And so he hands out packets, and it's like, you're going to split into groups of like 6 or 7, and you're going to each pick a character. And like the packets are like a script of like a transcript of like a Zoom call or like a conference call or whatever. And everybody's very confused. And so we're talking about it, and it's a conversation between like, engineering managers, engineers, like government officials. And it's talking about, hey, we've seen this issue with, such and such hardware. The names were all anonymized and everything, whatever. But they were talking about, hey, the wind, it's going to be too windy. We should postpone the launch of this, yada, yada. And then it's like a big conversation, and it's like, talking, arguing, and then eventually the leadership says, well, we hear your concern, we're gonna move forward. And then we all read through the packets in like small groups, and then at the end the professor is like, okay, well, based off of what who would vote to go ahead with the launch? And like, a good chunk of people raise their hand, and it's not 50-50, but I think the majority said don't launch. But I don't know, so he asks, and then without missing a beat, he like turns the lights off and hits play on the projector and says, unfortunately, we know what happened. And it literally is just a video of the Challenger like launch explosion. And what he had done without telling us is he had taken the actual transcript that was used in the investigation for, the Challenger explosion. And he like changed the names and of the companies and the people, and like changed it from it being too cold to it being too windy. But everything else was kept the same. And it was like an ethics exercise saying like, hey, just because you're an engineer doesn't mean you have like human lives in your hands. And I, obviously this is over a decade later, and I'm still thinking about that exercise. Like, fuck, man. You had some 18-year-old kid saying like, raise your hand or not, and then they show them a video of 7 people dying. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But you don't think that in the moment when you have to meet a deadline, though, Josh?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. But it reminds me to like take a step back, right? Like if I'm super stressed or like trying to push something over the line, like that exercise still sticks in the back of my head, where I, take a step back, look at it, and figure out, what are the consequences of my choices.
It's just giving you accountability, at least that much. If you have any humanity, you're going to think about like what your choices are going to be to push a project forward or delay it based on what you've seen there, and or go against, I guess you can call it being insubordinate to your superiors who want this project to push through regardless. And you might even be called into question for your own, for your own job, whether or not you can perform, because they're going to look at you and be like, oh, we don't have a guy who can get the job done. We got a guy who's worried about whether or not his product is going to be able to, be safe for everyone. So they're, being that kind of person, like, I don't know, because your job does hang in the balance, right? In those type of scenarios. Not saying you can't get another one, but.
All right, I thought you were done talking. I was trying to take that space to post that. My bad, AV.
No, you're good.
Do you know what I'm saying, though?
No,
Like,
I feel it. Yeah. No. There's like material, like capitalist or like quality of life considerations that influence your decision making process. It's not just like acting in the best interest of humanity or safety, right? You have your own personal motivations.
But nobody's gonna feel the ramifications of your decision making until something actually does occur. That's if it occurs. So you're on a percentage scale, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not there'll be failure within what you've made. So you're basically going to cross your fingers and pray to the Lord that nothing happens to the thing you designed. So,
well, it's so the way that it's done in our industry is it's called an LC chart. So it's a likelihood consequence chart. So you kick the tires on your own system and try to figure out all the ways it could fail. And then you assess for each of those failure modes the likelihood that it could fail in that way, and then the consequence of if it failed in that way. And then basically something that's super high consequence, super low likelihood is okay. But if it's where both the likelihood and the consequence are pretty high, that those are the red risks that you have to spend the most time on buying back.
You don't have to answer this, but how many times, and I'm saying this because it might put you in a position, but how many times did you push a project through that you weren't it didn't pass that 50% security or safety mark where you felt sure that it was going to fail to some extent? How many times have you pushed a project through? I was
going to say, I don't deal with crude stuff for the most part. It's all just machines. So I don't know. I've definitely gotten testing data back, and you have to take a look at the requirements. If it's not compliant, right, you need to figure out is this requirement too strict? Why?
Yeah.
But I mean, my consequence is the thing doesn't work and we lose money, not risking human lives.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. You said risk losing money, but at the same time, that component also is a bigger part of something else. So it's a piece of something that's going to go into something else. So it could cascade and cause that effect, that cascading effect. That one system that you design could cause it's a single point failure with all those systems collapsing. So you might think it's just that one thing that you design is fail and it's isolated, but what if it has a cascading effect? That's
no, my subsystem is icing on the cake, right? The laser comm terminal just means that I can, go an extra mile to do extra cool shit, move data around, higher speeds, etc. If my thing fails, it's not like it's a single point failure for the rest of the system, unless we do some sort of you short circuit something or harm the rest of the spacecraft through the interface. But that is the largest consequence risks that we look at. So we spend the most resources on that interface. Whereas if something internal to the box, we're a little bit less risk averse with stuff that can't affect the rest of the system. That's a good question, though.
Yeah, because that's what I see happening. It's right now you're talking about unmanned vehicles, but if any of your systems actually go into manned vehicles, then that's where human lives are at risk. Oh
yeah, fuck no. That stresses me the fuck out. I a hot take, but I don't think that crewed space flight should. Humans are really bad payloads. The amount of shit you have to do to keep them happy and healthy is just obnoxious. Right? I would much rather do a robotic or robotic systems for science and exploration and things. just because it's glamorous to send humans to get like the soft power, all that shit. It's just not technically fun. I did find the engineer who did the O-ring design on the Cupola on the ISS, though. He runs a motorcycle factory now.
Oh, good.
I found the drawings for the dynamic O-ring seals, and I also found the sort of like the checklist for the procedure to replace them as well.
Did somebody ask that? I don't know. Was that me? I don't think I asked that.
It got brought up like a week or two ago. Like somebody was asking like, how does this work? Like you're dealing with a dynamic O-ring between
that might have been
1 atmosphere and 0 atmospheres.
That might have been Radwin. He's an engineer himself, so.
They use a silicon lubricant too to decrease the deterioration rate of the rings themselves. It was cool stuff. I did a full deep dive on it.
That's good, man. But whatever you're saying that it works on, we're still going to have to test it in a specific environment that we know is at specific pressure. So you can do whatever testing you want here on Earth, but if it doesn't match that same environment, then it's not really testing in that. Like, okay, you have to have something relative to that environment to be able to say this passed the smell test for it being, utilized in the environment that it's supposed to be. I don't know. I think there's like not the way you can compare that environment to what you can manufacture here on the surface. And you just put it through a rigorous test of something akin to that particular vacuum. But if it doesn't have like the endurance to, you know what I mean, to really stress it out, I don't know. I don't see it actually occurring until somebody's actually showing me. I want to see how it's done, the method. Like, why not, right? Like, what's the problem in that? I mean, I know there's, like you said, there's a lot of things that are behind the closed doors and you can't get to certain, sensitive equipment because it's proprietary. I get that. But if we're not able to make it to where it makes sense, it's got to make sense, like in some way, like practically. And that to me speaks volumes because you can test, verify, and then put it as, you can say this actually works in the specific environment that it was designed to be and working in. And not only that, but it can, function properly or whatever. But if you're just saying, well, we tested it to a certain extent, but we can't get to the vacuum that we are going to be in that specific environment, then I don't think that's not worth it for me. It's just not going to meet that standard. It isn't. And if the answer to that is, well, we're not going to be able to even test it because we can't create a vacuum that low, then I don't know what you got, man. At that point, you really got just it's story time, You're trying to. I don't want to.
Thermovacs can get down to the level of at least low Earth orbit, right? Like we can get down to man. 7.
All right. Well, you said so.
I mean, I pulled some specs in here, a few weeks ago, but from labeled.
So, the vacuum chamber that you say is going into the thermovac. Is that what you said?
Well, so the thermovac it's just one chamber, right? It's it gets down to.
Which is the chamber that actually holds that 10 to the negative 7?
It's a thermovac. So it's one chamber that we do both temperature changes and pressure changes. It's thermovacuum. So but the big.
What's the size of it? Is it the size of like a car? Like what?
It depends. Like they make models of all sizes. The ones that we end up using are, I don't know. You can fit like an SUV inside of it.
Okay.
And it's like the production facility up in Kirkland, Washington. It's like an auto manufacturing facility. Like they do all the. Go ahead. Sorry.
Is it special equipment or is it something that's designed for?
Special? No. We bought that from Labeled. Like it's not. Like this is it's like commercial off the shelf equipment that they sell for Not every space company. Yeah, I don't have the Labeled LEYBOLD, and then it's Thermovac STHERMOVAC. But they have a whole product line that they provide the Thermovac chambers for a good chunk of space companies.
And in this chamber, that whatever you're testing is going to be exposed to the temperatures you say that it's going to be exposed to.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Even more so. Like we push it past what it's going to see on a daily basis because you want to figure out its failure modes. But once again, you have to remember that like in a E-7 or E-6 vacuum, like there's it's mostly radiative heat. It's not like conductive or like there's very little very little particles to transfer heat from the medium to the object. So it's like a really inefficient oven.
I get it, but I want to see the testing of it. That's what I want to.
Okay. Yeah, Labeled. That's the vendor.
So yeah, I mean, have they any videos or something material that we can look at? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have anything. I might have a couple clips of Kuiper. I don't know. I don't think I have anything of my stuff. Honestly, I'm pissed. We were supposed to have a big rebrand yesterday, where we were going to release a bunch of footage and things because we were shifting from an internal project to an external product.
Yeah, you were talking about that. It got social media and stuff.
Yeah, it got kicked.
Last minute?
Yeah, very last minute. Yeah. The reason I heard was kind of embarrassing, so I won't share, but just shenanigans. We'll get there though. I think it'll be within the next couple weeks. But it was hilarious because we still had catering planned for the big announcement yesterday. Yeah, well, we still had like a big catering order come into the office yesterday because they canceled the announcement before they passed the deadline where they could cancel the food. So we all just had lunch catered and we were looking at each other saying oh, huh, cool, happy almost rebranding.
So what's the wait time on the next rebranding?
I haven't heard. It's bullshit.
Oh yeah, so okay.
5 years.
Soon come, hopefully. I mean, honestly, yeah, I've been hearing that we were going to do this for years now. So,
and you guys got all the way to the last minute, and somebody's like,
"Oh yeah,
no,
yeah,
nope.
yeah." Like I've seen all the material and things, but it was going to go public, and I was so excited to share, and now I can't yet.
Nope. Anticlimactic that was.
100%. But
no, you can't even say that. You can't even say that.
No. We've gotten mission patches and things, and there's a couple clips of what our satellites look like. But they're weirdly secret about it, which is at least publicly, it's a very Amazonian thing.
That's what I was trying to tell you. You see what I'm talking about? Stuff that should be made public so that people can at least. That's not even. What kind of national security would that breach if you actually release? You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you, but
it's competitive. It's not. Yeah. So it's two different types of quote unquote OPSEC or trying to not leak information. From Amazon's perspective, this is one of the most expensive things they've ever done, and so it's competitive advantage trying to not keep information on the DL and keep it close hold. But if you want SpaceX is the exact opposite, right? They're privately funded, so they have to go knock on doors and like raise capital and things to keep going with their projects. So they're like very loud and like open about everything that they're doing. Whereas we're like internally funded for this project. So, the less people know, the better, until we're ready to like tell them, just because we don't want, other folks like stealing IP, etc.
Yeah. So then the other companies are going to be not Binky Boo, which you thought you were going to name yours. It's going to be Binky Boo ×2 or something like, yeah.
not the name, just the tech, right? Like showing, like, because our spacecraft design is different than most others, and like,
dude, they all look like freaking.
Things.
They all look like freaking tweaker shelters, man. Like, I'm being honest, man. Like, all the stuff that you guys got going on, you think it's really awesome and cool looking, dude. It looks silly. The big old cube up in this big old metal tinfoil cube. It's like, okay. Oh, our tinfoil cube has like 2 antenna coming out of it. That's great. Wow, that's innovative. Like,
oh man, it is though. You gotta peel back a couple layers. There's some really cool shit.
You look under the hood kind of thing, huh?
Well, yeah, it's just like, new thrusters, new batteries, new orbit designs, new like sensors that are able to, take higher resolution imagery or better data. Like the big thing right now is like Google announced yesterday they're going to put their TPUs, their tensor processing units on Planet satellites so that they can do like imagine like Google Earth but live and like query. Right? That's where we're getting.
They're not going to ever do that, Josh.
Oh, not to the public. No, not to the public.
Yeah, you see,
no,
dude. Okay, dude? Come on, man. Why don't you go over there?
No, that's for national security, man.
Why? What the fuck, dude?
It's intelligence. It's like I want to be able to see Russian military movements.
Oh. So you're telling me whenever we're seeing pictures from the moon, that isn't something that's a breach of national security? Everybody got posted that image of, the blue marble?
That's not national security. That's flexing. That's soft power.
Oh my God,
that's
dude.
like that's sharing it because we want you to see it, because we want you to know that the United States has that capability. Whereas this new Earth observation tech is gonna.
So what you're telling me, bro? What you're telling me is that all the stuff we got right now is all cartoon land. We don't, and they have the stuff that's real, live, like actual footage.
No, there's been some stuff. No. There's been some stuff that's like you remember Trump during his first term, he tweeted out an image of like a Iranian rocket pad that blew up, and it was like people got freaked out about it. Like that image came from a classified asset on orbit. And it was like he was basically showing some of the stuff that the public's not allowed to see. Like there's
no, I'm talking about something that's going to show the Earth looking like a globe. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean there's tons like I'm talking about stuff that's zoomed way in. I know, but what I'm saying is, high resolution. I get that, but you can get that from high aerial footage. Like there's that technology existed, prior to what Trump did. But what I'm saying though is stuff that's up there that's looking at the Earth so that we can see in real time whether or not it's what the people think it is or not. Oh yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was gonna say the GOES satellites are out in geo. Like you can AV if you want like unencrypted data directly to you that doesn't go through any intermediaries except for coming directly down from the satellite that's taking the picture. Like you can build that system in your backyard. Like there's nothing that's that would stop you from doing that. Like all the materials are there.
Yeah, I could send something up to that altitude and then look back down and have my own high resolution camera looking at a globe.
No. You could build an antenna that could downlink the imagery from something
from the GOES satellite.
From the GOES satellite.
It's not downloading globe image. Don't lie to these people.
What?
Not downloading a globe.
What do you mean?
Your voice is breaking up,
The
bro.
things are taking straight down.
I mean, you can take a picture of the GOES satellite with a telescope. Like you can zoom
That's
in
not
and see
what.
it.
No, that's not what I'm. Dude, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the satellite itself taking an image of the Earth, looking like what it's really looking like, according to you
Yeah,
guys.
it does.
Looks like
Almost every day.
bro.
And it's unencrypted, and you can see the exact spectrum that they're using to downlink it. You just need a radio antenna tuned to that frequency, and you can get the image for yourself raw.
What's
with no
what's this,
intermediary?
how many GOES satellites are there?
Like 15, 20? I'm not sure all of them are active, right? There's only.
Well, I was gonna tell you, give me the one that's showing the imagery right now that we can look up and find out whether or not
GOES-R is over the Western Hemisphere. It's all caps GOES-R. And they literally, they post every couple hours of the most current image, and you can like cross-reference that image against ground-based Doppler radar, like with Hurricane Melissa coming across, and you can correspond pretty tightly that it's the cloud patterns that we're seeing on the ground are the same that are being seen from that platform.
You say that people can zoom in on the GOES satellite from Earth?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. It's a you need a pretty big telescope, but yeah, they're out in geo, so they don't move relative to the Earth.
Oh, okay. It's just because I tried to look that up. And it's just a bunch of cartoons. Like I typed in photo of GOES satellite.
It's going to be really, really low quality because it's 36,000 kilometers away, like ground-based astronomy.
You'd think people would have posted that online though, if they had it.
The blurry one, yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be in the office in like 5 minutes here. I can grab it for you.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Do you think one day they'll ever be able to do a pan from north to south and show us some upside down stuff from space?
And from north to south, what do you mean?
Like, just say they went outward from the equator. Okay.
Yeah.
Just say there's a probe out there, or something like that, right? And then they zoom in on the Earth. And they zoom in on something in the north, and then they pan down and show us some upside down stuff, like an upside down plane or something, or an upside down mountain.
I mean, the issue there is you end up like if you're looking at the edge, right? You want to see something upside down. You end up getting a lot of atmospheric, attenuation. But no, I mean,
I can answer that in less words. The answer is no, because you need a super duper telescope to see the satellite. The satellite needs a super duper telescope to do.
Well, it depends on the distance, right? Like the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office.
Just making up shit.
Put pretty large telescopes.
When I hear them.
The NRO? What? Google it. The National the headquarters is like 20 minutes from my house. I've physically worked for them before. Like it's the spy agency that operates all of the United States' intelligence assets on orbit. Like they have very large telescopes, like very close to the Earth, which means that they can zoom way in and read the headline of a newspaper of somebody sitting on a park bench.
Bye.
Okay. Like that's just the stuff that's leaked.
What about that? Recently, Red Bull made that record of high jump. You can see Earth as a globe in background.
Oh.
Oh, just go look at the footage again. Look a little more carefully. You'll notice that sometimes the Earth is curving the wrong direction. Right, like concave, convex, as the camera pans around. So it's just a wide-angle lens.
It's lensing.
So you are saying they used some kind of effect?
It's just a wide-angle lens effect, yeah.
Dude, it was a GoPro sponsored event. GoPro camera. Wide angle lenses.
All right.
So you say, Josh, that they wouldn't be able to zoom in on something upside, like it wouldn't have to be that far away, like you said, right? If you think that they can zoom in and read the headline of a newspaper, surely they could like do a pan, right, from top to bottom and show us something, you know.
I want to see a cruise ship partying in Australia upside down.
Yeah, or on the side or something like that, right? Just do a pan and show one upright and then show one sideways. Well,
That's a good question. I was just about to ask that.
What I'm saying is, like, sideways would require you to be like super far away to see the edges on either end, right? Like if you're zooming out from a basketball, right? Your horizon, like the angle between the horizon and where you're at, you know, would have to be sufficient that you could see something that's like the side profile of a cruise ship or whatever. Because if you're like zoomed really far in, like if you're not super far away, right, and I pan all the way to the top, you know, you'd see, you know, the top of the cruise ship. You just pan all the way to the
How
bottom.
far away would you need to be, do you think?
I have no idea. But that's interesting though. Like I would love to see, like, if you like just sketched out the profile that you're looking for, right? Like I want to see this at this angle. Like we could work out the geometry, and then go like ping some folks at Planet that fly the Dove constellation and see if they'd be able to do something like that. But yeah, I don't know the geometry.
What do you think about this question? All of these different countries say they've sent probes up to the like to do research on the moon. So they were orbiting around the moon, like South Korea, Israel, China, all these different countries. Out of all of these different probes and whatnot, nobody's ever managed to snap any footage of any of the stuff left on the moon ever.
Yeah, all they do is just throw a smartphone on that thing.
Yeah.
Well, the LRO has taken images of Apollo landing sites.
The LRO,
Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter.
Is that the one where you can't really see anything though, like at all?
Oh yeah, no. The resolution is like just barely enough to resolve it, because, like, you know, I think one of the issues that we've run into a ton is, like, you know, that's not the primary mission. The primary mission is not to validate like the existence of these things. The primary mission is to achieve whatever science they're looking for. So, you know, there may be some edge cases where you can get those like secondary benefits.
What science do they do when they're flying around the moon? What science that's being done?
What science? Oh, they're trying to figure out like the formation of craters. They're trying to figure out, you know, if there's you know, water ice in the craters. Like, I worked on a mission that was trying to figure out how not earthquakes, but like seismic events would happen on the moon, like analyzing the shift in the edges of craters after meteor impacts on the moon to try and figure out the resonances of the internal structure. But yeah, no, they do a ton of science.
That's not science.
I'm just trying to answer questions about what the fuck's going on.
I know, but that's not science. Scientific experiment.
Okay. You can do experiments through observation. You would want to go and, you know, validate things in situ, right? Like that would.
Yep, I see trees in my backyard all the time. What's the experiment?
That they grow at X X rate, and you take pictures at, you know, this time, and then you wait a number of days, or maybe the color changes after it rains, or, you know, the rate of the leaves falling as a function of the moisture content. Like there's a ton of things you can do.
You can't get moisture content out of a picture.
Well, no, you'd have another sensor, obviously.
Oh, if you're flying over something, that's it. I'm gonna fly over my trees. I can't tell you how cold they are, what kind of water they're drinking. I can't tell you anything about them. Flying over them. Just flying over. You're not going to fly over a crater and say, well, a meteor hit from the other side and the moon rang, and then the meteor shook the ground and the craters all turned sideways. Pretty fucking crazy shit. guys are getting
It
worse.
sounds good. It must be true.
You guys are getting worse at this.
No, obviously you have a theory and you back it up based off of the evidence that you can get from orbit, from observation, or whatever tooling you have, right? But it's not, obviously someone will say, okay, well, let's get better data, or let's go in situ, or let's, use this alternative method to see if we get the similar results, right? It's not like a definitive, I did this, therefore this is true, right? It's an ever evolving process.
So the Earth is definitively a globe. It's just a process. We're getting to it, right?
I mean, yeah, you go look at the Grace mission, which was like it had like a super, super accurate accelerometer on board. They were trying to figure out the higher level harmonics of the gravitational field around the Earth, because it's not like a perfect. It's like you're like, oh, it's a sphere. No, it's an oblate spheroid. No, it's actually like it's got lumps. Like there's, the gravitational field is not uniform. So the Grace mission was trying to figure out those higher level harmonics like J4 and J6, which are basically like the changes in the acceleration vector, like as a function of where you are over the globe. So they're trying to get higher and higher fidelity information to better operate spacecraft. So yes, it is a process. We're just at step 7, where y'all are still trying to figure out if step 1 is accurate. Which is the issue, because like you get Globers coming in here who have spent their entire life working on step 6, right? And you ask them to justify step 1, and they're just like, well, I haven't even thought about step 1 since I was in middle school. But I mean, in some cases that can be to their detriment, right? Because they don't understand the justifications they've already made.
Yeah, we can't find any. You're talking about step 1 validating like Earth curvature and things like that. Is that what you mean?
Oh yeah, I mean, like that's why we throw up like Eratosthenes or like the Bedford level of recreations after Robotham. Like there's things that have been done to establish step 1 that y'all have issue with, but a lot of folks are just like, okay, yeah, that works, and they move on.
Right. Yeah. Because step 1's like there's no empirical evidence of step 1. That's the problem throughout all of history. It kind of came from a bunch of assumptions about the way that people would observe the sky back in olden days.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Eratosthenes assumes parallel sunlight.
Well, not just that, just the whole celestial sphere being inverted into a terrestrial sphere and becoming the globe.
But yeah, no, that's how. Oh, anti-globalist. Why am I getting tagged?
Hey, Josh, what do you think about this footage? I was meaning to ask you this the other day. Can you see the side chat?
Yeah, what are we looking at the...
I just posted it now. Like, just looking at this footage, I'm not using this as... I'm not saying this is proof of anything.
Which one? Wait, is this the Himawari satellite debunk?
No, just what I posted. It's the most recent thing in the side chat there.
Oh, the LEM rotating?
Yeah. Like, do you think that this looks legit to you? This is
Oh, it looks like Matt sped up, but I mean, if you're interested, if it's legit, you can. This was all shot on actual film, right? And as long as it's like the original negatives should be in the NASA archive, and you can submit a FOIA to go look at it, right? So if you don't think it's legit, like there's ways to verify firsthand.
Usually when I show people this footage, like they'll just like piss themselves laughing, and they'll like sort of tell me that there's no way that this could possibly be NASA footage. This is ridiculous, and then they'll make me go and try to dig up dig up the original video from NASA's YouTube channel and whatnot, because they don't believe that this could be claimed as real footage.
No, it definitely looks real to me. It looks sped up though, to like make it look more comical. Like there's no way in hell they would be rotating and moving that fast.
What footage is this, bro? Can you give me the title?
But even if the speed was like, if it was sped up, it still looks fake. It looks like models.
Like, that's called
tiny little models.
That's stop motion animation. It was really popular back then. They did a pretty shitty job.
Well, once again, yeah, if you want to kick the tires on it, you can go look at the primary source.
But we did. It's stop motion animation.
So you don't think NASA faked any of the footage behind the Apollo missions at all?
Unless they actively told you that it was a simulation or a representation. No, there's some stuff on like the cable channels that looks pretty fake, but they told you that it's fake.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about actual deception.
No.
Come on, Josh. You sound like a smart guy. It's okay. It's you're not going to get hurt if you let go of your ego. It's so fake, dude.
I mean, there was some like schedule deception that occurred because they thought the CIA thought that the N1 rocket was going to be launched pretty imminently, and it pushed the schedule forward for Apollo 11. But no, I think what was presented to the public. Oh, go ahead.
Have you watched the documentary called American Moon?
Bits and pieces. Not.
Pieces.
I usually get.
Oh, you haven't. Stop lying to us, dude.
Well, why? I'm not lying. I try to be as open and honest with y'all as possible.
Don't watch bits and that video, or yes or no. And it's not like you turned on, you looked at it one section for 1 minute, and then you fast forwarded it for 45 minutes and looked for 30 seconds at something else.
No, it's usually sent to me during these conversations as a citation, and they get a timestamp to go specifically look at based on the conversation that we're having. I'm saying that I haven't sat down and watched it for my own viewing pleasure. I've just sat down and watched it as part of these conversations.
Why not?
I don't know. I just don't have any interest. I have sat down and watched like full documentaries on Apollo, but that just hasn't been one of them. I apologize. If you think it's quite good, I'm happy to add it to the list.
Okay, meeting adjourned.
And break.
You're still there, Josh, or did he say he's got to go or something?
No. I was just, somebody said meeting adjourned, and I said like and break, like when you're finishing a huddle in like a soccer match or something.
What's your opinion on the short clip? It's only about 30 seconds if you've got time. AI Overlord posted it at 3 minutes after the hour.
Who, me or
the
Josh?
Second one.
No, the Himawari one? Yeah, I'm happy to look at it.
Yeah, it's just a short clip. Thanks.
I was going to say I'm walking through the office, going to get my coffee, and when I get to my desk, I'll take a look at it.
Awesome.
Damn, the vending machine is out of Diet Mountain Dew. What the fuck are we doing here?
Why all guys here are closing mics?
We're here. Got a question?
Why not?
About what?
About the Earth, about flat Earth, about the globe Earth, anything.
I would love if you explain why the Earth is flat or rounded or I don't know.
Well, I would say that we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary as our primary perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, but we were all taught from a young age that it's actually a globe. It's actually, when we go to a large body of water, it's actually curving, even though it looks flat. But then when we go and actually test for the curvature over long distances, right, curvature that would have to be there, like a lot of curvature, like hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, it's never there. It's just completely flat over these distances where you would have to have a certain amount of curvature. And
But,
this has been...
I just have a little question. Why I see like the Earth and the sky like have how to say it, like connect in the very long distances, yeah.
Like when you see the clouds and it looks like the clouds are converging with the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just because of the way that
getting around or what?
No. It's just the way that your eyes work. It's just basic linear perspective. I can show you a video.
Yeah.
That kind of shows you what happens. Right. So it's this guy. He's on a plane on the runway. Right. He hasn't taken off yet, and you can see the clouds in the distance, and it looks like the clouds are converging with the horizon. Okay, it's a time-lapse video, and you'll see that when he actually gets up to the height of the clouds, it's just a completely flat cloud deck. Okay, because when you're looking at that cloud deck from the ground, it looks like it's coming down, 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 and it looks like the ground is ramping up, and it's meeting at your eye line, which is just basic perspective. But when he goes up to the cloud, the level of the clouds, you'll see it's just a flat cloud deck. I'll find the video, and I'll post a couple of other diagrams showing, what I'm talking about with perspective.
But I guess it's the same. If I can see the Earth flat from here, what gonna change from like 2,000 feet or?
No, you'll still see it as flat when you go up to 2,000 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so have a look. I'm just trying to explain how perspective works. Okay, for example, when you look at the clouds and they look like they're coming down and meeting at the horizon, or you watch a plane fly off in the distance and it looks like it converges with the horizon, that's just due to perspective. Okay, it's the same thing as if you look down a long hallway, for example, like I just posted in the side chat. Okay, it looks like the ceiling of the hallway goes down and converges with the floor, even though that's not happening.
So
and then
just a matter of perspective.
Yeah, it's just the way that our eyes see anything, right? Or if you look down a long street, and there's street lights going down the street, it'll look like they go down. Even though they're not going down, it's just the way that we see. And most people don't really think about the way that we see because they're just used to it, because they've been seeing like that their whole life. But yeah, perspective plays a huge role in the way that we experience the world.
But what about like the sun and the moon?
Anything in the sky, right? Or anything that moves away from you, it's going to appear like it's eventually converging with the horizon.
Nice. Now, what about the sun and the moon?
Yeah, same thing.
How?
What do you mean how? It's just perspective. It's the same thing. It's just appearing to go down.
Excuse me. Just if I have a flat surface and I have like a lamp, how can I make the half on light while the other half is not on light?
How can you make it look like it's appearing to disappear from the bottom up?
Yeah,
Well, you're gonna-
like how
yeah, you're
can
gonna
I
have
make
to-
the
I gotcha.
night and day with the sun going up and down?
Well, night and day.
Yeah.
Okay, so the atmosphere
Yeah.
absorbs light. Okay, so we also have the intensity of a light decreasing as the light moves away from the light source. Okay, so as the light is moving away from the source, right, like the actual source of the light, and it's pushing through the thickness of the atmosphere, it's decreasing in intensity as it moves away, and it's also being absorbed and scattered by the atmosphere or the air. Okay, so here's an example. Just 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's completely black. Even if the sun is directly above you and it's the middle of the day, just 200 meters into the ocean, you can't see the sun anymore. You can't see any light from the sun at all because it's being absorbed by the water, by the medium. Okay, it's like that, but on a greater scale because the air is obviously much less dense than the water.
Yeah.
And the inverse square law of light, it will explain how much the light diminishes as it moves away from the light source.
I got you.
Yeah.
So can we reach the borders of the Earth?
I would have no idea about that. No one's ever just kept going south to see what happens as far as we can validate. So I have no idea. I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Like, if we had the flat Earth, we should have borders too.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. When we say flat Earth, we're just talking about the description of the surface, not necessarily talking about the shape of the Earth.
No, but it's necessarily a thing. Like, if you have a flat thing, you should have borders. Otherwise,
maybe, but there's no way of testing exactly what's going on regarding that, so it would just be speculation.
Exactly. So saying that the Earth is flat is not accurate at this point.
Well, flat's just the description of a surface, right? There's context behind words. Okay, so if I say something smooth or bumpy or flat,
yeah,
I'm just describing the surface. Okay, so when I say flat Earth, most of the surface area of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. Okay, and then the water isn't curving over distance. So if you have a large surface area that's not curved, it's by default flat. So that's the context in flat Earth, right? That's very different to globe Earth, which is actually claiming a shape and a size and that kind of thing, an actual object, right? Flat Earth isn't claiming those same things.
So you're supposing that the Earth is endless?
No, I didn't say that. I said nobody knows. Well, I'm not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. It's not something that I would claim. It's not something I choose not to speculate about things that I can't validate. Because that would be something you'd be like, oh, prove it. And I'd be like, I can't. I'm not making that claim. We just know it's not a globe, right? And no one can find any curvature over huge distances where there would have to be a huge amount of curvature.
DJ, I don't think they would say prove it because they've never said prove it to anybody about being on a ball. So I don't think they would say prove it to you at this point. They believe anything said to them.
So I guess having a proof will made it more logic or
So we've gone out. We've got thousands of observations that have been done. Laser tests, long distance observation, infrared photography, all sorts of tests have been done, and they've been repeated over and over and over again, validating that there is absolutely no curvature. And then there's absolutely no empirical evidence that there is any curvature, unless you want to have blind faith in space agencies and things like that, right? Which you can never validate whether it's real or not real information.
Actually, for me, it's not completed because I don't have the things I should have to be 100% with the flat Earth. Because I guess if we have flat Earth, at least we can discover new places because it's flat. It must have endless, or at least a big surface. So I guess
maybe. Yeah.
So I guess while we don't have that information, I guess flat Earth isn't accurate.
Yeah. Flat is just the description of the surface not having any curvature. So it's about context, right? So obviously it's not perfectly flat.
Got you. Yeah. But to have flat, you must have another criteria. Is that correct?
Well, not really. Like, what if I was just like a little bacteria on a giant flat surface on the floor? Okay, and I can never get to the edges, or I don't know anything. I can just measure that it's flat everywhere I can measure, right? I could say that the surface measures flat, right? And that wouldn't be.
But at least the bacteria can discover more places because.
But that doesn't mean that the surface. That doesn't mean that bacteria is wrong when he says I measure the surface flat.
Yeah, but isn't complete if he supposed that it's flat, but he didn't discover other places or validate that the
no,
Earth
he
is
doesn't
endless.
because flat's not a shape, right? We're not claiming to know the entirety of the system that we live in.
Yeah.
Just the surface, right, which is mostly covered in water, doesn't have any curvature. Water needs a container. Right, like the low spot in the land, or the water gathers, and then it's flat across the surface. And we can reconfirm this over and over again over massive distances where there would have to be many, many hundreds of feet of curvature. It's not there. It would have to be there if the Earth's a globe.
I have final question. I like to see the sky at night, and I have a small telescope. And I just see other planets like Mars and the Moon. Isn't it illogical to have more than planet around a globe planets, but the Earth is flat?
If the heliocentric version of the universe was correct, then yeah, sure, that would be a logical thing to say. But that's just a theoretical, conceptual model that you've been taught. You can't. When you look at little lights in the sky through a telescope, you have no idea what they are. How far away are they? How big are they? What medium are they in? Are they in a space vacuum? Are they in a big giant space vacuum chamber? You can't confirm any of these things, right? You just have to kind of blindly believe the story that's attached to the little blurry light that you're looking at in the sky.
Well, I guess so.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the explanation.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it, bro.
You too.
W's for DJ.
Hey, Roots, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, fella? Yeah, likewise, man. Good to see you too. Always nice to listen to you go through it with the ones with questions.
Yeah, we've been getting a decent flow of people asking questions in good faith in the last week in the English Hub.
That was very professional. I don't have as much patience as you.
He's a pro now. Hey DJ, what's your tag? Zerk. That's new. Is that a chess?
Oh yeah, that's from Lichess.
Lichess.
Lichess. It's Zerk. It's Berserker. It's like a feature on Lichess.
Ah, cool. Yeah, I used to have Lichess. I used to play quite a lot, but just forgot about it.
Yeah, it's like if you're in a tournament, you can hit like this little button and it halves your time. Like say it's a 3-minute game, all of a sudden you just get a minute and a half and you've got to try to win in that minute and a half, and then you get like an extra tournament point.
Oh, that's Berserker.
Yeah, Berserk mode or something.
Cool. Yeah, I did used to like the speed chess. Just bang a quick game out. That was always fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I like playing 1-minute games.
Yeah, they're exciting. Yeah, I got my son like 20 chess lessons, so we downloaded Lee Chess. We were playing for a while, to be honest, but yeah, he's too busy with football and iPad now. It's a shame, really. I wish he was still into it.
It's good. It's good, like strategic training, I guess. Thinking about how to strategize and whatnot.
Yeah, sure is. There's like a million analogies for life within the game of chess. I love it.
Yep. Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, it sounds like we've got a few people joining.
Yeah, welcome new people. Ben, welcome. Pun. Raga.
Welcome to Chess Club. I mean, Flat Earth.
Hello, guys.
What's up, Ben? What brings you into the channel?
Just want to know what is Flat Earth. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, it's good to question things, right? It's good to have a critical thinking mind. And yeah, it turns out that when we go and test the surface of the Earth for curvature, we can't find any. So that led to flat earthers, basically. I mean, all ancient cultures were flat earthers, but along came this concept that the Earth's actually a big spinning ball flying through a space vacuum. And most people just blindly believe that. Okay, most people don't really know anything about it. They were taught it from a young age. They've never questioned it. But it turns out that it isn't true.
Okay. But yeah, I have one question, but maybe out of this topic. Do you think there is another species outside of this Earth?
Probably not, but I wouldn't have a clue. I don't think you can really. I don't think anyone's really going to ever know that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, like in this channel, we try to stick to empirical evidence and not necessarily to speculate about things that we can't validate.
Oh yes. Yeah, it's like based on evidence or something like this, right?
Yeah, like measurements and long distance observations. That's it's kind of like a form of measurement. Okay, so if the Earth were a globe, if we went to a 20-mile section of water, okay, like a giant lake, for example, there should be a certain amount of curvature over that distance if the Earth is a globe. Okay, we can calculate that based off the radius value of the globe. Okay, so it turns out that over 20 miles, there should be about 260 foot of curvature, which is like 120 meters of curvature over that distance. So we can go out very easily and test for that curvature, and it turns out that it's never there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah.
You're welcome.
But that's it. Don't you have any questions? How did we come to the conclusion? What does that mean? Nothing else? Come on, dude. You got to have a follow-up question to that. Guess not.
Yeah, for many people, that's all it takes, right? Just like, hey, man, Earth is flat. Oh, really? Yeah, man. Oh, okay. Thanks.
I think that's a sign of non-believing. It's a sign of nervousness, not knowing how to take the information, something like that. No judgment, but yeah. It's the kind of response I give to my kids when they tell me something that I don't think's true. I go, "Oh, really? Okay, sure." Meanwhile, we've got observations, we've got laser tests, we've got experiments, we've got everything you can think of empirical to show that there is no curvature or no motion of the Earth. And the Globers have got pictures from NASA. Fantastic.
Yeah, they've got models, mathematical models of what the globe ought to be. And then they take physical measurements and they conform them to the models. And they call that increasing precision. They call that practice improving accuracy. Meanwhile, empirically, they remove the globe model for precision at the local level, they say. We've got so many documents from the field of surveying and related disciplines regarding this, that they can improve accuracy by removing the globe model and treating Earth as flat, just as it was before they applied the globe model.
I feel like we need a new topic discussion point, a new topic for the channel. Fallacious models or empirical evidence? Which one wins? Because that's what their models are, right? They're based on fallacious reasoning. Assumptions.
Yeah, they believe it so wholeheartedly that it has to be true that they will take their real world measurements of not a globe and conform them to what ought to be true as a globe.
I think that's called begging the question, maybe, with a sprinkle of circular reasoning.
Supporting a concept reification fallacy.
Oh, they've got a holy trinity. I love it. Or unholy trinity, as I should say. Yeah, I don't mean to sound sarcastic, Globers. We'd love to talk to you. Don't be put off by my tone. We're very friendly. Shout out to Rago. I don't think we've spoke to him yet. Pun Pun. I like that name. Oh, more people joining. Welcome to the channel. Yoda, any developments with INS systems, shooter tuning, anything else you've discovered recently?
Yeah, I guess so. A couple things I've been talking about over the past few weeks, which is recent. So there is how to present this. I guess when an airplane is undergoing pre-flight check. Okay, listen, I'm not a pilot. I'm not an aeronautical engineer. I'm not an aerospace technician, but from what I gathered, when an airplane goes through pre-flight checks, there are calibration procedures that take place. One of them is called an inertial alignment calibration procedure. It's also probably known by other names than that, but the idea is airplanes gyros, the ones that are fixed to the airframe itself, it's called strap down to the airframe. These are optical gyros, kind of like the ones that from Thanks Bob. Okay, they operate on the Sagnac effect. I don't know the ring laser or fiber optic, it doesn't matter, but they operate under the same principle. These gyros undergo calibration procedure, and supposedly what this calibration procedure is doing is it's trying to filter out all the noise showing up on the sensors in order to detect Coriolis, so that the Coriolis can be subtracted out and the airplane can produce basically localized local frame pitch, roll, and yaw data without Earth's motion impacting it. That data from that initial calibration process is not public. It's hidden behind trade secrets, patents. It's hidden behind, even in some cases, national security, ITAR compliance. ITAR compliance is basically in the United States, if you have a technology that can be used for weapons of war, then it may be subject to export controls, which means you're not allowed to share it with anyone in foreign countries. Actually, Honeywell's INS system, I think it was Honeywell's, I better not get this wrong. Either Honeywell or Boeing's INS system was improperly transferred to a third party in another country, and they were slapped with a huge fine for violating export controls. But this data sits inside the black box. It is a black box within the black box, and nobody seems to have access to it. Nobody can independently confirm that what is actually going on with these pre-flight inertial navigation system initial calibration. Which is funny because this is the data that would help establish whether or not Earth is a rotating globe. Isn't that weird? What we also have is we have information describing the process that after this data has been filtered, all the noise taken out, it's been processed, it is then fed back into a software system where the globe is reapplied. The globe is reapplied after it's taken out, and it's done to conform to WGS-84 latitude and longitude spherical coordinate system. What they have is what they claim is local flat Earth measurements after they've been processed out from a globe, is what they say, that they then apply a model of the globe in order to conform it to latitude and longitude so that it works interoperably with GPS systems, with flight trackers, and everything else that uses the same coordinates, which kind of makes sense on a practical level. But if Earth is really a globe, why couldn't they just measure it? Yeah. So simple process is they claim to go from detecting a globe with this stuff to stripping out the globe for raw, post-processed but raw flat Earth measurements and then they reapply the globe so that it can be conformal to all the coordinate systems that everybody uses.
So let me just ask, so they're obviously using these calculations within the computing, right? So do they make any claims as to how they're actually, the computer or the INS system is physically changing, I don't know, pitch, roll, etc., etc.? Do they go into any of that detail? Do they make that claim? Or do they just sort of skirt around it?
Yeah, well, so what's going on from what I gather, like the pitch data from what we know and love in this community, from that 777 flight between Hawaii and San Diego or something, San Francisco, thousands of miles, that pitch data is localized to the local reference frame of the airplane itself, and is not with respect to an absolute Earth frame. So, in other words, it is not designed, it is not intended to pick up a rotation vector with respect to where the plane started takeoff on the runway. It is instantaneously, at every second, every moment in time, constantly updating to the local gravity vector and measuring pitch off of that. Kind of like if I were to take a torpedo level that I use for hanging pictures in my house with, the little bubble in it, and if I were to take that and slap that onto if I were to slap that down onto a tray in my car and drive around the Earth, that bubble would always stay centered. It wouldn't show any deviation with respect to a globe because the level itself is rotating with the gravity vector of the globe. That's what they claim, and therefore wouldn't produce any deviation from an initial or an absolute frame of reference.
So it's
That's
making
kind of the same principle at work here.
Yeah, so it's making second by second calculations, delivering that information to the INS system, and these adjustments are being made.
Yeah, they say
every second.
Anything either way. Oops, I got to step out for a minute. Hold on.
Oh, I had a killer question for you. I'll wait.
Yeah, just in case he's still listening, which he probably is when he stepped out. Sounds to me like so it's making these adjustments like you said, more like a bubble, like a local bubble than long distance or whatever. So then what? Like that local bubble feeds it to a computer, and that computer feeds it back to the gyro, and then the gyro is corrected balance. That's a very weird.
Sounds like it. But my question is, my killer question is, so if that's the adjustments needed for Coriolis and gravity, what happens when you turn off the INF system, or you're flying a plane that doesn't have an INF system? Because
I think I know how he'll answer that. We can't answer that. We can't get to that box, so we don't know.
No, but what I'm saying,
it is a good question.
Who's making the adjustments and the calculations? Obviously, the calculations would be in the head of the pilot, but is the pilot having to fly the plane any differently, than straight and level? Because then, if not, and the pilot can just fly straight and level, then why can't the INF system do the same? Why do we need these calculations if we treat the Earth as flat?
I don't know. To me, it sounds like there's a math equation built into the algorithm that we just don't have access to in the computer.
Sounds to me like they're doing fuck all, but pretending they are. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no. Like the cochlea in your ear, right? The liquid in your ear that adjusts for the balance and help you to maintain perpendicular to horizontal, right? I mean, that's no different than a local bubble also, if you ultimately really think about it. So the pilot making adjustments is just going to fly according to what their senses are giving them anyway. Ultimately, it's a matter of like how are they adjusting for the curve with this device, because the device is supposed to act independently of our senses, right? It maintains that rigidity, and so yeah, I would love to see. Somebody once mentioned like having like all the different various gyroscopes all on one plane at the same time, and then flying like 14 hours, 18 hours, and seeing what happens. Do they all maintain the same drift, or do the mechanical ones act differently than the ring laser?
Yeah, that's a great question. You're on the next step there. Yeah, well said as well. Well put. Kind of put that into context. I just find it unbelievable that, because we're in the reference frame, we don't need to make the adjustments. This is all like, happening within the pilot's body to the point where it's not conscious. I find that just so bizarre and unrealistic. Because if the pilot, within the reference frame is, like you said, is vestibular system, etc., is already doing this, then I don't know. I just don't see how we can prove. There's never going to be any proof there. They've got like a circular argument there that cannot be. It's unfalsifiable, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. At the end of the day, it's unfalsifiable. We don't have access to those things that they say are proving the thing. Like you said, it's behind national security, it's behind patent, behind so much red tape that I don't know. Like I said, it's unfalsifiable. Hey, Roots, Yoder says there's a video in a server. He dropped a link. Do you have bot abilities?
I believe I do. I've never used it though. DJ, are you there?
Yep.
Oh, it says you can play uploads.
Do you know? You've responded. Can we play these videos? Do you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to right-click on the video, click copy link. Oh, yeah, I'll just try it out.
Thanks, bro. I got to make a quick call, so I'm going to have to watch these afterwards, but yeah, appreciate that.
When we hear the term black box, we usually picture this perfect, indestructible recorder, right? Something that captures the raw, unfiltered truth of a flight. But what if the truth it records isn't the raw truth at all? What if it's a story, a narrative that's been shaped by a secret, pre-programmed map of the world, hidden deep inside the plane's brain? Well, today we're going to pry that box open. Okay, let's just dive right in. At the heart of this whole thing is a question that seems super simple. When a flight data recorder says a plane's pitch, its nose up or nose down angle, is, say, 5 degrees, what does that actually mean? You'd think it's a direct measurement, right? Like taking a protractor to the plane. But the reality? Well, it's way more complicated than that. So here's our game plan for this explainer. First, we're going to bust the myth of raw data. Then, we'll take a peek inside the plane's brain. After that, we'll uncover the unseen globe model it uses, figure out why it's really a systemic black box, and finally, look at the big problem this all creates, the verification gap. All right, first stop, the myth of raw data. Let's really dig into that common assumption that a flight recorder is basically just a high-tech tape recorder for the plane's sensors. So get this. This is the absolute key to understanding everything else. That pitch angle, that heading, all the data you see in an accident report, it's not what the plane is physically feeling. It's the final answer to a really complex math problem. It's an interpretation that's been processed, filtered, and shaped long before it ever gets saved. Okay, so if the data is being transformed, how does that actually work? Let's follow the signal, right? From a raw physical sensation inside the plane all the way to a polished, recorded fact. Everybody, meet the ADRU. This little box is basically the aircraft's navigational brain. It's this incredibly sophisticated system that takes in all the raw feelings of motion and force, and its one job is to compute the plane's orientation, its speed, and its location. This is where all the magic and all the mystery really happens. This slide just lays it out so perfectly. On the left, you've got the raw sensor input. This is what the gyros and accelerometers are physically detecting, the real forces acting on the plane. But on the right, that's what the flight data recorder actually logs, a final calculation based on a pre-programmed, assumed model of the world. A whole lot happens in between those two columns. And these raw sensors are just incredible pieces of technology. I mean, ring laser gyros use beams of light to detect the tiniest rotation with mind-boggling precision. Accelerometers, they're directly measuring physical forces, like the constant pull of gravity. These are the plane's true senses, its direct connection to the physical world. So, if the output isn't raw data, then what is it based on? This is where things get really interesting. This brings us to the core secret of this entire process, the system's hidden, pre-programmed map of the world. And this right here is the secret sauce. The ADRU doesn't figure out what's level by, looking out the window at the horizon. It calculates a virtual level plane. It's called the local horizontal reference frame. And here's the kicker. This plane is defined as being perfectly tangent to an assumed globe model that is hardwired into its software. The system literally starts with a globe to define its own reality. And here's the assembly line for that data. First, the raw physical measurements come in from the sensors. Then the system applies all these corrections for things like the assumed curvature and rotation of its internal globe model. After that, these super sophisticated algorithms, called Kalman filters, smooth everything out, getting rid of any data that seems noisy or inconsistent. And only then is the final polished number sent to the recorder. And what's so wild is that the software is designed to force this to happen. The source material explains it perfectly with this quote. The filtering is so aggressive that it literally forces the outputs to align with that pre-programmed globe model. It essentially smooths over any raw data that might not quite fit. In other words, it's designed to trust the model more than the raw sensation. Okay, so now we know what's happening to the data. But the next logical question is, why? Why is this whole process so secretive? Why can't we just get a look at the raw inputs? Well, this lack of access isn't some accident or oversight. It's a structural feature. I mean, look at this table. It's like a fortress of barriers. You've got federal regulations that don't even require raw data to be recorded. Then you have legal protections because the algorithms are priceless trade secrets. This system's own design is built to hide faults. And then, layered on top of all that, you have national security restrictions. And believe me, these barriers have some serious teeth. For instance, those security and export controls we just mentioned, the manufacturer Honeywell was fined $13 million for violations. These aren't just gentle suggestions. They are very real, legally enforced walls. And on the commercial side, the trade secrets are protected with incredible ferocity. A jury awarded $81 million in a verdict against Boeing for misappropriating another company's tech. I mean, with that kind of money on the line, the incentive to keep these algorithms under lock and key is absolutely massive. It just prevents any kind of independent review. So you add all of these barriers together, the regulatory, the legal, the financial, and it all leads to one critical, fundamental problem, a profound verification gap. Because at the end of the day, if you can't see the inputs, you can never, ever truly validate the output. This table just shows the problem so clearly. On the left is this mountain of rich, raw data that the ADIU is actually working with inside its own circuits. And then on the right, you see the handful of simplified process numbers that actually make it to the flight recorder. All of that detail, all of that nuance, it's just gone. It's a total information chasm. And what this does is create a situation where we just have to trust the black box. Independent researchers can't reprocess the data to double-check the system's math. They can't audit it for hidden flaws. As the source points out, they can't even test it against different geophysical models. Real verification is basically impossible. So, what's the solution? Is there a way out? Well, the analysis does propose a few concrete steps forward. Things like changing the regulations to mandate recording of key internal data, creating a secure data escrow so independent auditors can look at it after an incident, and even encouraging the development of open source navigation simulators so the logic can be studied out in the open. You know, when you really step back, this isn't just a story about airplanes. This deep dive into one little component is a perfect metaphor for our modern world. From our cars to our social media feeds, we are surrounded by black box algorithms making decisions for us. So the quest to understand what's really going on inside the ADRU is part of a much, much bigger question. In an age of invisible code, how do we build systems that we can actually truly trust?
We think a plane's black box tells the truth. But what if that's not the whole story?
So here's the big question. Is that data raw reality, or is it just a computed story? And this is key. The flight data you see isn't a raw recording, it's a calculation. All this happens inside a box called the ADRU. Think of it as the plane's brain. So the ADRU senses the real world, sure, but what it writes down is its interpretation. You get raw sensor input on one side and a calculated model-based output on the other. And it all starts with some amazing hardware. We're talking ring laser gyros and accelerometers. To figure out which way is up, it creates a virtual level based on a globe model. Now check this out. Before it even takes off, it needs your lat/long to define Earth's spin. See the problem? The system needs the globe model as an input to prove the globe model. And once it's flying, it's constantly making these ghost corrections based on that spinning globe model. So you're probably thinking, just look at the raw data. Well, turns out, you can't. And why not? Well, there's a whole wall of barriers, regulations, trade secrets, even system design. And these barriers have teeth. Honeywell got hit with a $13 million fine over technical data. Boeing got an even bigger one, $81 million for misusing trade secrets on this stuff. This all creates what you could call a knowledge gap. The raw data is never even recorded. So what you end up with is a system that just confirms its own assumptions. It's self-validating. The research team put it perfectly. It's a system that just agrees with the model it assumes. And this is a big deal. It affects accident investigations, transparency, you name it. So, I'll leave you with this. If the core assumptions can't be tested, how much can we trust the data?
Hey guys, what are you guys up to?
Hey, what's up, Cryptic? Not much, man. We had a
Any
few.
new global, any new info like that happened?
Not really. I mean, we had some good conversations with some guys earlier, but it's been pretty quiet. Still no globe.
I see.
No globe proof. Still waiting.
I just want to know, like, I have a bunch of questions, but I'm gonna start off with like, when you guys came to the realization of the flat Earth, right? And like, how the globe one is like a failed model, and like how, the heliosphere model doesn't make sense, and like how they, use lies to purport the heliosphere model. Like, did you guys tell anyone, and what was their reaction to that?
Yeah, I mean, I've told a bunch of my friends about it, and some, you need to know if the person's going to be receptive of that type of information before you even bother talking to them about it. So it really depends on who you're talking to and what you know about them. You wouldn't want to just, just start talking to someone that's definitely not the type of person you know to give that information to. They might just think you're crazy, or just not be ready to take in that kind of thing.
Yeah, one thing I've realized is that, like, the fastest way to make people think you're retarded is to tell them about flat Earth. Like, for some reason, it's like, like you can tell like a religious person why their God may not be real, and like how you think, science disproves that and all that, but. The moment you tell someone about flat Earth, and what you think about it, like the reaction is way more adverse than like a religious fanatic. Like it's way more strong. It's like this religion is more powerful than anything else ever created.
I mean, you could talk to someone, even like talking about gray aliens would probably be, accepted better by a lot of people than bringing up the flat Earth topic, because the way that it's being combated, right? Flat Earth has been combated by the media is by ridicule, not by attacking the arguments and saying, okay, this is what flat earthers are presenting and saying, right? And giving the honest arguments, right? That's not what's happening, right? It's a bunch of propaganda, and it's been sort of labeled that flat earthers are a bunch of crazy people making crazy claims, which isn't quite the case once you look into it, as you've realized.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. Like your point about aliens, right? Like I always used to think the conspiracy theories were about, oh, the government's hiding these aliens in like some lab, and people are trying to find them and stuff. But if you think about it, right, if aliens were actually true and the government was actually hiding like aliens, they would never let this kind of like propaganda spread. If you think about it, a lot of the movies, a lot of the television shows, a lot of the conspiracy theories are all about aliens. The government would never let that happen if aliens were actually true. Like they silence anyone talking about extraterrestrials instantly. But when it comes to flat earth, which actually is like, if you think about it, less crazy than aliens. Like no one's seen aliens before. Not even people like ancient humans have like documented proof about aliens. So like aliens, if you think about it, are actually like way more crazy than flat earth. But then in our society, they're way more accepted, even if there's no definite proof. There's no definite proof about aliens, but like if you ask any scientist, if you ask like any normal person, they'll be like, oh yeah, aliens probably exist out there. But the moment you say flat earth, like even though we have like some proof that flat earth, like the heliosphere model is fake and all that, even though we can show them the evidence, but then there's no evidence of aliens, they believe, most people would choose to believe aliens over even considering flat earth any day.
Facts. That's a great observation, dude. People are more inclined to accept aliens from space that they have no evidence of whatsoever than to just listen to a conversation about the horizon. It's really weird.
Yeah. Okay, I want to talk about like I watched like a couple of videos, and like I watched like half of this movie called The Principle. It's supposed to be like a documentary, and it talked about how like there was this scientist, uh what was his name, it was before Galileo. There was this guy who had this model uh, of the solar system, and it started off with everything revolving around the Earth, the sun, the stars, the planets, everything's revolving around the Earth. And then I think Galileo, it may have been Galileo that came along, and then he put it he put the he suggested the heliosphere model, with like the sun and like the planets moving around the sun, and the earth not being the center of the universe. I think it was either Galileo or Galileo's friend, I'm not sure. But then after that, people realized that there were moons, like moons of Jupiter, that were orbiting Jupiter, and then they realized that um, that the Earth could be the center of the solar system. And then Isaac Newton came along, and then he suggested that the rule of thumb is not a smaller planets orbit the bigger planet. It's that like any object can occupy this thing called like the center of mass, and then based on that, like any object, it like doesn't have to be a small object orbiting a bigger object, and like any like a bigger object could orbit a smaller object. And then I think that may have been suggested as proof that the heliospheric model is fake, like, and like we like the earth is the center of the solar system, and then the other stuff like the gas pressure stuff, and like like the gas pressure stuff and the horizon stuff leads to the earth being the only environment, and then there not being anything else out there.
Yeah, kind of. You know, nothing we can verify. Okay, so we got to stick with what we can actually empirically validate. And even the geocentric model is just junk as well, right? Because that requires Earth curvature and a globe.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Also,
the principle is good. It's, you know, there is some beneficial information in that, you know, in showing some problems with the heliocentric model.
how this guy, right, Josh Ingersoll, I was looking at his LinkedIn, and like he's like an aerospace engineer, right? I think he's in the VC. Josh, if you don't mind, could you shed some light on your work and how you think the Earth is a globe? I'd like to hear it.
Josh's project was put cancel.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you. If I saw you unmuted your microphone, Josh, but we couldn't hear anything.
Yeah. Also, I'm starting to get why. Josh, we still can't hear you, by the way. Anyways, I'm starting to get why you guys, you know, don't talk about flat Earth with everyone and protest and all that. Like once I haven't fully realized like the whole flat Earth thing. I'm still like looking into it, but I think once you start to really question the heliospheric model that was presented, like you start to realize like why do I need to tell anyone this? Like I can just keep it to myself, you know. Like
That's
Exactly, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Your volume's a bit low though.
Okay. 1 sec. Let me change my.
That's all right now.
Yeah, I'm just mumbling. Yeah, no, I'm gonna hang back here. I don't, Cryptic. You've been here a lot. I also, folks expect me to listen more than I talk in here, so I'm gonna stay in that mode for a while. Happy to chat at a later date, though.
okay. Yeah, so this okay, so we've rejected the heliospheric model, right? And when I say heliosphere, we mean like the planets moving around this Earth or the Earth moving around the sun, like both are rejected, right?
Yeah, any globe, any models or whatever that would require the Earth to be a globe, right? Or where everything's within a vacuum, a space vacuum.
Yeah, you know, you guys are actually quite different from what I thought flat earthers would be, because what I heard was the beliefs of flat earthers was that like, oh yeah, this was like a plain circular plane shaped earth, and then there was still like celestial objects outside, and like there's like a ice wall around the circumference of the earth with NASA employees guarding it or whatever. That's what I heard, and obviously I thought that was crazy, right? Like,
yeah.
But you guys first of all reject the whole like premise of this orbiting stuff, like, you know, like the earth orbiting around the sun or the sun orbiting around the earth. It's just the earth is like a terrarium like environment, and you have these planets or whatever that's like above us, and they're like clockwork for us, like, right? And there's no ice wall, there doesn't even, in your model that you have suggested, there doesn't even need to be an edge. It could be like, it doesn't have to be infinite, but it like, how do I say this? It's like how
well, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of unknowns that would require heavy speculation. So rather than just speculating, right, we like to just say nobody knows that, right? We can't validate that. Anything that's, you know, too far for us to empirically test, then, you know, you're gonna have to apply a bunch of assumptions and speculations, which is fun to do. And we do that sometimes. Like we do have sometimes on Sundays, we call it Speculation Sunday, where we go over and you know, talk about speculations and things like that, because it's fun to do that, but it is speculating at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But what we're claiming is what anyone can test, anyone can validate what we're claiming. It's not, there's no crazy claims being made, right? Like water needs a container. You know, when at rest, the water is flat on the surface. You know, gas pressure requires a container. These kind of claims, right? We experience the earth as flat and stationary. These are all just things that everybody experiences in their everyday life.
Exactly, yeah.
And you know what they say, like, you know, if someone makes an outlandish claim or an extraordinary claim, it requires extraordinary evidence. And when there's no empirical evidence, or evidence that anyone can go out and put to the test in reality, then we can kind of dismiss those claims. In a sense, it's not dismiss them, but you know, we've asked and asked and asked and asked, and we're not getting any empirical evidence. These are things that should be easy to provide. right? Like all of these claims, they say they know everything about the universe. Well, not everything, but you know what I mean. They're telling us, oh, it rains diamonds on Neptune and Uranus, and it rains sideways glass on this exoplanet, but they can't find 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles of water here on the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. Like that's the part where, because like I've seen, like before I met you guys, I've seen like a ton of like YouTube videos on like why flat earth isn't real, and then the claims that they all go through is, oh, there's like this ice wall that they believe in, and they believe the earth is like a circle plane shape, whatever. Like you guys don't even care what shape the earth is. Like for all intents and purposes, we simply don't know what shape the earth is. Like it's like asking a fish that lives in the ocean what shape the ocean is.
Yeah, I mean, things, you know, what's a shape at the end of the day? Like, what shape is a tree or a lake or a pond anyway? I mean, you could say the earth is earth-shaped. Like, it doesn't have to be a diamond or a circle or a square or something like that necessarily, you know, and I just don't think it's something that we can validate. Like, no one's ever just kept going south. Isn't that interesting? Tons of people have gone in an easterly or westerly direction roughly and come back to roughly where they've started. But east and west are circles, and that would also work just fine on a flat plane. But what wouldn't work on a flat plane is if someone started in the north and they traveled south and they kept going south. On a globe, they would do a great circle and they would come back to where they started again. They would do a north to south circumnavigation. But when you look into it, tons of people have done the east to west thing. Nobody has ever just kept going south, as far as anyone can validate. Okay, the only claimed north to south circumnavigations, if you have a look at the route they took, they kind of start it in the north, they go down to the south, and then they just turn around, right? They like take kind of like a U-turn and come back up again, rather than just keep going south.
Yeah.
So what's beyond the far south? I don't know. It's actually not so easy to freely explore beyond 60 degrees south. Okay, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty.
Okay.
Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty. You can look into it. I can show you a little documentary that goes over it all. Okay, so you need very, very, like a very strict permit that has a lot of terms and conditions that go along with the permit to be able to travel beyond 60 degrees south. It's very expensive and it's very dangerous, and you're not allowed to do a bunch of things like carry fuel and.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah. It says it prohibits military activity. It's supposed to be for scientific investigation and cooperation, but I think a lot of stuff is restricted in Antarctica. Like the people that can go there are also restricted, I think.
And then you know, ask someone like Josh, right? We got Josh here. You can ask Josh. Josh has said this is 2.5 polar circumnavigate. Hold on, someone's interrupting. Who is that? Yes, I will mute. That's correct. You are mute. All right. Yeah. So have a look. I'm just guessing what Josh has posted. It's probably going to be some space circumnavigation or something. Let's click on his link. Yep. There we go. Right. So Spaceman Josh, right, who seems like a very nice guy. I like Josh. But just as I expected, have a look at his evidence of a north to south circumnavigation.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
You know, it's what I would consider it to be absolute junk.
Yeah, he sent this I don't know, this video of this he sent this video of SpaceX's Dragon orbiting the.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah.
So you should check out this. It's actually really funny. Back in 2004 or 2005, they actually tricked a whole group of people into thinking that they went to space. Have you heard of that? I guess you could call it a prank. It was a reality TV show called Space Cadets. And for just $6 million budget, they literally tricked an entire group of people into literally thinking that they went to space and were looking out of a space capsule at the Earth from space. That's how easy it is to trick people. And that's actually like tricking actual people, let alone just faking some footage, right? This footage would be so easy to fake. But yeah, they just for $6 million, they tricked a whole group of people into thinking they went to space with 2005 technology. Imagine with an $80 million a day budget, what kind of stuff you could pull off.
Yeah, but it kind of makes me angry.
Yeah, look, the main thing with the space stuff, it's like we don't even need to would say, oh, look, we can prove that this is fake, right? It's just faith-based, right? You can never prove it's real. You can choose whether you want to believe it or not, but you're never going to be able to validate it regardless. Whereas everything that we're presenting, anyone can kind of go out and repeat it, to a certain extent themselves if they have the means to do so, which doesn't require a huge amount of money or anything like that. It's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, but when Europeans sailed to Australia, right? Was it like north to south? I mean, north to east. Oh wait, no, west to east.
Oh, sorry. When who did what?
When Europeans sailed to Australia, was it like west to east or north to south?
Well, I don't think they did a circumnavigation, really, did they? I think they just... You're talking about Captain Cook?
No, I'm talking about how did Europeans end up in Australia?
Well, it was discovered by Captain Cook. I'm not sure if his exact route that he took.
Oh, I see. But because on the globe Earth that they provide, Australia is like at the very bottom. So is New Zealand. So it's like according to the model they provide, if they didn't do a circumnavigation, it would be quite hard to get to Australia.
We'll think about it like this, right? Think about a big lake, and then you've got continents like islands within the lake, and then you would just be going from one island to another island and then back to the island that you came from. So it wouldn't really be circumnavigating unless you went around the lake, right? You could still go around the lake and come back to where you started, but that would be essentially kind of like an east to west, roughly an east to west or west to east type circumnavigation, because east and west are just circles around a north pole, or like a magnetic north point. Right, like if you were on a football field and you put a giant magnet in the center of the field, and then you get a compass, and then you want to go east or west, right? You could start at one place in the field and then do a big circle and came back to where you started, and then you've circumnavigated the football field. But you couldn't go like south, right? You couldn't have that football field with the magnet and then just go in a straight direction south and then come back to, you couldn't circumnavigate that way on a football field with a big magnet in the middle. That wouldn't be possible. Same sort of thing with the Earth.
Could someone provide like a sort of a illustration of the model that you guys believe in, like how the continents are positioned from each other in this environment? Like, is it similar to like what we know, or like I need an illustration?
It would have to be similar to what we know, but what we know, like what do we really know when it comes to the exact placement of continents? We know that if you get on a plane and you go in a certain direction, roughly it takes a certain amount of time to get to that location.
And you know how for example, at the equator, the weather always stays the same, right? But then the sun, it like when it moves over the earth, uh like in a year, in like 365 days, it goes from from the top of the earth to the bottom. That's how winter comes about, because there's less sun shining in certain parts of the earth at certain parts of the year, except for the equator where the sun is always shining. So
Right.
how does the sun move over the earth based on what we have observed?
everything in the sky moves in cycles, right? And those cycles reset. They always reset. So, I mean, we can only know what we can observe. We don't
Exactly.
make specific claims about exactly how the sky works. There could be some mechanisms taking place that are far beyond the human comprehension, our current knowledge. Okay, so it would be crazy to make definitive claims about exactly what we're looking at. But what we all observe is that, just say I'm in Australia, at summer, when it's summer, the sun at midday is directly above my head. Okay, so it's taking an east to west path. It rises in the east, sets in the west, and then as it gets towards winter, every day the sun at midday, it'll get a little bit lower in the sky, until in winter it's actually quite low in the sky. Right, it's not above my head, but at the same time, someone standing in Europe will be experiencing the exact opposite of what I'm experiencing in Australia. So when it's the middle of winter in Australia, someone standing in Europe, when it's midday for them, they'll have the sun circling directly over their head during summer. So wherever anyone is on the earth in summer, the sun will be much higher in the sky, and in winter it'll be much lower in the sky. But 12 hours later, right, someone in the north or in the south, right, it'll be summer for them or winter. Maybe I made that a bit confusing, but does that make sense?
What I want to know is, based on what we have observed, what's the angle that the sun sort of moves relative to a singular point on earth, such that there's for example, here in my country it's always summer, right? So the sun always passes over here. But then say someone living in Canada, they or North America, in the US, they would feel winter in December, right? So that means the angle which the sun, there's got to be an angle that the sun
So I'm in
moves.
Poland at the moment, and it's getting really cold here. And when it's midday, the sun isn't high in the sky; it's very low in the sky. So the sun isn't taking a path over the earth that's very close to where I'm at, and it's just gonna keep cycling further and further away from me until it gets freezing cold here, and the days are getting shorter and shorter. Whereas where my family is in Australia, right, it's like the sun's getting close, it's taking a path that's much closer to Australia, and it's getting warmer there. So it's kind of roughly, right, to give you a rough idea of a way to think about it, the sun cycles between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn every 6 months, and that's what creates the seasons. But I think there's a lot more to it. But that's essentially what we observe, right? If you're standing at a particular location, that's what you'll observe roughly happening. But I think that there could be a lot more to the way the sky works, right? Because there are anomalies as well. So, I think there's a lot more. That's why we speculate. When it comes to the sky, it's speculating. I'm speculating right now. We can only see what we see in the sky. Everyone sees the same thing, right? But I don't think anyone truly knows exactly what the sun is, or what medium the sun is in, and how the sky mechanism works in totality.
Yeah. I think they pretty much just invented most of the stuff to be able to discredit religion. The moment they discredit religion, I'm not necessarily saying the moment we don't use the heliocentric model there's like absolute proof of a creator, right? But it makes a creator much more likely, because Earth and humans and everything on Earth would be at the center of all we know, right? So like the moment people believe in a higher power and not the government, then they can't control people.
Yeah, that's there's probably a whole bunch of reasons.
Yeah.
And like to replace, people put a lot of their faith and trust in religion and God, and these people in power, especially the people that this heliocentric model / religion originated from, right? They thrive on control and power, and they almost wanted seemingly to replace God with themselves. So people put their faith and trust in whatever they get told by their leaders rather than anyone else.
Yeah. So about religion, right? I have some friends who are Hindu, and they say the Hinduism predicted like the heliocentric model of the universe long before Europeans did it and all that. And I've never really looked into it, but I've been looking into it now, and it says that like scriptures like the Veda and like some other scriptures in like Hinduism, they say that they kind of describe a sort of heliocentric model, and that some of the verses they describe gravity as a force holding the planets in orbit and depicting the Earth and other celestial bodies moving in space around the sun. Like,
is that the original text though, or is that later texts that have come and been interpreted by more modern people? Because what I usually
I can answer that. I read like the Vedas, the original ones, and in the original Vedas, they don't really go with the heliocentric model. On the contrary, they have an inertial realm of existence where we live upon 7 layers above and 7 below, encapsulated in a giant circle or dome.
Wait, what does the original Veda say?
So in the original Vedas, right, and in their depiction of our cosmology and what we live upon, they have the level plane of inertia or flat Earth, right, in the center. Then they have 7 layers above it, like in almost like arcways or domes, right, with each planet being in one of those places, in one of those 7 layers. And they have 7 layers underneath. And all of that is in a giant sphere, torus, circle, whatever you want to call it. But there is no depiction of a heliocentric model.
Wait, so okay, so basically Earth is like the bottom of the model, is it? And then there's like stars and like the sun and all that above it.
Middle. So 7 layers above and 7 layers below.
Oh, what's the 7 layers? But wait, let me check. Let me Google it.
Guys, the Earth is not flat; it is round. All people are here stupid. Earth is round. It is scientifically proved, and
okay, bro.
Okay, hold on.
The Earth.
Okay.
No,
calm down.
No chanting, please.
Yeah, dude, that guy literally sounded like a freaking Matrix robot, bro.
Is he still here? Should we see what happens if we challenge him what he says?
He left. I did mute him.
He was just trolling. He was just trolling. Oh yeah, I'm looking at the thing that the Vedas say, and yeah, it's 7 layers above, 7 layers below, and yeah, it looks like a bunch of flat planes.
Yep.
Arranged.
Now, the extent of the Earth, let's call it circle, I think it's within the millions, maybe billions of miles. I had a conversation about this the other day. I looked into Vedic cosmology around 2016, 17, and the Earth is depicted, this realm, as a huge wide circle encapsulated by mountains, and above and below there are similar circles of different realms where different gods or different inhabitations are around. I can't remember the Vedic gods. Maybe my friend here could help me with those. But as you get higher, it's a higher state of consciousness.
So let me add upon that for you real quickly. When it comes to like Vedic cosmology, astrology, and then the Vedas in general, right? Hinduism. There's a misconception, firstly, that it's a polytheistic religion. It's not. It's a monotheistic religion. Brahman that's like just God, right? All the other deities are attributes or characteristics of the one, right? So imagine you have white light, then you have the colors of the rainbow, right? Those colors of the rainbow still come from white light. They're just aspects of white light. Put it like that, right? And now, depending on what planet you go to, every planet is governed by a deity, right? Let it be the sun is governed by Surya, stuff like that. They're all governed by a deity, right, or aspect of God. I can talk a lot about it, but I don't know exactly what you would need clarification on.
It's just understanding that within this conceptualization of reality, it's flat. It's not a sphere orbiting around the sun. That's all really we need to know.
That is a most definite given facet. Like that's in the Vedas, right? And if you read the Vedas and you read any other scripture, right, parallelly, you're going to see how they're pretty much saying the same thing, right? Slightly different due to language barriers and time frames, right? But it's in essence the same thing. Let it be, in the beginning was God, with him was the Word, and the Word was truly God. That same verse can be found in the Rig Vedas, or I should say the Bhagavad Gita, right?
Yeah.
One of the interesting things I found about Vedic cosmology, especially when they look at the stars to, as we in the West would say, horoscopes, right? Basically using astrology to figure out the characters and future and past of people. Apparently, the Vedic idea of doing it, which is with an Earth-centered system, the Earth isn't in any motion around the things in the sky. It's all measured from a flat Earth. It's just with regards to what we see. Apparently, it's the most accurate type of horoscope, to use a Western term, that there is around. Vedic cosmology gives very accurate readings, apparently, and it's centered on a flat Earth.
We won't go too much so we don't stray away from the topic, but what you just stated, I can, I'm not going to affirm it, right? Because who am I to affirm things? Everybody should do their own research. But from what I've studied about Vedic astrology and seen practitioners who know their stuff, it is very, very scary how accurate these people can be. Extremely scary.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that. Ultimately, the point is, from a flat Earth, it's more accurate from a flat Earth. To use, say, Western astrology and like horoscopes and things that you might find in the newspapers, that has an Earth in motion when you read the stars in the sky. So the houses and this, that, and the other. There's two ways to do it. One is with an Earth-centered system. The other way is to have, I think it's a sun-centered system. I might be incorrect. But ultimately, there's different ways of mapping the sky to do astrology. Yeah, astrology. And the Vedic seem to be, like our friend said, a little bit more accurate than the Western one, where we've got a moving Earth ball.
I'll make a quick disclaimer when it comes to even Western astrology. It's not that it's focused on moving on a globe, right? Because in essence, that's not it's just tropical and sidereal astrology in essence, right? One follows the tropics and where the sun is exactly every single day and every single year, while the other one is following the precession of the stars. So the background of it, right?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for I'm only speaking up because it's interesting, and I want you to fill the gaps. And if I say something badly, but again, I appreciate you saying that.
I don't take any offense, firstly, and you know, I love learning and helping people, you know, learn something new. So it's my pleasure. But astrology in general, this what I will say, and this connects back to flat Earth. The only reason that any type of astrology can work if it is based off a geocentric, non-rotating stationary Earth. That is the only way. Otherwise, everything goes into chaos mode, and if there's chaos mode, you can't make predictions because nothing ever stays the same. There are no patterns to be recognized. Well, within the geocentric model or flat Earth model, you have that paradigm.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that.
Much obliged. Gladly.
So okay, so far the empirical evidence that I know for flat Earth is the gas pressure argument, the horizon stuff, like that's one, and then there's one more.
Yeah, long distance observations, gas pressure argument, no validation of anything globe, like motion of the Earth, etc.
Yeah,
it's one of the biggest killers, right? Is the lack of empirical evidence for the globe.
Okay. All
but the
right,
long distance observations, that's a real killer. You should look at more, look a little more depth into the long distance observations.
Yeah, I definitely will. It's just that actually I could actually do it much more easily, I think, because like there's a lot of shipping containers and like a lot of shipping boats or whatever that pass through the Singapore Strait. Like it's a ton of them, but you know, I can only go so far. But I like if I could station myself at the beach, I can see like a ton of ships passing by the Singapore Strait.
Problem is, you have like really, really crazy humid weather all the time where you're at.
Yeah.
Look up
Is that
what's the average visibility, you know, in the region that you're in, or anywhere in Southeast Asia. It's probably not a huge distance. Like some of the best long distance observations are done in really dry environments where you don't have a lot of humidity and whatnot in the air. You've got like really dry, like Utah, like giant lakes, like the Great Salt Lake in Utah. We can see all the way across the Great Salt Lake, 21 miles across the lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake from just a 5-foot height.
Yeah.
Because it's a very, very dry environment. Like you have really, really good visibility. Sometimes when you've got a lot of temperature fluctuation, like in Southeast Asia, for example, around the equator, you have a lot of distortion, heat distortion, and things like that when you're looking vast distances through the air. But I mean, you could prove me wrong. Like, I don't know. You have the good thing about Southeast Asia is you don't have big waves to contend with, because that's one of the biggest problems when you're making long distance observations over the ocean, right? When it comes to ships, is bottom up obstruction is going to happen because of ocean swells. Whereas in Southeast Asia, quite often you have like zero ocean swells, don't you?
Yeah. Also, I'm also curious. A lot of these jobs in like the space industry, right? Like a lot of them are like they're only for like citizens of that country. Like why does the government why do the governments do that? Like, and how does it relate to like this flat Earth stuff? Do you guys know? Like, how come SpaceX only takes people with green cards? Like, what do they go through in their so-called security clearance stuff?
I'm not sure exactly, but I mean, are you talking about like the Blue Origin?
Yeah, SpaceX or Blue Origin.
Well, Blue Origin, I mean, they're only sort of sending people up on like a kind of like a parabolic flight type of situation. Where
No, I'm not talking about the tourists. I'm talking about people who work at these companies. Like, they need to be citizens of the country, right? They need to have security clearance. So, like, if anyone can shed light on it.
ITAR is just U.S. persons. Security clearances are different.
Yeah, exactly. I've heard of ITAR. ITAR applies to if you want to start a space company as well, not just work at one of these companies. Like, if you want to do anything weapons related, you have to follow the ITAR, and they only allow like certain countries. I've done my research on that, but why do they have ITAR? Is it just to like restrict the import and export of like weapons or like nuke stuff?
No. I mean, it's like guidance systems and propulsion systems, stuff that could be used. Oh, I mean, Yoder, it's fine. But no, it's trade. It's basically just protecting certain technologies from being exported or conveyed to other countries. But that's all on class.
I see. And have you been to like the SpaceX launch site?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had stuff go up on STP-2, which was a Falcon Heavy launched in 2019, and then I had stuff go up on a Falcon Heavy in May 2023 with Viasat 3. We were a secondary payload, and then we had a dedicated Falcon 9 right at the end of the year last year, like New Year's Eve-ish. But yeah, no, I've been down for a few launches.
So, okay, so also, guys, if you could tag me, if you could ping me in like in the Flat Earth server, like a bunch of other empirical evidence of Flat Earth on top of what we've discussed so far, that would be great. I think there are channels. I saw channels where like you guys have like collated a bunch of related topics, you know.
Well, there's a lot of information there, and it might be easier for you to just use the search feature and type in any question you might have. Somebody likely already asked that question. It's probably been answered before.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
There's a ton of info there. So if we were to try and
I'll read
individual things, it'd be easier for you to just ask it the questions you have.
Yeah. Actually, you guys should put in like a bot, like a Discord bot, like that, like collates like all the messages that have been sent, and like based on that, someone can just ask the Discord bot questions, and then it will give the answer based on what people have said in the chat. I think there are a few that do that.
Yeah, I'm not really able to talk right now, but can I get text permissions back?
Who said that?
Obvious it be muted me.
Also, I want to.
Yeah, hold on, Cryptic. Well, we can't override another mod's decision, so you'd have to appeal to them, or at least.
Yoder just did. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah, the only way we can overturn another mod's, text mute or whatever is if it's been a while, or they give us permission to do it.
Yeah, it's all good. I just didn't understand why it occurred.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, like, how many people in this server, the English hub, you that have gotten as far as I have so far, like on the flat Earth thing.
What? Do you mean like, have you leveled up more than anybody else has? If you defeated more end level bosses? Yeah, you're doing good, man. You're doing good.
No, I mean like do most people just like simply not simply leave after you present
Mostly,
them?
yeah, I understand what you're saying. So yeah, for the vast percent of people, this is a subject that they have a lot of cognitive dissonance with. They struggle to understand it. So yeah, they usually fail at one of the first two hurdles. Obviously you've been around for a little while, you're asking good questions. So the longer you stay around, and you're only doing yourself credit, but that doesn't happen often. So yeah, you got further than most, let's say.
Okay. Do you think yeah, go
I was
ahead.
just gonna say, like, it's like a big test of the ego for a lot of people. A lot of people, they come in here, right? They have a presupposition of what flat Earth is, and that flat Earthers are idiots. And they'll see the Flat Earth channel, and they've heard a few of the mainstream strawman flat Earth debunking arguments, and they have a false sense of knowledge about how much they know about the globe and science and things like that. So they'll come in here thinking they're going to get like some sort of easy win in an argument. So they'll kind of enter the battlefield, so to speak, and then 5 minutes later they'll realize that they don't know anything about the globe, right? And that every flat earther here knows 10 times more than they know about the globe, and they don't know any of the flat Earth arguments. So they find themselves in a battle without any ammunition, and that's hard for them to handle, right? So some people, right, it's usually the fight or flight mechanism will kick in, and they have to choose how they're going to try to deal with that situation. Now, some people that are more in control of their ego, right, they'll say, well, yeah, I admit I don't actually know that much about the globe. You guys make some good points, and then they want to ask some more questions. But quite often the ego will take over, and they'll just spiral out of control. They'll start insulting. They won't listen to anything, or sometimes they'll start trying to Google and ChatGPT all their answers on the spot, which doesn't work out for them either. Or some people will just start lying. Yes, it's quite often it's difficult for people to go through the conversation in good faith.
Some folks get Phil Bellum in their DMs.
Yeah, we've got people, certain even physicists, right? Like a guy named Professor Phil Bell, right? He hates flat Earth that much that he'll listen to the live stream, right? This is a 70-year-old man who's got a PhD in physics. He'll listen to the live stream, and then when someone comes in here and they sound like they're listening to the conversations, Phil Bell will literally go into their DMs and start trying to tell them that we're lying and we're wrong about our arguments and blah, 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 and that they should listen to him because he's a physicist. And there's a lot of this. We attract a lot of crazy people.
They poison the well.
Trying to poison the well, yep.
Or you get the other person that, like he said, where the ego takes over, and they're like, well, y'all can't explain anything, can you? It's like, we never said that we could.
Yeah, most people want most people avoid talking about the Earth, right? Most people are very, very terrified of the long distance observations and things like that. They just want to talk about the sky, right? They just want to talk about. They'll be like, "Well, what about the galaxies and the stars and Mars and all of these things they can't validate, right?" So they're just basically going to repeat like a conceptual model that nobody can actually test and avoid talking about the actual Earth.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a jiu-jitsu school in a way, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Most people quit after their first lesson because you get like a big tough gym guy goes in there and gets smacked around by a 16-year-old that weighs 40 kilos, right? It's like it's a big, it hurts people's egos, right? So most people quit. 90% of people quit after the first jiu-jitsu class and never come back again. It's kind of like that with this conversation. A lot of people aren't able to go through it, right? It's like a natural mechanism of the human brain, I think, to protect deeply ingrained belief systems, right? People have had this worldview since they were young children. It's deeply ingrained through the movies, through the education system. And people have like a natural coping mechanism when they come in here, and their brains will switch off the learning portion of the brain, and they'll start going into cognitive dissonance mode.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sheepdog, were you trying to say something?
Oh yeah, just kind of a little bit off topic, but you mentioned jiu-jitsu, so like something like 15% of white belts make it to blue belt, because the rest quit before they get to blue belt. Something like 5% of the blue belts make it to to purple belt, and then something like 1% of the purple belts make it to brown belt, and then almost all of the brown belts make it to black belt eventually, because you're that much invested already. But that just goes to show you like how easily people give up on things when they don't have the ability that they thought they had. And it's not about ability at that point. It's really just about not giving up, because you get better through repetition, not because of any skill. It's just a matter of do you continue to persevere?
So now I want to move on to the philosophical aspect of this model that you guys have given me, right? So if there's nothing out there, then why do you guys think? How are you guys optimistic about our current situation?
What do you mean nothing out there? Where?
Okay, nothing. There is not even an out there. Like, we live in this, this environment. There's, as far as we know, this is that all that exists. It's like how that Vedas thing, that Veda that Veda scripture model states that, like, as you ascend, like, you go into higher states of consciousness, and that's the only way you can go to the so-called outside, right? So as long as we remain in this state of consciousness, then we're not leaving anywhere, and there is nowhere that we can physically go to, right? So if we're stuck here, like, with each other in this environment, why do you guys think it's optimistic?
None of us have any idea of what happens after this world. It's all belief, man. Like you're asking each of us to describe our different beliefs, and what keeps us going. And honestly, that's for you to figure out. The way I see it, this world is beautiful the way it is. It's perfect in harmony. You're better off living with nature than with modern advances. The people that live the best lives typically don't live near cities. Simple.
I see.
I wouldn't say that, like, we're not claiming that there's nothing out there. Like, obviously there's some amazing, crazy stuff going on in the sky. And when you see those depictions of, like, the ancient cosmologies and things like that, we're not necessarily saying that that's the layout of this realm that we live in, or this system that we live in. Okay, we're just going off what we can validate. That's all. There could be things beyond your wildest imagination possible in the sky. Right? We aren't making claims to these kind of things. We don't know. It's a mystery. And when it comes to what else is on this plane that we live on, how big is it? Right? Like, could there potentially be something more than we've already discovered, and that kind of thing, right? It goes into speculation, but we don't know, right? There's a lot of mystery and wonder and discovery still yet to go, right? Whereas it's kind of like the Truman Show, in a sense, with the globe, right? It's like, oh, everything's already been discovered. We know everything about everything. Don't worry about it. Just listen to what we tell you. Like, we know how everything works. Don't worry about it. If you question what we're telling you, then you're crazy. You're a science denier, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, there could be a lot more on this plane that we just don't know about. Potentially, I'm not claiming that there is, but could be. And what's in the sky? Yeah. There could be a lot more beyond what we can reach in the sky, and we don't know how it works. So it's not necessarily saying that it's just this section of the Earth that we're living on, and then a container, and then that's it. That's not really the claim. That's just the section that we can do tests in and that kind of thing.
Yeah. So, if tomorrow, or like in like next month, somehow hypothetically, everyone kind of gets to that same stage of realization as I am in right now, like with regards to the flat earth, right? How do you think that would change geopolitics? How do you think that would change human society? Just realizing the earth could be flat.
Yeah, I don't know. Good question. Yeah, that'd be interesting to see. But yeah, once again, it would be speculation to try to predict what would happen. But yeah, it's unfortunate we can't talk about certain topics when we're on YouTube and, when we're on these servers. But yeah, we can have more of a chat. If we go into the chill chat sometime in the home server, we can talk about a few different topics and get into speculating about what could happen if just say hypothetically everyone woke up tomorrow, and things that people wouldn't tolerate instantly anymore, and how it could have a pretty big effect overall on the way that this earth is run and the people running it or whatever. So yeah, that's another conversation for a different server.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. I wouldn't focus on that aspect, on changing the world or what that could mean. I think the best thing out of this is coming to these conclusions using logic and discernment, actually regaining your ability to critically think for yourself, because you'd be very surprised that when you apply this empirical methodology to other subjects, you'd be very surprised at how much we just believe and how much narrative we've bought without any validation. So this is something you can take away for yourself and really train your mind, you know, to be strong, to be able to make logical sort of conclusions based on things like empiricism, and you can really start to, you know, what I call lift the veil of lies that seem to be not just shrouded in the shape of the earth or, you know, the nature of earth, but many subjects that we tend not to get into here. But that's for you, that's your present that you get out of, you know, coming to these conclusions, because you're only going to come to these conclusions by using your logic and discernment.
Yeah.
So don't believe anything we've told you, and I don't think you're there. I think you're past that now. You know, it sounds like you've looked into it. It sounds like you've, you know, started to recognize there's no direct evidence for any of this story they've given us. And it only leaves you with, you know, the logical conclusion that the Earth isn't a spinning ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles in a vacuum of space. You know, you've come to that conclusion. You've not been told by us. Well, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you have, you know, been looking into this. So, yeah, that's something that maybe you wasn't doing before, perhaps. None of us were doing before. Well, maybe some of us were.
I do. I'm doing so many things.
Who is that?
I'm doing everything.
What?
So Wednesday, is that you talking? It sounds like you're talking into a pillow.
No, I'm doing so many things.
Your microphone's coming through a bit muffled.
Okay, I will fix it. Just a second.
Sounds like the microphone's in your mouth, dude.
Hello, guys.
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I was just thinking. I was thinking about a couple of things.
Hello, guys.
So
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Now,
hold
can
on a
you hear
second.
me?
There's another guy talking.
And your microphone hasn't improved. Sorry, go ahead, dude.
Okay.
yeah, so we know about the the pressure. You know, in order to have air pressure, you need a container, right? So I was wondering if there's a container. Obviously, the edge of the container has got to contact with the surface of the Earth, right? At least that's what I think. So that's what I guess, that the container has to contact with the surface of the Earth. And
Theological
so,
speculation, yep. But that might not necessarily be the way it works as a whole. Could be something beyond our comprehension, for all we know.
yeah, exactly. So in that case, it's possible to really travel to this boundary. So there's got to be a kind of boundary, right? So if suppose if I were to fly to the edge, do you think that there's this edge that we can't penetrate because, well, us laymen, we can't go there. We don't have the resources to really fly up and explore ourselves.
It's in your hypothetical. If you live inside a container, if you live within a container that has a definite location in space, then hypothetically you should be able to reach that definite location in space. What it's like, though, dude, we've got no clue. But we're inside the idea that we live within a contained environment. Yeah, you should be able to reach the limitation of that container, but we can't. I don't know what it is. This is all just speculation.
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, like, isn't it weird, like, you know, the ability to move around, you know, to travel from one place to another is becoming more restricted. So, for example, like 800 years ago, we didn't need something called a visa or anything. If you had a boat, you got loads of food, you could travel anywhere you want. Isn't it? So, yeah, I was just thinking about that.
Yeah, it's very scary, dude. The world is changing.
You can get on a boat and come to England, no problem.
Oh yeah. DJ, you said there's some stuff you cannot talk about on YouTube, right? Like, why?
Just like certain topics. Certain topics.
Sorry, that's a funny question.
A kind of can get your channel strikes, right? Because it might be borderline against certain types of terms of service violations and things like that, right? They can get certain terminologies and words and topics can get picked up by bots, and it could affect the YouTube account related.
But we're not talking about anything hateful, right? We're just speculating about science.
Yeah. And yeah, we'll keep it that way. And it doesn't necessarily, it's not just hateful things, right, that can be against TOS.
They've categorized some subjects as misinformation, so that can play a part.
Yeah.
I think if you look back in history, like most of the people who got assassinated, I think it's not for the reasons that, you know, you might think. Let's say they were not violent. I don't think Martin Luther King was violent. What about, you know, John Lennon? You know, guys like that. You've got examples where people were killed because of being non-violent, I guess. So there's that threat.
Yeah, and I think that's why subconsciously there's a lot of people who know the Earth isn't a ball, but don't come out and say it, especially if they've got a public figure or if they have a well-paid job. There has been instances of, you know, people, normal globy people, reporting flat earthers to their workplaces and maybe, you know, schools, just because they're flat earthers, and basically saying, I think they should be sacked, they shouldn't be influencing children, blah, blah, blah. So there is a visceral response to flat earth with people who are in cognitive dissonance, and then some of them, like the guy DJ mentioned earlier, make it their mission to combat them, to oppose us. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's one of those subjects. You know, religion can be one, medical can be another. So we play it safe. We keep it empirical because this is undeniable. You know, you can go out there and prove to yourself that the Earth is not a spinning ball with a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. You can do that empirically. So is that misinformation? No, it's verifiable. So that's where we keep it. But there's a lot more to this. Yeah, when it comes to the flat Earth, there's a lot more we could speak about, but this is where we think is most effective. And also, we don't want to put people off, you know, with too many personal speculations.
Right, like it's kind of hard to have an open conversation about what happened in 2020, for example. You know, with the COVID situation and all of that kind of thing. That's kind of what I was talking about earlier when I said we can't talk about certain things. That's one example where it's nothing hate related or anything like that, but it's just a topic that can tick a TOS box and get you in trouble, just possibly, just for talking about it in general. But look, here's a guy, Cryptic. Here's a playlist. It's called Balls Out Physics. Okay, this is a guy named Brian Mullen, and it's quite an old series, but he's a high-level engineer, and he has a whole series where he's going over very technical arguments about problems with the globe. He speaks about this in some of the videos in the playlist. This guy was attacked like crazy by globe earthers, and he had to move locations, right? He had to stop making flat earth videos. They tried to get him fired from his job, and a whole bunch of stuff happened, right? And he doesn't make content anymore because he can't. He could lose his entire career just for talking about it.
Yeah.
But it's a good series, right? That Balls Out Physics.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It seems pretty nice.
Yeah.
I'll look into it. I'm currently halfway through this movie called The Principle.
Yeah.
I'm halfway through that, so I'm gonna complete that. Then I'm gonna look into this.
Awesome.
Yeah, but like I originally joined this voice chat to troll you guys about with this guy called Bad Pug. Like we were talking in the other voice chat about like how like flat earthers are like idiots, and like how he's been here, and it's like he told me multiple times that talking to you guys is like talking to a wall, whatever that means. And he said he's had arguments with you guys before, and you guys wouldn't budge on your position or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember you telling us about that, and he was saying something like we got all of our arguments or talking points out of some book or some nonsense like that.
Yeah.
And then when he came in here, we were like, "What book is it?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. Right? I'll be honest and say I don't actually know what book." It's like, what?
Yeah, the NPC script line it went out of his dialogue.
Yeah. So yeah, like we encourage people to scrutinize the information we're giving them, right? And have equal scrutiny for the information that's being presented by the Globe side as well. And then evaluate both positions, learn both positions, and then, come to your own conclusion using your own critical thinking ability.
Yep, yeah.
A lot of people project as well. Like, obviously, you've been speaking in here for a while and speaking to us today for a while. Clearly, it's not like speaking to a brick wall. Clearly, we're tuned in. We're really interested in, progression, developing ideas, and really getting to the crux and the core or the root of an argument. A lot of time with these guys, these globers, they're just projecting. It's actually them that are like speaking to a brick wall, because if we hit you with empirical evidence, direct measurement, example after example of how the globe is dead, it's completely finished, and then they go away and start telling you it's like talking to a brick wall, that's actually projection. So you'll find that's probably a form of cognitive dissonance and a bit of a defensive position, because this isn't an easy subject, I understand, and people get very defensive. So we hear and see a lot of that every day, and I'm sure you've been around when those conversations have happened.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
and it literally feels like we're talking to a brick wall.
Yeah.
But if somebody comes in here with a globe evidence, you know, and they're articulate and they're able to, you know, fully explain what they're talking about, the last thing you're going to get is a brick wall. You know, you're going to get detailed responses. You're going to get a good flow of conversation, and that's really what we're looking for. You know, we're looking for Globers to come in here and make claims so that we can hash this out, because we feel anybody who's logical, all we need to do is speak about this, you know, get to the bottom of this with them, and any normal person should be able to and will have to come to the same conclusion. The globe is a narrative. It's like a religion, and there is no direct evidence for any of it. So regardless of your position, if you're going to be honest, you've got to admit that this is a belief. The ball is a belief, you know, and that's at the very least what we expect. You don't have to be a flat earther, but you have to be honest.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think, yeah, honesty, that's definitely that definitely has to exist, because regardless, you know, at the end of the day, we need to know what's true. That's what matters, you know.
Yeah. But to be brutally honest, at this point in the conversation, it's literally like everyone that comes in here, even if they're coming in good faith, right, with good manners and that kind of thing, they're still just blurting out the same, like, it's like a pre-programmed script. And they don't even know that it's like a pre-programmed script. They're thinking that they're asking us this particular question as if we probably haven't heard it before. Whereas it's the same set of like 10 or 20 questions that people ask when they come in here for years. What about this? What about that? Boats over the horizon? What about like eclipses? It's like everyone basically has the same script.
Where's the edge? Why would they lie?
Yeah, like I could have 20 pre-recorded responses and just hit number 1 to 20 and answer nearly every person that comes in his question with one of those 20 pre-recorded responses, almost guaranteed for nearly every single person.
And if I could add too, what we've done is over the years, with each of those questions, we've done deep dives, and we dive deeper and deeper and deeper into each of those. And we save documents to our computers. We have chit chats with each other. We go so in depth, and we bring the depth of that knowledge up in the conversations we have when we get one of those 10 to 20 objections. And the audience wonders, oh my gosh, how do these people know so much about these things? Well, to be honest, it really is only about 10 to 20 topics. And we've just spent so long and going so deep on each of them that we've developed a knowledge base.
Yeah, about that, right? I was watching a video earlier about like a flat earther trying to prove like the earth is flat. I want to send it to you guys because like the video is framed in a way like, oh, this stupid flat earther got it wrong or something. I don't know what his version of flat earth is. I don't know if he believes in an edge or an ice wall, but I'll send you guys the video.
Yeah. I bet I can almost guarantee it's a guy named Jeranism who has a very goofy looking face. And it's from a Netflix documentary called Behind the Curve. And if you type in to YouTube, Flat Earth debunks himself, right? There's a whole bunch of videos, and most of them have Jaren starring in them. But if you actually have a look through the videos, right, at the documentary, you'll find out it's absolutely misleading. It's kind of like a mockumentary. It doesn't really show any of the tests that he did or anything like that. It's there's a whole story, a whole backstory to that. But yeah, share it. Maybe I'm wrong about which one you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll send two. One is of this guy that I watched, and the other is Charlie Kirk debating a flat earther.
Okay, I haven't seen that.
I don't think he debated a flat earther. The flat earther was asking him questions if he thinks the earth's flat. He was like, I thought about it for 3 seconds, and I thought about math and I debunked it or something. He said some smart comment to it. But he didn't debate. He just the flat earther was asking him questions and he just didn't entertain it. His platform, by the way, wasn't set up so that you can have a back and forth. It was just taking people up on stage with the microphone and they could chat with him. But if he was tired of who he was talking to, yeah, next please, just go to the next guy. So it wasn't. He didn't have to stand accountable for the, answering anything about flat Earth.
The first link that you posted, that was just the Netflix mockumentary from Behind the Curve, like I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, those debates don't actually work, those structured debates. Because this isn't supposed to be a debate. It's supposed to be an interrogation of the globe. We're wanting to know why the globe doesn't have any evidence. We're not wanting to have someone give us a premise that the Earth is a globe and tell us all the ways that it is, because that doesn't. There's none of the globe has any merit. None of what's been spoken of about it, because it's not something in the physical realm. Like you can't prove it to me.
Wait, so for the first video I sent, it's a Netflix mockumentary.
Yep. Okay, I'll give you a really quick summary of that. It's called Behind the Curve, and they specifically picked a group of certain flat earthers. And apparently it started out like they were supposed to be unbiased, right? Not towards the globe side or towards the flat earth side. And throughout the documentary, the producer of the documentary attended a flat earth conference, and apparently he noticed there were kids at the conference. Hold on, bro. What's wrong with you?
Why are you rude? Stop being rude.
All right, he's muted up. Yeah, so they attended during the documentary, right, during the making of Behind the Curve, they went to a flat earth conference. Apparently there were kids at the conference, and the producer of the documentary, apparently that pissed him off that there were kids there and that there were flat earthers talking about flat earth to kids. So he decided to shift the objective of the documentary and sort of turn it more into a hit piece against flat earth, right? So that's apparently what happened. And then when they were filming certain scenes that they put into the film, they edited them in a sneaky way that made it look like a certain thing happened, but it was just the way that they actually edited the footage that made it look like that particular thing happened. But apparently it didn't actually go down the way that they said it went down. There's a bunch of interviews with people that were in that film explaining what actually happened. And then there was a lawsuit after the film because before the film happened, they promised the flat earthers that they would give the flat earthers all of the uncut footage from the film. And then after the film was shot, right after it was filmed, they refused to hand over any of the original footage that the flat earthers could have used to say, hey, look, they lied about what they said happened in this particular scene. And then there was like a lawsuit, going on after it. But that's no longer the case anymore, I don't think, because one of the flat earthers in that film is actually passed away now, Bob Nodell. But there's a whole interview with Bob Nodell explaining what really happened with the gyroscope that they were talking about, and then the other guy, Jaren, whatever test they set up with the when he cut the cardboard holes, right, and then he was meant to shine a laser through these cardboard holes, but apparently he broke the laser, he melted the collimator on the laser, so they already had the whole thing set up, so they decided to use a flashlight instead of the laser. It was just a big mess. If you actually have a look at the footage, it doesn't show the setup, it doesn't show anything. It shows 50 seconds worth of footage regarding that observation where it said Flat Earther debunks himself. Jaren was the Flat Earther in that scene. He said that it didn't go down the way that they presented it. So,
so
it was just a big mess. It was just aimed to make flat earthers look dumb.
Wait, so they forced him to fudge up the results.
Not necessarily. So they were supposed to do a laser test, and he was supposed to have, I think it was 3 cardboard cutouts at certain distances, and he was going to try to shoot the laser beam, like the high-powered laser beam, through the holes. Okay, and if it was a globe, then there should have been some deviation due to curvature. But before the experiment took place, Jaren left on the laser and melted the collimator, melted part of the laser, so they couldn't use the laser. But because they already had it all set up for the show, right, and all the globe earthers and flat earthers were there, blah, 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 they had the whole scene set up, they decided to just use a flashlight instead, which is a kind of ridiculous tool to use. And so he basically shot the camera. Jaren was holding the camera. He was shooting the camera through these 3 holes that were apparently aligned over a certain distance, which they didn't show us any footage of at all. And then there was a guy at the other end who was holding a flashlight. And Jaren should have been able to see the flashlight if the Earth was flat through the 3 holes. But he couldn't see the flashlight. And then he asked the guy with the flashlight to lift the flashlight up in the air. And then he could see the flashlight. So they said, okay, that's because the Earth is a globe, right? Because he lifted it up over the curvature of the Earth. Now Jaren can see the flashlight. And then they cut it, right? And you see Jaren saying, interesting. And then they sort of ended the scene in the documentary at that point. But apparently what really happened was when he said, interesting, that actually happened something like 4 hours earlier. And they just spliced that bit of footage in to make it look like that's what he said. Apparently what actually happened was the guy lifted the flashlight back down again. And then Jaren said, oh, I can see it. Right? So he couldn't see it when it was lifted down. And then he lifted it up and he could see it. And then apparently he lifted it back down again. And he said, oh, I can see it again. But they didn't put that in the film. And it was done at nighttime. And Jaren said he went back there the next day, and apparently there was some branches of trees or something that could be obstructing it in the wind. I don't know. It was just a whole big mess. It doesn't show anything. It's really, really crappy. Even just the test in itself is flawed with the flashlight and the cardboard cutouts. And yeah, it's just a big hot mess portrayed in a way that looks like some dumb flat earthers went out and just debunked themselves.
DJ, is there any video where we can see what happened in that journalism test? Because
no,
in any video that I watch, I can't see anything. It's just pitch black. You just see the light or the camera, the screen of the camera. That's all.
There's nothing. There's nothing. They don't show the setup. They don't show the location. They don't show anything. They show 52 seconds worth of footage. Most of the footage is just close-ups of Jaren's dopey-looking face.
I didn't even see if that guy in the other side had to lift his hands or not. I just heard Jaren in that video that Jaren isn't told him, oh, just lift up your hands. So, and at that moment he could see the light. But I didn't.
They didn't even show that. Look, all they showed was a cartoon diagram saying this is what happened, and they got the math wrong in the cartoon diagram. Chris, if you're still listening, like this is the screenshot from the diagram they showed in the video. Okay, so it's showing a guy with the flashlight, and it says 17 foot, and he's holding the flashlight in front of his chest. And then the next screenshot they show us. Wait, here it comes. All right, now look, all of a sudden the flashlight's 23 foot high, and all he did was hold his arms up. Like, what's he got, 6 foot long arms? So it goes from 17 foot to 23 foot, and all he did was lift up the flashlight. So they even got the math wrong, right, in this ridiculously over-exaggerated cartoon diagram. The whole thing was just a mess. It didn't prove anything. Apparently, like what Jaren said and what the people, even the globe earthers that went there said, was that everyone walked away from that test saying, well, that was a big fail. That didn't prove anything either way. And then it was later edited in a way just to make flat earthers look silly. That's what happened with that one. Whereas the long distance observations and laser tests and things like that we're presenting, right, they actually show everything start to finish. You know, it's highly detailed, you know, tests rather than this like silly Netflix 50-second clip.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What
and then the next one you showed with Charlie Kirk. I mean, even Charlie Kirk's response was just ridiculous. You can tell he's never even looked into flat Earth, right? He just says it's not flat, and then he says you could see the curvature of the Earth from an airplane, which is just ridiculously false.
Yeah, he's being condescending as hell, bro.
But people think that people think that you could see the curvature from an airplane. He probably genuinely thought that.
You literally can't, bro.
People, man. But Charlie was a theosophist.
Well, what's a theosophist?
It's a sophist that invokes God.
Yeah, I have no idea how Charlie like loves Jesus so much and doesn't even want to consider the flat Earth.
They, you know, it's just a character. These people are characters. Like,
yeah, his wife literally preaches like she's sending Bible verses after he died. Like, if you guys love God so much, God said to be humble and all that, and be open minded and stuff, right? So go look into flat Earth, like. Why you got like this is the clip that surprised me because Charlie Kirk always tries to, you know, be open-minded and debate people, but the moment the guy said flat Earth, and you can see in the video, the guy asking the question is not being condescending or anything. Like, he's just like asking, have you considered the flat Earth? Like, have you seen it? Have you studied it? But Charlie Kirk is like, oh, I went to school. I rode in an airplane. I know the Earth is not flat.
yeah, just instant mockery, basically. That's the tactic that people use against flat Earth.
You can see
he literally doesn't mock. He doesn't mock anyone. Like, people have had so-called more crazy ideas brought to him, like all sorts of stuff, and he debates everything, and then the moment the guy says flat Earth, he's like, oh, you're wasting my time, get out.
Yeah, I've got an awesome video. I'm just looking for it now. A flat earther interviews a what is she? She's like a astrophysicist. He tricks her. She doesn't know he's a flat earther, and he basically acts like he's like just a general reporter, and he goes in and he starts questioning her. It's actually a hilarious and interesting interview. The way she responds to his questions. I'll just find it now. It's really well done, actually.
Yeah, I would love to have a look at it. Yeah.
Got it here. She can't answer his questions. It's funny. Yeah, it's in the side chat.
Okay, I'll look into it.
Yeah, definitely worth a watch.
My opinion, Jeranism was definitely an actor. In my opinion, he never was flat earther at all. At any moment in his life, he just acted as being a flat earther. You're telling me that someone was a flat earther and accepted he was good with the idea that stars are arcing around the celestial southern pole, and he was okay with that. The thing that changed him and made him turn globe earther was just a star doing again what the stars does in the around the celestial pole. Another star arcing around that celestial pole, which is the sun, but they consider it a star. I don't. But
That's because
point is,
Aaron
he
has
was wrong with
beliefs. He's because he has beliefs, dude. He's a believer. Or was.
I'm okay with that, even if he has beliefs. The guy
No,
was a flat
that's the
earther and
problem.
was okay with the idea that stars can arc around the southern celestial pole on a flat Earth. So you're telling me he changed his mind when he saw the sun?
My
doing the
point,
same thing?
the problem was he was pushing beliefs, dude. He wasn't pushing knowledge. He was just pushing beliefs, and that is his problem. That's why he's so quickly flipped over like a little dog rolling on his back so they could expose his belly. He had beliefs.
And I think that I don't know if he knew Whitsitt and the other flat earthers before, but I think that he joined that team, Whitsitt and Dave Weiss and the others, just to have some background to be able to talk about flat Earth. And remember, he didn't debate a lot. He did moderate debates between flat earthers and globe earthers, but he didn't debate a lot because
he mostly made anti-NASA content, which doesn't even require you to be a flat earther. Most of his content, and it was good content. A lot of his anti-NASA content was really good. But he never really went into technical arguments. I never saw him presenting long-distance observations or even talking about that kind of thing. It was all just NASA, NASA, NASA.
Now, is he still into the anti-NASA side, or?
No, I think he's going back towards the moon landing was real side.
Gotcha. I don't know much about him. I watched him a few times back in like 2021. That's when I first heard of him, and I quickly realized his actual three main things. One was pushing hatred of a particular religious sect. Number two was talking about herbal substances, and number three was talking about crypto coins. So I just kind of assumed that he thought that the flat earth topic might get him some people to pay for his cryptocurrency classes.
Maybe. You still there, Cryptic Net?
Yep, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of the flat earthers that you're going to see in these documentary, like hit piece style films, these are the types of flat earthers that you were talking about before, that were what you consider the stereotypical flat earther, that believe that there's an ice wall and all of that kind of thing. They believed in a particular flat earth map and model, and they would tell you exactly how the sun and the moon behave and exactly what they do, and that there's an ice wall that surrounds the flat pond and all of this kind of thing, right? These are the types of flat earthers that people that make these hit piece type documentaries handpick, because there are flat earthers out there making stupid arguments. And if you look up flat earth debunking videos on YouTube, right, they'll cherry pick these silly flat earth arguments, and they'll say that all flat earthers claim this and that, and then they'll try to debunk it.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of bad flat earth arguments out there, especially on TikTok and things like that.
Yeah. And I think most globers, when they want to talk to flat earthers, they don't come in good faith. Like, they come in to try to disprove flat earthers. Then they realize, oh, flat earthers actually know a lot more than they considered. Then they can't provide the evidence, and then they start to get angry, and then they just say, I'm not an expert in this topic, I'll refer you to someone else.
That's right. Yep, the old line, I'm not a scientist, right? They'll act like they're a scientist, and then when they get cornered, they'll be like, well, I'm not a scientist.
And the scientists will say, "Oh, I'm not an expert in this field. Go and talk to
Yeah.
my other friend who's an expert in that."
Exactly. That's kind of like what Josh. I don't know if Josh is still here, but that's kind of like what Josh's response was when I showed him the long distance observations. He's like, "Oh well, I don't have a response, right? I don't have a rebuttal to these long distance observations because I'm not an expert in optics." Right, so he only wants to talk about.
But why do you need to be an expert in optics? It's just right there, bro.
Well, he thinks that there's some magical optics expert out there that will be able to say, well, actually, the light's bending in a certain way that just makes the Earth appear flat in all of these different observations. He's hoping that there's someone like that out there that's going to come along and save the day, right? Like you said, they'll just pass on the burden to someone else.
Yeah. It's insane.
Yeah.
And like I know you guys probably think I'm like a Matrix NPC government sucker type guy, which I think I am to a certain extent. But when it comes to science, I will question it. Absolutely. The nature of the universe and all that.
Yeah, no, you seem, like I said, since you first came in here, you seem honest. You speak your mind. It doesn't mean that I agree with everything you've said, but you at least seem like you say what you're thinking rather than being deceptive.
Yeah.
It's the main thing. And, like, you've only been given a limited information about this topic so far, right? You're like 1% there kind of thing in regards to how much you could learn about it. So it wouldn't be expected that you would, share all the exact same opinions as people that have been looking into it for 10 years or something, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I still have a lot more to look into, but I'm seriously considering this.
Yeah, just keep looking into it. It's not something you're going to, all of a sudden in 6 months, you'll be like, whoa, I'm finished researching this topic, move on to something else. It doesn't work like that. The more you look into it, the more like questions you'll have, and the more other interesting lines of research will open up. That's a cool thing about Flat Earth, right? Once you kind of learn about this topic, you'll never be bored again in terms of like content to watch and things to research and that sort of thing.
Hey, Cryptic, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you done any measurement experiments yet?
I like go outside and like actually measure stuff.
Yeah.
My country is very small. I can't the beach is like very restricted, I can't just go out there. There's so many shipping containers.
Try and go on the toilet for a pill. You'll feel better. It will make you feel better.
I didn't get a chance to get there.
Alright, I'll give a drink, then we gotta go. Yeah.
Josh, you were hot.
Jacob, gotta go, mate.
Has Rude view into his world?
What? Okay, so I can't just go into the beach. I can go to the beach and measure stuff, but the country's so restricted, and all the beaches are like heavily monitored, so I can't do anything crazy. Like even if I brought like a camera to the beach, everyone will be like, "Oh, well, what's this guy doing?" Because there's like one beach. Actually, there's two beaches, but that's it.
One thing you could do that's like super cheap is a simple mirror flash. You just get a friend and a $2 mirror and cover some distance and see if you can see the mirror flash.
No, but we have no open spaces here. It's all it's all a concrete jungle. Can it work there?
You could do it over water. Somebody on a boat, you're on the shore.
Yeah,
I've never
exactly.
been on a
Flash
boat.
mirror.
Or down the beach, like have your buddy go down the beach.
Yep, that works
All
too.
right.
I don't think
Like-
the beaches there are big enough really for him to do that. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a
Well, so-
tiny beach.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very cramped, a very dense place that would be hard to do any of the things that we would do. So, unfortunately, our friend is at a slight disadvantage in being able to see the things that we were able to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of people too. So
Yeah.
Can't like drive to a lake or something. You don't have anything like that outside of your city, or unaware of your situation.
Search up the shape of Singapore and the geography of Singapore. You'll understand what I'm saying. There is no lakes. My imagine just being stuck in New York City and not being able to go out. Like that's your entire country. Like no Brooklyn, not even Brooklyn, not even Long Island, just like Manhattan and like just like a little above Manhattan. That's it. That's my entire country.
That
In
sounds like
reality, it's
jail.
not that easy to find those places to make long distance observation for the horizon or those kind of things. Because finding a giant lake that the shoreline will have to be more than 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. Like if he is a 6 foot, the shoreline of that lake that he have to find have to be definitely farther than the 3 mile and something. So it's and if you're next to the beach, you need distance markers. Even if you see the horizon, can you tell what the distance to that horizon? You don't. If you don't have any distance marker. So, like an oil rig, a boat, that you have to know the distance to that boat, where it's standing. And it's very, very difficult to find those places. Especially for someone who lives in a small country where you don't have variation of nature, like lakes, beaches with distance markers, oil rigs or something, or islands.
Yeah, my country is like a prison, but like if I travel over to like Malaysia or like some other country, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, why don't you get out of there, dude? It sounds like you're in jail.
Yeah, I am in jail, bro. That's why I'm so depressed.
Well, what are you doing, man? Get out of there.
Go where?
Well, anywhere but there.
No, but yeah, it's like prison, but like there's like it's highly industrialized. There's like a lot of fancy, shiny, city buildings here where you can make a lot of money. So that's a plus. But other than that, if you
You're not convincing me, buddy. Sounds like you need to get out of there.
yeah, maybe, but I don't think anyone else is willing to accept me right now. All the other countries are closing up their borders to immigration, so.
That just sounds like you're giving up, man.
I mean, I want to make money first, right? If you can make money, you can go anywhere on earth, so.
It's kind of like the ballers. They just, they don't want to question anything. They don't want to change their life because everything is, as soon as they find out that everything is a lie, they have to retool their whole life, basically. And for, most people, that kind of seems to be a scary thought. But once it's done, it's much better.
Yeah. But I like my country though, because although it's like prison, and if you actually wanted to go outside the box and like actually like do some of the stuff you guys are saying, yeah, it's very difficult, almost impossible. But if you like the box is pretty comfy. So A lot of people get comfortable living in the box, the prison.
Yeah, man, makes sense.
Yeah, but I might move to Australia for university if I can't get into a university here. So, like, during that time, I might go and do some of the stuff you guys are saying. So, but yeah, I mean, if you guys have time, you can look at a map of Singapore, like like the geography, and if you see anything where any place where I can actually like do some of these measurements, do tell me.
You have big lakes?
No, like how do I say this, dude? It's like Manhattan. You can't like Manhattan doesn't have any lakes. It's like an island. There's no lakes on this island. There's reservoirs, like man-made reservoirs, which you can't enter, obviously. But that's it. Like everything else is like.
It's also like, isn't it? It's like super cheap to get a ticket to like one of the surrounding countries.
Yeah, I can just drive over to Malaysia even without a visa. Like Singaporeans
true,
don't need a Singaporeans don't need a visa to go over to Malaysia. I've been there multiple times, but only like only the part that's like very near to Singapore, not like not like deep into Malaysia. But if I go there, I'll check it out. I think there's a lot more space in Malaysia.
Have you been to the reservoir?
Yeah, there's one right beside my house, but it's a man-made reservoir. It's a man-made reservoir. You can't enter it. You can't like there's they built a
There's like a huge reservoir up there, Lingiu Reservoir. You ever been there?
what?
Lingiu?
I don't think you're pronouncing that correctly, and I don't understand what you're saying.
Linggiu.
Linggiu. Yeah, let me check that.
Just outside of Singapore.
Just outside of Singapore.
Yeah.
You realize Singapore is the country, right? There's nothing
Yeah.
outside Singapore.
Yeah, I'm just looking at like Singapore Island, like I don't know how close you are to there.
Let me check. Oh no, this is literally this is in a different country, bro. This is in a different country. I need to grab my passport and like actually go through immigration to go there.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, but yeah, this is way too far. If it's in the country, then yeah, but if I ever go there, then I'll check it out. Malaysia has a lot of stuff, so.
Yeah, it says that I think the
If you go
biggest.
to- I was just going to say, but if you go to university in Australia, I could imagine that there's a few members of this room who would try their best to accommodate and try to help see, like, to show you some places to where you can see certain things.
Oh yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I mean it's.
Just going to the ocean would be the best bet, man.
Yeah, but if I go there, I'll probably be going to like the city, right? So. But
There's
yeah,
not like vast beaches in Singapore.
What?
No, I was just telling DJ that it's not like there's vast beaches in Singapore.
You don't need vast beaches, though. You just need one.
No, even that one beach, like you can search up like the Singapore beach, like it's like it's not even like, it's like 3 kilometers or maybe less of like shore. That's it. Like it's highly developed and restricted, and like there's cameras everywhere, and
Yeah, but you would just be doing what would look like photography, right? Like, look, here's a screenshot of the Singapore shoreline.
Yeah, but that shoreline, the red one that you're indicating, most of that is like ports, like most of that is shipping ports where ships come and dock. It's not shoreline. There is shoreline, but very little is publicly accessible. Like most of it's oil refineries, shipping ports, aquariums. You know, the only place that I think I might be able to do this would be the Singapore River, but even that is like a tiny river where you need to get on a boat with like other people, and it's a very small boat. And like, yeah, like you can search up the Singapore shoreline. It's like tiny as hell, bro. It's like it's so small, and you can imagine how many people that will be there.
Have you ever been to Batam?
That's in Indonesia. That's in Indonesia. Yeah, and a lot of these beaches, right? Beachfront property here is like really high in demand, and they cost like millions and millions of dollars because like the shoreline is so little. So most of it is really accessible only to rich people. Like if you want premium, shoreline to do these kind of experiments, it's only accessible by like really rich people. Others, most people will just have to deal with the 3, maybe 2 kilometers of shoreline that everyone else shares, that's publicly accessible. Everything else is ports, shipping lanes, or beachfront property for rich people.
We've got to have some connection to somebody from Singapore that we could introduce him to. I can't imagine that all the years of the 24/7 home server that somebody's not on there from Singapore.
I saw one guy was had a Singapore heading like in his name, that was texting in the Flat Earth Discord. I think it may have been the Flat Earth Discord. Let me check.
It looks like there's beaches all over there, dude.
No, it's not. It's not. That's not the reality. No, there's 2 beaches. There's one at the west coast and one at the east coast. The rest is all rich people, resort club, stuff. You need like access to. Yeah, like there's this island called Sentosa Island, where like it's all like a resort, and if you want to get in, you need to pay big bucks, pay a lot of money but then you would get access to the shoreline. When you search Singapore beaches, you're probably seeing like huge beaches, right? That's like only one beach, and it's on this tiny island called Sentosa Island, like in front of Singapore. And Yeah, that's where all the beachfront property and like the resort beaches are, and they make it look big, but it's really not that big. But if you want publicly accessible beaches, it's the tiny ass like beaches at the East Coast. The East Coast one is like bigger than the West Coast. But yeah, and they don't they're building this thing called like a Long Island kind of thing to put in more houses, and that will block even more of the shoreline. Like they're trying to build.
Sounds like you got to get crafty, dude. There's like a lot of water around you. Just saying.
There is a lot of water, but I think you need to, if you're looking at Google Earth, you should look at Street View. Like it's literally all like it's all covered up. It's like impossible, bro. The only way I can think about doing this is getting a lot of money, and if I don't leave the country, getting a lot of money and taking a boat and going out there, which is really not as easy as it would be in places like Australia or something.
Yeah, well, just don't forget, you only need like 5 miles. It's not a huge.
Dude, the entire country is like 40 kilometers long. Let me check that in mouse. The length of Singapore from like it's 24 miles. The entire country from east to west is 24 miles. So you can imagine how like 3 miles is a lot of the country. So you can imagine like if
Damn,
most of the
that's tiny. I
country-
didn't know it was that small.
Yeah, it's 24 miles from east to west. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, that's tiny.
So,
but you're gonna have to get crafty.
Yeah, maybe it sounds like to me that maybe your best bet is to soak up everything that we have to share and just write it down, save it in Obsidian, that sort of thing, and then go to college in a place like Australia or university in a place like Australia, and then there'll be plenty of opportunity. And then that way, by the time you're there, you'll be an expert on the subject, and then you can make meaningful observations. So, especially if it wouldn't be that many more years before you go to Australia, maybe that's your best bet. So, by being around and looking at the home server at the compendium of information, that you'll be ready for when you get there.
Yeah, that's likely what I'll do. Or if I have an opportunity to go over to Malaysia, which I probably will, I hope, then I'll try to do it. But yeah.
Yeah,
But
like if you watch, objectively watch the long distance observations and such that are on the home server, and then that way you can kind of plan before you go, so you kind of have a heads up. So it's easier for you to get to Malaysia, but it's still a struggle. So maybe your best step is to remember that a journey of 100,000 miles always begins with the first step. So maybe your first step right now is to learn on the topic, and then that way, so when you go, you'll be prepared, instead of going, not being prepared, and then having to go back another time. And so that might be really good for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you only have like 30 a land that's like 31 miles from east to west, like you don't have much to work with. It's not even about flat measuring like flat earth stuff. Like if you want to even like observe anything like that's not within this concrete jungle, it's impossible.
Dude, that's
Like, you wanna go-
hilarious. The Great Salt Lake that I was talking about earlier, which is a great place to make long distance observations in America. It's like bigger than Singapore. Basically.
Exactly.
Just the lake.
Yeah. Now you understand
remember-
why.
Is that in Utah,
So my-
DJ?
Yeah, yep, Great Salt Lake in Utah, yep.
So I remember my very first mention, well, the earliest, I should say, mention of the year 2000 for me was somewhere in the early 80s when I was homesick from school. And there was something on the Discovery Channel where they were building an airport in Singapore. And they said that it would not be open until the year 2000 because there was no land for them to build the airport, that they were trucking in and trucking in and trucking in a lot of dirt, which I believe they were actually getting the dirt from Malaysia, if I remember right. And so it's a very, very challenging country to do anything in. I've always had some interest in Singapore because it is one of the world's freest markets. There is no such thing as a free market, but it's one of the freest markets. And the fact is it's quite a unique culture, but it would be really, really, truly tough to do much there. So I think that's why it's mostly a circle of shipping ports and people who somehow support those shipping ports and some financial markets to amplify the flow of trade. So, and that's really about all you have in Singapore.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the fact that we have like those financial markets and like those shipping ports and stuff is also a miracle, because like, who why would you want to set up in a country that's like 31 miles long, regardless of like the policies there? Like, so yeah, that's why they call it the Singapore miracle.
Yeah, and a very, very good friend of mine, as I was telling you the other week, he flies to Singapore. I think it's every 4 months, and he sources automotive parts, and then they get shipped to Trinidad and Tobago. And anyway, the only reason that it's in Singapore is where he goes is because that's kind of the logistical center, so he can get pretty much any auto part shipped to Singapore and held for his next shipment. And so anyway, just all my point is I think if you look to Malaysia and you look to Australia, I think that's where you'll find your best opportunities. And you have an even better opportunity than any of that, which is to learn to read some of the scientific papers and to keep in mind that there's a much brighter future. So no matter how depressed and sad it may be, that you can always work for that future, and that future will come to where you can do something that's a little more palatable. And so you should enjoy these days like today, because they help you get to those days.
Yep, yeah. Like when I went to Texas, like last year, like that was the biggest place I've ever seen. It was just land everywhere, and there were no people, and you could just run for miles and not see anybody.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. So let's just make the general call out, because I've not been paying much attention. Are there any globies hiding around here? I'm not even really looking at the channel. Somebody here that has proof of curvature of the Earth, proof of actual rotation, or proof of gas pressure without containment. We're standing by 24/7 to hear what you have to say, to bring in. If you're on the YouTube, come over here and join us. We're standing by waiting for you. So go ahead, DJ. I just thought I would jump in and make a general call there because we do need some Globers to join us.
Yeah, there's only maybe one person in here at the moment. U45. If you're there, feel free to ask any questions. Other than that, I was going to make an event, but there's a class stage going on at the moment, so I have to wait.
So I will say that I do appreciate the English Hub here. One of the things I enjoy is they do send these words of the day across, and it doesn't happen often, but every now and then they'll post a word that I've not used in a long time or not heard in a long time, or one that I'm not even familiar with. So I do think it's a great service that they offer here, and by extension, we get to participate in by helping people practice their English on a much more advanced topic. Whether they agree or disagree with us, there's absolutely a positive gain with every interaction here.
Yeah, man. That's really my favorite part about being over here is we get to help people on multiple levels.
Yeah, and there's people all over the world here. You guys can educate everyone.
Giving people the confidence to be able to practice and having a space to be able to do that, that's really important. I think that's a very good thing. Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
Yeah, so if you guys see anything that I can do here in Singapore to conduct some of these experiments that don't involve like huge land masses, then yeah, you can tell me. I'll try.
Yeah, it'd be kind of hard because of the general air visibility. Like you could go up in a building, right, and you could calculate the elevation that you are up that building, and then you could pick another building that's say 10 miles away, and you could have like you could know the elevation of the building that you're looking at and work out how much of that building you should be able to see. But you're probably going to run into issues with the just the general humidity and temperatures and visibility of the air in such a densely populated city environment. So yeah, it might be kind of hard. I recommend just looking into stuff that people have done already. There's tons of extremely well documented technical observations and laser tests. I can send you tons and tons of them, or you can go into the home server and look into the long distance observation section. But I can send you like some of my favorite ones. And like, you look at Dr. John Dee's videos. He's got a PhD in optics. He goes over all of the technical aspects of the observations that he makes, and there's a ton of research to do before you get out there and start doing your own.
Also, I don't want to, get into anything personal, but like, you guys say you've been like collaborating to like collate research on flat Earth, right? Have some of you guys met in real life?
Oh yeah, a bunch of us have. Yeah, a bunch of people have.
I see.
Yeah, not me personally, because I'm in a pretty random country at the moment. But yeah, a ton of other people have. More people in the UK and in the USA
Yeah.
in general. But yeah, I know people personally that have. But yeah, I mean, I met my wife in the home server, literally.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man.
Damn. Wait, in the Flat Earth Discord?
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people. Like, I've met a lot of people on Discord. Like, I know this guy from Sweden. His girlfriend is in India, and he goes over to India every like few months to visit his girlfriend. Like, people are literally like starting relationships all over the world thanks to Discord.
Yeah, I know a few people that have met their wife on the Flat Earth home server. I know three people, including myself, that have.
Wait, there's women in Flat Earth? Really? Like a lot?
Well, yeah, there's a bunch, but not as many. It's like more men, definitely. But yeah, there's a bunch. There's a bunch.
Yeah, I saw this woman. This, I think she may be a woman. This woman called Mary Mom.
Oh yeah, she's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, but she was being a little condescending to me. Not gonna lie. She was like, "Oh, geographical and political differences can result in IQ level being different over such a short period of time."
Oh yeah, I remember that conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's a bunch. I mean, more often in the side chat and stuff like that, rather than in the voice.
Yeah.
But yeah, we used to have like an event. We only just stopped it recently. Every Wednesday or whatever, it was called Ladies' Night, and it was literally just flat Earth women that would have conversations and conduct the show. And there was stacks of them in there.
Yeah, and Dandelion, she's one of our hard closers. She likes to get people back to reality, and she does like to do it in a abrasive way, so the person doesn't just get to slither away and not confront what point she's trying to make. She is really, really good, and the truth of the matter is she's a very, very kind person, and just can be a little abrasive, and it's definitely warranted most of the time. So you'll like her.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And trust me, if she thought it was a waste of time talking with somebody, she wouldn't waste her energy. So I tell people that if she's talking to somebody, she thinks there's a chance that there's something that they'll learn. She wouldn't waste her breath and her energy on somebody that doesn't need it.
A lot of you guys are actually quite older than I expected. Like, I don't mean that in a mean way, but I always thought that people who are older would be less open-minded to such radical ideas. So, like, how did you guys, like, I mean, you guys have been taught the globe Earth for way longer than I've been alive, some of you, or way longer than I've been conscious.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
If I can just jump in for a half second and just add in here, my friend, that one thing that happens with age is you start to see and dig through a bunch of bullshit, and you get tired of the bullshit.
Yeah.
See, a lot of the people with degrees that you were talking about the other day, right? You were telling us, oh, you guys should join this like server that's filled with like space nerds.
Yeah.
But once you look into it, right, you'll find that they're just better at, like, they're kind of more indoctrinated quite often when it comes to what I would consider like pseudoscientific bullshit regarding the conceptual model of the space vacuum, the heliocentric model. They're better at regurgitating like what I would call the book of bullshit. They're just regurgitating information that they can never test.
Yeah. Like, I'm still kind of young, and like there's a lot of stuff I want to do in life. I don't know how the world works completely yet, but yeah, I want to make a lot of money, and hopefully if I do make a lot of money, I can dedicate some of my time to, or more of my time to topics like this or this topic, and try to spread the word. But first I need to understand it more deeply.
Yeah. It's no rush, that's for sure.
Yeah. But say I met Elon Musk, right? Or someone met Elon Musk who's like, well, like, and you wanted to question him on the globe Earth, right? Like, what do you guys think he'll probably say? Like, how do you think he'll respond to being challenged by like flat earthers?
I mean, he'll probably just kind of weasel his way out of the conversation somehow. I mean, he's not really going to dig himself a hole by having a conversation like that in any depth. who knows what his true opinion is on all of this. I mean, if you have a look into his footage of when he allegedly sent a Tesla into space, right, it's so ridiculously faked, obviously faked footage. And he himself, when asked about the footage, he said, "We can tell it's real because it looks so fake." Like, he's on camera saying that exact line. So I'm not sure.
I mean, the guy jokes around a lot, so.
Yeah, he looks like he's kind of high on drugs half the time, so I don't know. Who knows where his head's at?
Yeah. He consumes a lot of drugs, but he says he did like a drug test and he came out clean, so.
Yeah. Clean drugs.
For real.
Hey, check out this observation in the side chat, Cryptic. This is a really good one. All right, so this is basically done over an area the size of Singapore. Can you see what I posted in the side chat?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake. And this is a 21-mile observation. Okay, so I'm just uploading a couple of things to explain it. Okay, so here's a top view from Google Earth. So the guy sets up his camera at the top of that yellow line, and he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake. Right, so if the Earth were a globe, with his camera set up at 5 foot height, that means the horizon should be 2.73 miles away. Not very far away, really, considering he's looking over 21 miles. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any any water beyond the horizon, right? The horizon would be where where the water meets the sky, basically.
I see.
All right, so what you'll notice when he zooms across the lake, we don't see any horizon over the entire 21 miles. Now, just a second, my internet's really slow at the moment, but I'm just uploading. Right, so this is the camera setup. So he's got a Nikon P1000 camera, set it up at 5 foot height, and then he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. And I'm just going to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake.
Wait,
Right, so the next image. What's that?
This experiment can be done over like 24 miles, is it?
Yeah, this is 21 miles. So over 21 miles, there should be 293 foot of curvature.
But there isn't.
There's zero curvature. So think about it like this. You know the Titanic, the ship, the Titanic?
Yeah.
It was 175 foot tall. Okay, so if the Titanic was where the cameraman is, and it sailed across to the other side of the lake, after 2.73 miles, the bottom of this Titanic should start to disappear as the Titanic continues to sail across the lake. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, the bottom 66 feet of the Titanic should be missing behind the horizon. By the time it sailed over to the other side of the lake, 21 miles away, it would be well below the curvature of the Earth, and you wouldn't even be able to see the Titanic if the Titanic was docked on the other side of the lake. That's how much curvature is missing. But if you have a look at the last image that I uploaded, okay, that's what it looks like on the other side of the lake. You'll see a big shoreline and you'll see a big white tower. So he did this observation during the day and then he did it again during the night. So I'll just show you. You can see in the original video capture that I uploaded that you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and you can see that big white tower completely. Okay, so here's a screenshot from the observation. And then this is what it looks like at nighttime. Right, it basically looks the same from 21
Yo,
miles
bro,
away.
I have a question. Anti-Globo.
Yeah.
Are you flat Earth?
Mhm.
You're retard.
So that's all you got?
Yeah, that's all I need.
Okay, man. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, you're not gonna be around Earth or whatever I say. If I say like anything, you're not gonna believe anything, you know?
Well, it's not about belief, is it? It shouldn't
Yeah,
be
it's
about
about
belief.
belief. It's like religion for you guys because you believe on yourself rather than believing the
No,
experts,
no, no. I'm
right?
presenting a real world observation in the side chat. It's not about just
Real
blindly believing the
observation. Not,
so-called
not
experts.
everything is observable. Can you observe air? How can
No,
you
no, no.
prove
But
that air exists?
Earth
How do you
curvature,
prove?
Earth curvature should block things in the distance because of the
No, I have a
curvature of the
question.
Earth.
Okay,
Well,
okay. I think I'm being a bit rude here, but
Mhm.
yeah, I don't like this conversation. But actually, how do you know air exists?
Well, we're breathing it. You know, we can
How do
we
we
can
know
measure the
what we-
pressure. We can measure the pressure. We can test what it's composed of. I don't think anyone's denying air exists, but that's different. That's different
Well, but
because
you guys are
we're talking about physical Earth curvature that would have to be present over a certain distance. So if you have a 20-mile distance over the surface of water, that means that you should have 293 foot of curvature, right? That's different than comparing it to air, right? You would have physical curvature. So something on the other side of the 21-mile distance should be hidden by a certain amount by the curvature of the Earth. It's like a physical property of a globe. You know what I mean? He's gone? Is that guy still here? No, he ran away. Wasn't working out.
This is insane, bro. Now I'm looking at it and they all sound like freaking NPCs, bro. If they weren't NPCs, they'd let you guys explain.
Yep. That's about right.
Yeah, I'm glad you're seeing this.
Like we're not even asking them for any empirical evidence. We're just like explaining to them and asking them to listen. That's it.
My favorite is the false equivalence, right? So you can't prove curvature exists because air is invisible. I mean, what are we doing here?
Also, how is the existence of air or like the visibility of air related to the curvature of the Earth? Like,
It's not. That's the level of intellect that we're dealing with. They're going to create some kind of false relationship between gas and measurable Earth curve. They've lost the plot somewhere along the way.
yeah. You know, I think human beings, or they've indoctrinated human beings to just see relationships where there aren't any. We've been so used to using models and patterns and relationships to explain everything instead of using our own, evidence.
Yep, this is not difficult. Physical Earth curve should be measured. It's not. End of story.
Also, to answer the guy's question, he said, how do you know air exists, right? You can measure gas pressure, but then if you ask how you know the Earth doesn't have curvature, you look at the observations, the long distance observations. So in both cases, we're observing. And in both cases, and in one case, we see that there is air because there's gas pressure and we're breathing it, and we know there's, some sort of invisible substance that has particles, gives off pressure and all that. And so that's an observation. And then we have long distance observations and we see the Earth has no curvature. So in both cases, we're observing. So, well, what is he on about?
They're trying to conflate the idea or confuse the idea that because gas, for the most part, is transparent and you can't see it, therefore you can't prove that it exists, right? That's how ridiculous it is. Because you can't see it, it must not exist then. That's how they're strawmanning our position. Because we don't observe Earth curvature, it must not exist. That's what they're trying to strawman us with. No. We're dealing with two different things. Gas is measured and detected in other ways, but it is physical and I can touch it. And to a degree, over long distances, I can even see the density of the air or the particulates or whatever that's in it. Like I know that gas exists. Now, Earth curve is supposed to be a physical, solid thing that we can measure, and it's not there. We can't measure it. So if I don't detect it, if I don't measure it in any way, shape, or form, then it's not there. That's reasonable.
There's this guy, Blue Eye, saying if the Earth were flat, it would be the same time everywhere, but that is not the case. He's saying it in the chat.
He must have a flat Earth model that he would like to present to us.
Dude, when we say, I don't even know if this guy is still in the voice chat, but when we say the Earth is flat, we don't mean the sun is stationary, all right? The sun moves over the Earth, so there is still time zones. We don't say the sun is shining at the same time at all places on the Earth. Like that's not our model.
Yeah, people try to because he probably thinks that flat earthers think the Earth is a flat disk. In the globe Earth version of outer space, what they do is they think of outer space with the globe, and then they flatten the globe and turn it into a flat pancake, and think that that's what flat earthers are claiming. And then they think, oh, the sun would light up the whole flat pancake at the same time. And that's stupid. And if that's what we thought that flat Earth was, that would be stupid. But that's not what we claim.
Yeah, the whole flat disk thing is just government propaganda to discredit and make flat earthers look stupid.
Well, if the flat earther uses that, then they are stupid. Let's put it that way. And they have. So.
Yeah.
I don't think their efforts are directed at concealing the nature of Earth itself. I think their efforts are more directed at producing an image of America's technological achievements.
Yeah.
Soft power, man.
I must say though, the American government, they try so hard to project American superiority and fake all this stuff, and ensure China doesn't get the oil and all that. But I must say, how much of this has actually benefited Americans and their quality of life?
Well, a great deal, I'd say. I mean, the American petrodollar is one of the greatest achievements of foreign policy, propaganda, economic power, and the threat of war.
But your quality of life, from what I can see, is mostly because of a lot of innovation from private enterprise, not from government policies. Except for the reserve currency, that definitely helps. Except for that.
Well, I mean, the private industry produces everything that the military uses. Like there is no and never was such a thing as like a warehouse, an industrial warehouse where they manufacture tanks out of it, and it's all like a government facility and government workers in there.
Yeah. Also, you guys should really have like a real illustration of the flat earth model that we are claiming, because when a glober comes in and you say oh, we're not claiming the earth is we're not claiming we know the shape of the earth, or we're not claiming the sun doesn't go around the earth, or there's a ice wall and all that, like they won't understand it. So like you need an illustration that you send the moment a glober comes in. Then
Yeah, but an illustration of what exactly? Like we have
like
we have like the real world that we can test, but we can only go so far, and we can only get so high, and we're not claiming to know what the entirety of this place looks like, because nobody knows that. So what are we going to present to them? It would be great if we had billions of dollars, right, and a fleet of planes and ships, and we didn't have like jobs and families and lives and stuff, and we could go out and create this like big giant like perfect map. But it's just not possible to do that, unfortunately.
This blue eye guy is back here again, and he's asking why no one has responded to the time thing. I already said we're not claiming that the sun doesn't go around the earth. Like,
well, hang on a sec. I did respond in the side chat. I said why. I asked why, and he didn't give me a response.
yeah, the people are pretty arrogant.
So, Blue, jump on the mic, bro.
He's probably imagining that, like, flat Earth as a disc in space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue, we're curious about your flat Earth model. Could you show it to us and tell us how it all works and why the time zones don't work and stuff like that? That'd be great.
He says he doesn't understand English.
Yeah, he's lying. He's typing it. He understands English fine. He's probably, I don't know if he's ever spoken here before, but he's probably a frequent flyer with a sock account.
He says he uses some software to type in English.
Well, Blue, unfortunately, we've given you responses, and if you can't understand them, then maybe better luck next time. Yeah, the sun moves.
This is called the English Hub, bro. You need to speak English if you want to debate here.
Yeah, you're here to learn English, right? That's the purpose of this server, is to learn English.
Yeah. I must say though, for a server that's supposed to tell people or teach people basic English, like help them improve English skills, like the topics they have on here are like stuff where native speakers cannot express themselves that well as well. Like, this topic and like philosophy and like all the other stuff. It's gonna be hard for someone who's not a native speaker to bring about a good enough argument on the globe Earth.
It's pretty hard work sometimes, trying to explain things to someone that can barely understand basic terminology.
Yeah.
Even if they're native English speakers, we still have a problem. Most of these people don't understand the terminology that we're using, which is fair. They're not deep into the topic, but we sometimes still struggle with native speakers.
Have you guys ever considered recruiting, so-called recruiting people who, have experience with other languages to go around in
Oh,
other
we do.
servers?
We already have. We have like Necros in here already knows multi languages. Who else have we got in here? Not sure about Stark. Yoda
Yeah, 20
is
Cups
multilingual.
speaks French.
20 Cups, yeah, that's right.
But yeah,
And
we've
got other
got
people
like
that aren't here.
we've got an Islam server as
yeah.
well, Flat Earth Islam server.
Well, what do they speak?
Arabic, quite
Oh,
a few of them. Yeah,
I see.
but yeah, Necros speaks Arabic.
I see. I think most Europeans, like obviously I don't want to generalize, but I think in Europe they do teach English to like non-English speaking countries as well. I think most French people know English. They just don't speak it.
Yeah, yeah, they know a bit. Some of them. We got a few French people as well in the home server.
Yeah.
Shout out to Dr. Flatpawn.
I can tell you to shut up in ancient Sumerian.
Damn.
Yeah, we got our ancient Sumerian translator T-Dub in here. If we need him.
Oh no. I just know that one word. That's all I've learned so far. Zalal.
Yeah, speaking of ancient Sumeria, you know, some of the stuff they said, like in the tablets about the Anunnaki, I don't know if you guys ever heard of that. Yeah, like these stories are endless, bro. And mainstream media purports these insane stories more than even considering flat Earth. Like, I've seen multiple times where, you know, the mainstream media or like the shows the mainstream media kind of promotes, like the History Channel and all that. They talk about the pyramids being built by aliens and like you know, the ancient Sumerians being trained by the Anunnaki and all that. Like, instead of even considering the fact that-
Yeah, but they've got their tramp stamp too on YouTube, like Flat Earth has.
Yeah,
So there's a disclaimer underneath their videos, you know, declaring how it's pseudoscience and just belief, and nothing empirical to back it up.
But they are
And
pushing
they
ancient
don't have that-
aliens on the History Channel. Like
They
crazy.
do, yeah. It is. And in my feed, like, and like if I put like autoplay on YouTube, right? Like, so like the next video or the next video after that, like, will be an ancient aliens video, and like I am not actively seeking to watch those videos, bro. They throw them at me.
Yeah, like it's insane, bro. Like, they on alien speculation videos, like alien speculation videos are just that. It's purely speculation. You don't know what's out there, and now we know there's nothing out there, or even out there at all. But like ancient aliens, like aliens and shit like that, they don't have any disclaimer. But then for flat Earth, we have actual observations, right? You can disprove those observations, but we have actual observations that you can refute. But when someone claims, "Oh, the pyramids could have been been built by aliens," like, what are you supposed to say to that? You have no proof, and yet, like, there's no disclaimer at all. Like Google could simply just put, there's no confirmed evidence of aliens, and as far as we know, the pyramids were built by the ancient Egyptians. Not that hard, but they don't do it.
Yeah. So I'm following this one guy, right? That's probably why I'm getting the ancient alien stuff, right? Now, he's not an ancient alien theorist, right? But he challenges mainstream on who exactly did build a lot of these ancient structures, right? Because he's found like evidence that high technology was used, right? Like advanced architecture and high technology in cutting some of the most hardest stone you can find at perfect right angles and things, right? So, like, so he's saying, hey, you guys, either your Egyptologists have underestimated the exact capabilities of the ancient Egyptians,
mic check,
or the
Tito?
ancient. Yeah. Am I not coming through?
No, you are.
Oh yeah. So he's saying, look, listen, you Egyptologists, either your ancient Egyptians were more advanced than you're giving them credit for, or they didn't do this. Right, like, so I love it. Right, he's not giving a reason for any, like, who did it or why. He's just analyzing the evidence, right, and then pitching it against what the mainstream says. And for a lot, you know, for the most part, that's what we're doing too, right? With this, we're looking at the evidence and then pitching it against what mainstream's teaching us, and saying, hey, something doesn't add up here. Something's not jiving.
Wait, why did this blue eye guy get muted? Like, he said if the earth is flat, why isn't the time the same everywhere? Like, I've responded to it. I think someone should just type it out for him. Like, the response, like we don't use that
Why are you
model.
obsessed with the blue guy? Why are you obsessed with blue? Don't worry about blue. He's muted. He can join the VC right now if he wants to. Don't worry about him. Are you friends with him or something?
No, I'm not. But he says he says he doesn't speak English, so.
Yeah, I understand. No, but a lot of people in here don't speak very good English. That's why they're supposed to be here to practice it, not to use some kind of software and translate it for them and talk smack in the text. So now he's muted in the text channel, and he can speak in the VC and practice his English if he wants to.
Okay.
He's on deafen now anyway, so I don't even know why he's bothering to hang around. Because he can't hear us, and he can't, and he can only read. He can't respond in the text chat at the moment. So his hands are pretty tied up. I don't know.
How many real conversations have you guys had with Globus today? Like Globus who are actually willing to like listen and like learn.
Maybe once a day.
55 from 1,000.
Actually, it's a topic that tends to trigger people more than evoke some kind of honest discussion. I mean, this topic is heavily trolled. People think that we are trolling off the bat. People think, okay, these guys are a bunch of rage baiting trolls. Let's just go in there and have some fun with them.
Yep. I can confirm
we deal with that on a regular basis, dude. That's like 99% of the traffic that comes in. Before I knew anything about this topic, I used to think it was rage bait troll behavior. I didn't think this was real.
I can confirm that when I first came in here, I wanted to troll you guys as well.
Right. So it can be really hard to overcome that initial bias with people. And sometimes the more honest that we are, like we're trying to level with them and bring them down to earth and talk to us like human beings, the more it pisses them off. It's like, shit, how do we deal with this? So yeah, it's not easy.
Because they have a lot of the media purports a lot of stereotypes against flat earthers, so they probably all think, oh, you guys are like retards working at McDonald's, you know, you have no life, and now you're questioning the shape of the earth or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely correct. So yeah, if we're not trolls, then that is the other conclusion precisely. We must be the dumbest people on earth. So then some people who seem to have a heart and think that we're absolute retards, they'll try to educate us on the globe. They'll try to educate us on physics, chemistry, and other science-related topics. And yeah.
So I would assume the Josh guy who's a global, right? He's like that.
I don't know. I mean, he's been around this topic for 4 years, and based on what I've heard him describe, he's been around other flat Earth communities, other communities that are honest flat Earthers, not here to troll, not rage baity, and not idiots. So what he's not used to is what 24/7 brings to the table, and that's a higher standard of academic rigor and intellectual honesty.
Wait, he's been here for 4 years and he's still not convinced.
Yeah, he's been around flat Earth for 4 years. Yeah, he said.
So he just doesn't want to study then.
Well, some people I think have this psychological hang up. So they can't accept the reality of the situation. So they need to come in continuously to revalidate it, and they do that by playing devil's advocate.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I know that was kind of a complex string of words, but
yeah, I kind of get it. Yeah.
right. So they're uncomfortable with the idea. They know it's unassailable, absolutely irrefutable, logically and empirically. But they just can't accept it due to societal pressure, job pressure, usually some emotional condition, not a rational state of mind. So they come in and they listen to us and they push back against us, and they just want to check to make sure that they're not crazy.
Yeah,
but
like
outwardly, they still accept a globe. Outwardly,
yeah. Like when I first came in here, like I came in here multiple times, but the first time I came in here to actually learn, and like I think DJ taught me, was when I was talking in like a bunch of other channels in this server. Like I think I talked in like veganism and like philosophy and all that. And when I shared with them my ideas and asked them to prove to me, you know, why they think their side is right, almost all of them talked about belief and feelings and morals and all that. But when I come to you guys and I ask you to prove to me the flat earth, you gave me evidence and you gave me actual facts. The long distance observations are fact, right? You can't refute that. And the gas pressure argument is also a fact, right? So and I got banned, by the way, from like 2 or 3 other servers. I mean 2 or 3 other channels, because I said, if we're gonna talk about belief, then I think my belief is stronger than yours, and here's the evidence why.
Like, not to be rude, but I was wondering, like, what are the evidence for it, like, for flat Earth? If you don't mind me asking.
Well, that's what you experience for number one, right? It's what everybody experiences. Water, the surface of water being level, flat.
Well, isn't that
So
because
that's
of
a pretty-
gravity?
No, wait. You asked for evidences, all right? So just letting you know, you don't have to butt heads with it yet, right?
Of course not.
So the first piece of evidence is that it's your experience. It's everybody's natural experience that the surface of water is flat. Right? It doesn't matter why you think that is. That's the experience, right?
Yeah.
Yep. But
I
is
mean-
it really, or does it just look
Yeah.
flat, or is it really flat?
I mean, that sounds like enough evidence to me. Thank you so much.
No, you're welcome. There's more. Like, if you want to keep talking about it. But
Yeah, definitely. I'd love to.
yeah, cool. Awesome. Yeah. So when when people question if it just, oh, sorry, go on. Whoever that is. Yeah.
No, sorry, I was sneezing. I'm really sick right now. I was out with my friends. We were bathing, and I got sick. My bad.
Well, anyways, as T-Dub was telling you, if your experience is that the Earth is flat and stationary, and someone comes along with an outrageous claim as, you know, the Earth is spinning and it's a ball, then the burden of proof would be on them to support that extraordinary claim, because that is not what we experience. So what they would say is, well, they're part of that consequence of an Earth being a sphere would be that there would have to be some kind of measurable Earth curve somewhere for us to find to be consistent with the size of the ball that we're on. Well, the problem is that there are no Earth curve measurements in existence ever in the history of mankind, not one. And I know it sounds crazy, but nobody has ever, not one time, measured the curvature of the Earth.
Damn, that's crazy. I never knew that.
Yeah, you can find out dates and people and personalities for all kinds of different historical events, but there is not one measurement. Now, there's calculations based on particular observations, but there are no measurements of Earth curve, not one. And all these calculations factor in a pre-assumption of a ball, so those calculations are all circular in their execution. So we still have yet to find any measurable Earth curve on the Earth. In fact, when we do go looking for it, we just find miles and miles and miles of flatness. So that's basically the long short of it.
Damn. I was like, because I've been racking my brain about this. Like, how does the sun work and stuff?
No idea. We don't even know what the sun is. It's a bright light in the sky, just like the moon, just like the stars. And all of them do very interesting, bizarre things that kind of defy physical nature of said object. So the sun has a lot of mystery behind it. It does weird things. The moon does a lot of weird things. Even the stars do very strange things that we can't explain. We don't know what they are.
Wow.
But they're just, as far as we know, they're lights in the sky. And we've given them names, sun, moon, and stars. What they are, where they are, how far away, what they're composed of, no way to know.
That's pretty interesting. I mean, yeah, there is no way, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm flabbergasted by this. This is. Thank you. I'm gonna mute and I'll let you guys go back to your conversation. Thank you for answering all my questions.
Sure. Thanks for asking. I mean, we certainly appreciate that for most people, this seems like something that is just silly and is impossible, considering all of the education, all of the media, all of the governmental authorities making claims to and trying to support the idea that the Earth is a sphere, hurling through the cosmos, the ever-expanding cosmos, by the way, at obscene, ludicrous speeds, millions of miles per hour. That's the claim. That ultimately the Earth is traveling through the endless vacuum of the universe at millions of miles per hour. So where's the evidence for any of that? There isn't. But, the Earth being flat, stationary as you experience, that's the silly claim. Not not the millions of miles per hour spinning and whirling and orbiting and all that stuff on a ball. That's everybody accepts that, no problem, without any mechanism to support it. The only thing that they claim is gravity. Of course, gravity is just a made-up concept using mathematics. There's no physical evidence for gravity. There's no experiment that uses gravity as an independent variable. It's all just a story. It's all just a fiction. You could just consider it science fiction, because that's what it is.
Something that bothers me a great deal about this is how physical measurements are taken and then transformed to conform to mathematical globe models that don't have any basis in reality. And this process is considered refining the measurements and improving accuracy. And that's also not the case by the same literature that says so. It's almost like a brain worm has infected people. They've got this obsession with trying to conform and contort every single measurement that they take to fit this preconceived notion that nobody can actually observe and measure in the first place. You know, and then what ends up happening is every single instance where the globe cannot be measured becomes further evidence of the globe's existence. Oh, you don't see curvature because of terrestrial refraction. Oh, you don't detect motion of the Earth because it's too slight to feel and there's too much noise in your sensor.
Well, I've been pointing this out lately. Like, okay, so you say people like, oh, look at a glass of water, look at a pond, right? They say that's too small a quantity. Right? You say, so you go to the ocean, right? So go to the ocean. What's that out there? Like, what does it look like? Oh, but that's too much quantity.
Yeah.
Right? Right?
That's hilarious. How there's a known phenomenon where if you gaze out over the horizon, almost always is some kind of inferior mirage going on. Off in the distance, very small, narrow band that widens when you zoom in with a fat aperture. And this invariably causes the sinking and stretching effects that we see, the squishing of the sun on the horizon, the stretching and squishing of boats on the horizon, and so on. And this is well documented, and this is known. And this is called subrefraction. But that's also the curvature of the Earth. They say the curvature of the Earth is also there doing this. Well, what happens when there's no evidence of subrefraction and we can see further than we thought we could? Oh, well, then that's totally superrefraction. Then that's some complex light ducting behavior that we don't fully quite understand. Well, then what's the evidence for this? Because there's no stretching, there's no warping of the image, the fidelity's great. Unlike the other kind of refraction, what evidence is there that there's any kind of miraging happening? Well, in that case, it's just a stable image. It's just perfect. It's wonderful. It's a perfect example of super refraction around a ball. Well, then how do you explain a sunset that is squishing on the horizon, that is simultaneously said to be below the horizon, but below the curvature of the Earth, and is lifted up, right? Because you're supposed to see the sun up to 8 minutes or so after it's already set. That's what you believe if you accept the globe. You believe when you see a sunset on the horizon that it already set, but it's there. But then what's happening as it's squishing like a football against the horizon? Does that mean that there's super refraction and subrefraction happening at the same time? Like, what gives? So what happens are just piles and piles of crazy contradictory explanations that are tacked onto the globe. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, I've asked that too. Like, is there double refraction going on? Like refracted light.
Right, and so if this refraction is caused by a gradient of atmosphere, the gradient that is increasing horizontally, right, not vertically, but horizontally, in order to provide that path of light to bend, then if you look the other direction behind you, let's say you're watching a terrestrial refraction phenomenon around a globe in one direction, then if you spin 180 degrees and look in the opposite direction, should you see the exact opposite? Because that gradient has now been flipped from your perspective, and you're now looking the other way through it in the opposite direction. Should you see, instead of seeing further in one direction, should you see like double rate of curvature in the other direction? You know, nobody experiences that. Somehow, all the refractive effects seem to be observer dependent for everybody and in every direction at all times. I mean, that's the globe. This is not what I think. And this is not like what some flat earther came up with. This is freaking globe apologetics at its finest.
And for our Singaporean friend CrypticNet, I'm just going to add in that probably the most bewildering thing that I've come across in this topic of the Earth being flat, and I've known this since 2008, so I've come across a lot of bewildering things, but to me the most bewildering thing that I repeatedly come across is the globies who've come around here for years and years and years, who violently and aggressively posture against the topic, but have nothing new to add. They bring the same points over and over, and they've done it for years on end. That's the most bewildering thing to me.
I hear you. So it's also not just the same scripted arguments, the same 10 to 20 talking points that we get over and over again, which I'm sure CrypticNet is starting to hear. But you're right, they haven't brought anything new to the table. They bring the same recycled trash memes from 10 years ago and drop them into the voice text chat for us to look at as if we've never seen them before. Absolutely nothing new. No new observations, no papers, nothing. I'm still waiting for an infrared observation of globe curvature.
Yeah,
I mean, we got so much for the flat Earth, it'll make your head spin.
Yeah, and because earlier he was talking about some of the anti-flat Earth people who have been around here for years, like our satellite friend, that have been around this discussion for 4 years, and they know they disagree with us. They know they're not going to get anywhere, but yet they keep coming back. And and like you say, it's even more bewildering that they have absolutely nothing No, not even hey, I found this paper. What do you think of this here? Maybe this isn't a new paper, but it's new to me. Or in my science class, the professor shared this observation with me, or anything. There's, like you say, it's just the same old garbage heaped up year after year, troll after troll, and it's just, there's nothing new to it.
Right, and
Yeah.
the image they try to present. Well, go ahead, T.
I was just going to ask you, like, what about radar imaging?
I'd love to see some.
Yeah, but that's the
Yeah,
thing
I
that
mean,
they
I
do
read
that,
about
like,
it.
they claim to do with other things, like pointing it at the sky and stuff like that, right? You never tried doing that horizontally across the surface to see if they can detect the geometric horizon?
That'd be interesting. Yeah, we've never really explored that or asked for it. Nobody's ever presented it. No, we've seen like we've seen sonar scans. Like I pulled up this great, man. I don't know if I can find it again. Maybe I can use AI. I've got some screenshots from this document. There's a Russian sonar scan under like the Arctic Ocean, and it it was it was a scan of the floor, and there was no curvature at all. Like the sonar went beyond whatever you could hope to be the curvature of the Earth, and was getting pings back. I'll have to dig around for it because that's about all I got to say on that. But I thought it was fascinating.
Interesting.
And then there are all the bathymetry scans of the ocean. You know, those are planar XYZ, and then they are bent around a globe. We do have from CloudSat the host of electro-optical infrared LiDAR imagery out the side of the satellite, looking at the horizon, which is flat. And then we see where they bend that around the ball too.
Right, because I've read that sonar from submarines, right, can be dangerous to marine life for up to like 300 kilometers, something like that. And I was like, well, how's, like, okay, so you got bendy refraction of sound as well underwater.
Yeah. Yeah, what's causing the sound to bend, like the wave front, to keep bending around and bending around and bending around? I mean, they're gonna call it like some, I don't know, Fresnel diffraction zone or something, like the knife edge. Well, it's not a knife edge. Like that's the thing. Like you don't have a hard edge for it to bend around. Right? It's not like cutting a hole in a subwoofer.
Yeah, and Dagaz posted there in the side chat, Troll Insanity. It was just all the various trolls there.
Yeah, they keep creating accounts over and over and over again to troll us. They send us images and things that are in violation of Discord TOS. So they get banned and then they re-roll accounts. And some of these guys have now up to thousands of accounts that we've had to ban for one person. I'm sure it's that high. Like, I know it's in the hundreds at least. So yeah, for Cryptic Net, like what we're dealing with is itself just interesting to watch from a psychological standpoint. You could be indifferent to the actual subject matter. And I think it would be very interesting for you if you're studying human interaction, human behavior, would be to see just how these people who are globe proponents try to interact with us. You've already noted their NPC like behavior. That's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. I'm this guy that you guys muted, the blue guy, the blue eye guy. He's DMing me, asking for like flat Earth proof. Like I gave him like the stuff about the gas pressure argument and the long distance observations. Then he's saying you guys muted him because you didn't want to hear his explanations. But then I told him like he asked about the sun. He asked about like the time being the same on a flat surface, right? I told him that that's not what we believe in. But yeah, I think you guys should unmute him because like I might block him, bro, because like he's constantly like trolling me right now.
Yeah, well, Cryptic Net
He's not gonna
is a voice channel, and he's not server muted, and he's deafened.
No, he says he speaks French only. He says he doesn't speak English.
Oh, Cryptic. I don't know why you're so obsessed with the blue guy, honestly. It seems like you know him or something and you really want us to unmute him
I don't
at this
know him.
point.
He keeps, no,
Then let it go, bro. Then block him. It's not, there's a million of these trolls.
Okay, I'm blocking him. I guess that's my first experience with the Globe Earth troll.
But he's just telling you that. If he can come in here and even use a program, and he knows this is the English hub, then he knows it's kind of against, not kind of, he knows that it's against the rules of the server. So we're here to share and learn English. So he needs to go elsewhere. You know the old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and that's what he needs to do.
And the arguments he's providing is so dumb, bro. He says a light illuminates a flat surface regardless of the angle at which the light is directed. You can try this with a sheet of paper and a flashlight. Like, how does that make sense? Like, if I flash the light on a piece of paper, that doesn't mean the entire piece of paper will be equally illuminated. I don't know what he's getting at, bro. I'm gonna block him. I've been a flat earther for like 1 hour, and there's already people DMing me, bro. It's insane.
You're just getting started, my friend. That's why I don't accept any DMs from people like that.
Yeah.
You can if you want, but I don't.
I mean, it's just a waste of time, right? Because they're not there to learn. They're there to, try to shove their ego up your throat or something.
And if they want to talk about it, they can come into the room and talk about it. And
Yeah.
we get in here and talk with our voice and share things that you can't necessarily share through text. And we also use the text. The text is a tool. But we're here to have voice conversations. And if they don't want to have a voice conversation in the server or in one of the channels, then I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah.
If they just want text only, they can head over to Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet a good chunk of people believe that flat earthers are like these like 50-year-olds who hang out in Facebook groups and share these 10-year-old flat earth memes. Like that's what the media purports of flat earthers. And also, I think you guys are like a different breed of flat earthers, right? Like if say I went to a flat earth convention, would I see people with your arguments, or would I see people who believe like NASA employees got a ice wall or something?
Good question. That's a very good question, because there have been flat Earth conventions and there are meetups, and you're going to meet people all across the spectrum, and it's going to mimic real life in that regard. That you're going to meet people who make sense. You're going to meet people who are babbling lunatics, and you're going to meet people who are trying to get there, that know a little bit, but there's some things they can't understand, or maybe they do, but it's hard. So, and then you'll meet conspiracy theorists. You'll meet people who are just along for the ride. So you'll meet any and everybody you could ever think of at a convention or meetup like that. And so that's what's good about not being part of a group that requires monolithic adherence. That you'll get a real veritable buffet of knowledge, of facts, opinions, and speculations.
Yeah.
To me, you can only really, I agree with Jay. In my mind, there's really only two types of flat earthers. There are the ones that try to approach it with some intellectual honesty, and they try to play the devil's advocate, right? They try to give ground where there's ground to be given. And they approach this from an empirical standpoint. And then there's the ones, I call them essentially YouTube flat earthers, where they've seen a lot of videos, but they haven't done anything. But what satisfies them, which I don't necessarily fault them for this, is that they've obviously seen the fakery from NASA. They obviously experience the Earth to be flat, but they typically are the ones that are the conspiracy theorists like J.E. was talking about. And so this is just one of many topics where they're, truth seekers and so on and so forth. And they believe that it's flat, but they don't know how to prove it.
And this is why you guys need to change your Discord name, because the reason why there's so many trolls that come in here and think, oh, these people are retards and all that, is because that's what I thought as well, by the way, when I came in. Like, the reason why is because your Discord name is called Flat Earth. And what you have described is not flat Earth, in my opinion. Like it is a flat plane that you've described, but that's where the similarities end. Like, you don't have an ice wall, you don't have a flat plane going across the universe. There's nothing outside. Like, like your arguments are different from the flat earthers on like YouTube or whatever. Like you need to change your name, or else you'll continue to be associated with these retards.
Friend, I'm telling you, it's not going to matter what we change. People are still going to be triggered by the idea that somebody thinks that the Earth is indeed horizontal and planar in nature. So, to be honest, it drives more traffic in here to put flat Earth, because it's like this trigger word. It's the 4-letter word that sends everybody who believes in the globe to a different state of mind. So I think it's pretty good bait. I'm not saying rage bait, but I'm saying that it for whatever reason offends people enough, they're going to join. When they see flat, they just freak out and they want to have the discussion. So I don't have a problem with it. The stereotypes we're going to be able to avoid. I mean, it's just the way it is, you know. Now the media, I don't see the mainstream media bringing up this topic at all, really, because I don't think they want people thinking about the Earth being flat. So they've kind of hushed up about it. Nobody's showing up on the news anymore. They've gone quiet. There was a boom around 2015 where there were people on, you know, mainstream outlets, TV shows, having this discussion, and now that has ceased, and there seems to be an effort to kind of keep it quiet. So the mainstream stereotype of us believing that the Earth is some kind of disk in space with water flowing off the sides of it, or even, you know, the AE map with an ice wall and all that stuff, I'm fine with them thinking that. That just creates, you know, false confidence in people when they come in here. Oh, you believe this? No, actually I don't. And then they have nothing to say. Like, as soon as the straw man that they were preparing to destroy is gone, they don't know what to do. Well, you guys don't have a flat Earth model. That's what they'll say. So how am I supposed to know what you believe if you don't have a model? And then we go ahead and ask them for their globe Earth model, and they don't have a globe Earth model, so they have the same problem. You know, there's no need for a model, especially in this particular. Go ahead.
Exactly. Like when they say, "Oh, provide me a model of what you guys think," just go look outside. That's our model, right?
Yeah. No need for a model. There can't be a model anyways. If they're going to be talking about a model of Earth in the scientific sense, it can't exist, because there would need to be experiments performed to create the model. So there's quote unquote predictions involved, hypotheses. Well, that's a different topic altogether. We're talking about geometry. So if they want us to create a geometric model, well, then we would have to know, which we don't, the entirety of the surface and the boundaries and the distances, which, as far as I can tell, is pretty much impossible to get. So, I mean, maybe somebody out there has done it by this point, but I think there's so many difficulties with even trying to get true distances between points, especially if they grow in size, the distance between these points, that it's kind of an exercise in futility. So no real geometric model can be created either.
Now, I want to add in here real quick. I'm going to give you the best example of the difference between us and the conspiracy theorist. Is yesterday there was a jet plane, a UPS plane that crashed just outside of the big Worldport airport in Louisville, Kentucky. So the mayor misspoke and said there were 280,000 gallons of fuel on board. So the YouTube flat earthers are now all in a tizzy, talking about how jet fuel is a hoax. And and a very, very dear friend of mine, one that I met from a flat earth meetup, is caught up in this now. So I commented to him. I said, look, the mayor misspoke. It's 38,000 gallons, 280,000 pounds. And then he's like, well, how did the mayor mess that up so bad? And I said, well, it's really easy. He's in charge of an emergency response where 7 people are dead. And the whole world is watching his press release, his PR moments and or press events. That's the word I'm looking for. Sorry. And of course, he's going to make a slip up here or there. And 280,000 pounds, 38,000 gallons, whatever. And then so he's like, "Oh, if you believe that a jet plane can hold that much fuel." Well, so then I showed him the math that a gallon of jet fuel is about 6 cubic inches. A little over, about 6.14 to be exact. And I went through, wingspan's 180. There's 4 fuel tanks in the wings, 1 in the fuselage, and here's how much they hold, and 1 in each of the stabilizers in the back. But my point is so he goes through all this, and they're still like the Globey. He wants to believe that there's no jet fuel in airplanes. So he's going to believe it like a Globey. So that's what our good friend Says Who was trying to share with you, that you do have to be on the lookout for those sort. And Says Who, do you have any commentary on such a flat earther?
Well, they're gonna add to the stereotype, right? Like, these are the guys that are gonna give people who actually invest in studying this topic at a different level. They're giving people a bad name, and I think that's by design. But that's how all we'll call it social movements work. I mean, there can be a group of people who are genuine and well studied and disciplined and just intelligent, and they can be trying to accomplish some kind of goal or expose some kind of truism or truth in life. But all you need is a handful of people who want to turn it into a circus. They're way too emotional. They're not disciplined. They don't care about empiricism. They just know, oh, we're being lied to, and then it turns into, well, I wonder what else they're lying to us about. Maybe it's jet fuel. Maybe it's the atom bomb. Maybe it's the thing that happened around World War II. Maybe all that stuff is fake, and so it becomes outrageous. Now, we don't know the truth about any of that stuff unless we can put our hands on it. So we don't engage in discussing it because there's no point. But at least this topic, where everybody has access to the earth, that's the beauty of this one topic. I have access to the earth just like you do. And I'm willing to bet that most people, unless they're in prison or they're just really far from the ocean or a lake and they're landlocked and they don't have any money, they can go out and they can check to see if water is indeed flat, for more than a few miles. Everyone can do this. So why don't we just go do this? Why does it bother people so much that the water is flat? My goodness gracious, why are you so emotionally involved in the globe?
Like, when you say anyone can do this, right? I don't necessarily think I can go out and do this. I'm not gonna lie.
So in this situation, you are not near any large bodies of water, not even the ocean, but large lakes or anything like that.
No.
So, well, you don't have to tell me where you're at, but where are you at that you're landlocked?
I'm in Singapore.
Singapore.
So if
I'm not landlocked. I'm not landlocked, but
yeah, Says Who, I'm just going to white knight for him for half a second so I can expedite. We had this conversation for about 45 minutes earlier, and I will say that I concur with him that
hold on.
Singapore is a really hard place to
homie, hold on a second,
for him to do it, but he's going to need to go to like Malaysia or Australia when he goes to college,
Barrington,
and then he'll be able to do it.
Yeah, Barrington, let him advocate. This is how he learns to advocate for whatever position
he did it for about 45 minutes, about an hour and a half ago. So I'm
be able to do it again.
About 45 minutes.
I know. It should be repeatable. Okay, it's not just a one and done. So it should stand up to anybody's scrutiny.
Oh yeah, and he'll do this for the next 45 minutes if we let him. That's why I cut him to the chase.
So just let it go then.
So Singapore, you're.
What about a bay? Sorry, go on.
Well, I mean, so you're in Singapore.
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that you don't have access to a large body of water?
My entire country is 24 miles long.
Right. So if the entire country is 24 miles long and it's about half of that wide and it's filled with large lakes and surrounded by ocean, how do you not have access to a large body of water?
There are no lakes. Everything's industrialized, and there's buildings everywhere. And when it comes to large bodies of water, you can't access them because the beaches are closed and the beaches are very small, and the shorelines are all ports and shipping areas like trade, like oil refineries and all that. Yeah.
I see water everywhere on this map. You tell me you can't access any of this water?
Yes, you should look at the street view and see how Singapore actually looks like.
Yeah, in Singapore we don't have freedom, so we cannot go to the water. We have to stay inside the buildings. That's why.
They make great noodles.
The only water we have access to is to make noodles, like Tito said. Yeah.
We don't make noodles. We get it from Japan and Korea.
I mean, to cook the noodles with the water.
I've had Singapore noodles plenty of times, bro.
I'm pretty sure it's probably a rip-off of instant noodles from Japan.
In Singapore, we cannot travel 24 miles to access the water. That's not allowed.
Okay. I guess that's the situation, right? You can't, if it's 24 miles long, it looks like it's probably somewhere in the ballpark of 15 wide. So even if you're dead in the middle of it, let's say, Timah Hill, you can't go 7 miles to the coast?
I'm just fucking thinking of something, I don't know what it is.
Dude, have you seen how Singapore... Dude, before you ask questions, look at how Singapore looks like, alright? It's not a flat surface where you can just walk over to the ocean or whatever, alright? There's buildings...
Are there roads? Are there roads in Singapore?
There's no roads, no streets. You cannot go to... There's no shores.
Hey, stop. There's roads, there's buildings and all that.
No.
Yeah.
So there's roads. Are there bicycles? You guys got bicycles there?
But what are you trying to say?
I'm saying you have access to, even if you're in the dead center of Singapore, which I doubt you're in the dead middle. But let's say you actually had to walk on a road or a series of roads for 7.5 miles. You could do that. You're making weird excuses. You sound like a troll. That's what I'm putting out.
No, 7.5 miles to where? There's no beach. The beaches are like 3 miles long. You can't make long distance observations. It's too humid. And if you wanted to do something like put a camera on one side and trying to see the other side, you literally cannot. There's buildings everywhere, and if you wanted to do the long distance observations on the ocean, it's too humid. You can't do it at the beach. The beach is too small.
We also have no lasers and no infrared in Singapore. We don't have any of that stuff.
Right. No infrared photography, no tripods, no cameras.
No, we don't have any of those. Not allowed.
Yeah, no one told me about the lasers. All right, no one told me
exactly.
to use
That's
lasers.
why you in Singapore, you wouldn't know anything about lasers. Yeah, that's not allowed there.
No one told me about lasers. We were talking about long distance observations, bro. Like on.
You don't even need a laser. You can make your own laser. You can use a mirror. You got any mirrors in Singapore?
No.
Yeah,
we don't
we
have
have
it there. No, stop lying. We don't have mirrors.
I think Gem Z needs to shut up, bro.
No thanks. We don't have mirrors in prove me wrong.
You can come here and prove yourself wrong.
Well, I'm here.
No,
I
you're
don't have
not.
any mirrors.
No, you're not.
I only have windows to look outside. But we're not allowed to look like long distance. It's not allowed to look long distances. It's not allowed.
No.
Can only look like 3 feet past you. That's it. If you look any further, you gotta find Singapore.
And then you get caned. No, but for real though, I didn't
For real?
hear
You want
about
to keep it real? You want to keep it real? For real? Are you trying to be real? Because I have my doubts at this point that you actually want to be for real.
Yeah, I want to be for real. I can't. I didn't.
Oh, there you go, guys. He's finally want to be for real, guys. He's gonna be serious now. He's gonna be honest. Go ahead, guys.
No, I didn't know about the lasers, bro. No one told me about the lasers. Also, you guys were the ones that were asking about it. Well, why you guys ganging up on me, bro?
Well, I'll tell you why, because it sounds like you're making really terrible excuses as to why you don't have access to a large body of water when at max you're probably about 7.5 miles from the ocean. So,
What do you want me to do when I get there? Because I won't be.
I want you to figure out if there's some distance demarcations between you and any kind of object. You can use Google Earth. You guys got Google Earth in Singapore?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you're going to have all kinds of points to measure to. I guarantee you there's offshore objects or, pieces of equipment or who knows, even boats. You can even use boats as a distance demarcation using simple software that's public access to tell you where the ships are from your location. You have a million tools at your fingertips, and so you can indeed measure the Earth from where you're at.
No, but DJ told me you can't make long distance observations in Southeast Asia because it's too humid. That's what he said.
Well, listen, have you tried?
No.
No. So how would you know? I mean, GJ can say that. He may have even spent time in Singapore. I don't know. But I'm willing to bet.
It's humid every day in Singapore. You cannot look past the humidity anywhere you go. It's just
right.
That's the way it is.
And I have to imagine that there are days where, a cold front comes in or where the air becomes less humid, right? And your visibility can be increased. I mean, there's a lot of things that you probably could do to at least see. All you need to be able to see, I'm not kidding, is 3 miles. That's all you need. If you can't see 3 miles in Singapore, my goodness gracious.
There's no such a thing as seeing 3 miles in Singapore.
That's what I was. That's what I was telling.
That doesn't exist in Singapore. 3 miles, looking out across 3 miles, that doesn't exist there. Come on, bro.
No, that's what I was telling DJ, right? Like you can do it over 3 miles. He said no, it's not possible. Like I was talking to the other guys earlier. Like it can't be done over 3 miles. You need like a lot longer. Like you need like 21 miles. Like he was talking about like the example of like the Salt Lake in like Utah, and that being like 21 miles. And we don't have that kind of space here.
Yeah, there's no such a thing like 3 miles in Singapore. That doesn't exist.
I no, the previous guys told me 3 miles isn't enough.
Correct. We don't have 3 miles in Singapore. We don't have that.
Looks like the only rule, like, yeah, like if your coastal line and your straits and that are a no go, you've got what do they call it? I'm just looking at Google Earth. Upper Seletar Reservoir. It's like yeah, that's like I don't know. It's about 2 kilometers long. But
I
yeah,
see.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, bro. Like maybe like you said earlier, your best bet is to like see if you can travel to like somewhere nearby into another country or something. Yeah. But like it's all in good time. Like you've got you sound young. You've got a lot of years ahead of you, so
Yeah, yeah.
it's an
That's what I
adventure
was.
awaiting
Yeah,
for you, right?
that's what I was saying before this Gemzy guy and this Says Who guy started trolling and being like and trying to attack me for some reason. But I didn't do anything.
Wait, you've been attacked?
Yeah, you've been attacking me the whole time, bro.
Attacking? So you're gonna have to speak to the police, though. You've been attacked.
Okay, this
You
guy
gotta defend yourself or something.
this guy needs to. What are we doing
I
here?
mean, you're making an accusation there. Do you have any evidence you've been attacked?
Yeah, you've been constantly trolling all this time saying, oh, Singapore doesn't have this, it doesn't have that. But I'm trying to have a normal
You're the
discussion.
one saying that you cannot do this stuff, so I'm just confirming what you're saying.
I never said, no, the way you're saying it is you're being extremely condescending and you're trying to act like a troll.
Have
Like,
you listened to yourself for the past, I don't know, 3 days that you've been in here? Have you listened to yourself? Have you paid attention to what you said about condescending?
I mean, most other people have been listening to what I've been saying, and they've been capable of answering my questions politely and bringing me into this flat Earth stuff. I didn't hear from you, right? But maybe you should learn from the others instead of attacking me.
Maybe. Have you learned anything from? Tell me, Steelman, one thing that you've learned from the others. Steelman, one argument. Go ahead.
We talked about the Earth being like a terrestrial-like environment. There's nothing out there. That we talked about the long-distance observations. We talked about how there's no curvature when the objects are. You can still see. Like we talked about the example of the Salt Lake in Utah, where over 21 miles with a high definition speed camera, you can still see objects that are like 21 miles away. And and if there was a curvature, you shouldn't be able to see that. And we talked about. There was a bunch of other things like the oil not being. The oil not being as limited as they said, and we talked about we talked about how the flat Earth community, this flat Earth community, doesn't believe in an ice wall, or the NASA agents, or don't even care about the shape of the Earth. Or like they don't even care what shape the Earth is. It's that we're in like a what?
This guy is. Are you like a stand-up comedian in Singapore?
What did I say that was false?
Leave him alone, Jamesy. The kid's going right.
It sounds like you're trying to make a joke, but you're just practicing. You haven't made it yet to complete the joke. It's like you're trying, but.
What did I say, bro? I'm trying to genuinely tell
What do you say? You're not even aware of what you say? You're not aware? I mean, I'm sorry if you're not aware of what you said, bro. I mean,
I think you should
give me.
leave, bro. I think you should leave. You're the one
All
being
right,
a
I'll
troll.
leave. I'll leave. All right, I'll leave. I'll leave. Go ahead, guys. I'm leaving.
Yeah,
Bye.
you're the retard. You're the retard. Get out. You're the retard. Get out. I'm telling you what I've
Now
learned.
the mask is coming
You
off.
can't-
So this is why it's important, Barrington. The mask will come off eventually. He was able to play it straight for, 20, 30 minutes? And now you're seeing the real person here.
Well, to be fair though, I think he's just been a little ganged up on little attacks. So
Yeah,
I mean, he's been pretty cool. I mean,
yeah,
he hasn't been
but
too
think
bad.
about that. Like a little ganged up, a little attacked. Now try it at, say, Gempanzee, or try it in any of the public channels. If he can't even feel like, oh, I'm getting a little ganged up or a little attack, and the mask flips off, don't call yourself a flat earther.
Damn. What mask flipped off, and when did I call myself flat earther? I said I'm still looking into it. I'm partly flat earther, but what, like, this is some club, this is some exclusive club where, like, you need to pass some, like, you're speaking as if this is a cult, right? I'm telling you what I've learned so far.
There it is again.
And
the mask comes off.
What mask?
Just
What
testing
mask?
you
What
out,
did I?
Crypto. Don't stress, mate.
What did I say?
Like it's some kind of
did I
cult
say?
or something like that. You're just adding a bunch of basic, like just before you had joined the call, there everyone was just talking about how it's the same old, tired, boring tactics and responses. Yours is just a long-winded, hello, fellow flat earthers. You're not cloaked, dude. Everyone can smell a rat a mile away.
I don't know what you're saying, bro, but I think you're just a retard who's being like he's being a troll. I'm here to learn. Yeah, everyone else was fine. I think if you're not fine with it, you should leave, because I'm not leaving. I'm here to
I
learn.
don't care what you do. I don't care what you don't do.
Yeah, but I do care what you do. I want you to
completely-
leave. I do
you are
care what you
completely
do,
irrelevant.
and I want you to leave.
It doesn't matter what you want.
Either leave or stop badgering me.
No.
Your
yes,
needs
Crit.
and wants
No.
are completely irrelevant.
Crit, no. Leave the kid alone. He's put up with enough of our shit. So you're out there looking for curvature, kid. That's a good thing. At least you're going out there to test stuff for yourself.
He said he cannot do it. He said he can't do it in Singapore. It's not allowed.
Yeah, well, Singapore's
I
a very
never said
congested
it's
place and
not-
it's got high humidity, which is a bastard for doing long-range observations. And why don't you ask DJ about it when he drops in?
Yeah, he's just saying it's not suitable. Directly suitable. Like I mean, like he's got. There's some. He may have access to neighboring areas, countries, and whatever. But yeah, he's just saying it's not real suitable. But it doesn't mean that he's expressing, a lack of willingness or anything like that. Like I think he's genuinely interested.
Exactly. And you guys, you retards, you should talk to DJ, bro. You fucking retards. Who do you
Cryptic,
think
don't
you
stir
are,
him up.
badgering?
Cryptic,
Hey, bro, guys, just relax, bro. So
Cryptic, don't poke the bear.
doesn't need to descend and spiral.
It was going to anyway. See, you're no one here is to blame for how this kid's reacting. He's doing it on his own.
No, I'm doing it because you guys are acting like retards. Like, I'm completely calm. It's you guys
I'm
who
not
are badgering
acting.
me
What are
out
you
of
saying
nowhere.
acting? I'm not acting.
Like, what's with this condescension? I don't understand. This came out of nowhere. Like, you guys are being told jerks. Like, I don't understand.
Says who asks you if you can go to the body of water to do observations, and you discard the whole thing. Say no, it cannot be done. Singapore is 24 miles. Yeah. What you saying? Singapore is 24 miles, so you
there
cannot
have
look
been
across any surface.
As Over Fences said, you guys don't understand what's going on, and we've had this discussion like 2 hours ago, and people told me it wasn't
Oh, my.
possible because of the geographic. Because of the geography of Singapore, and they told
But
me
hey,
to.
you can get on top of a building though, and you can look further distances. You can go very high in a building since you have so many buildings there.
And you want me to go on a building and do what?
And look across the far distance and see landmarks that you can observe from the tops of the buildings.
Like people have said multiple times, it's too humid.
You can buy
And-
in Singapore. You can buy infrared optics. They manufacture those over there.
How expensive is that?
It's not too expensive for you. Remember, you said like you people are rich in Singapore. Remember when you said that?
Okay, now you're just trolling, bro. You should just leave. Like
Trolling because you cannot. I mean, you can buy an infrared optic in Singapore. That's not
How much
trolling. You
is
can
it?
just buy it.
How much is it? You're being like a glober. You're not.
How
answering
much?
my
You go to the web. You go search for one and you check how much and you check
So
your
you're the one
budget and then
asking me
you
to
can
buy it. You're
you
the
can
one
get that.
asking me to buy it. Tell me.
How much? Go to
Yeah.
Temu.com.
Infrared sensor. All right. Wait, what was the device you were asking me to look up?
W mods. W panel. Guys, let's keep the show rolling.
Hello, fellow flat earthers.
Hey, fellow kids.
Well, look at that. So Josh thinks the internet comes from outer space.
You what?
The fuck? And then
Who's
like,
Josh?
yeah,
Exactly. Oh, he's deep in it, bro. I don't know if there's ever redemption for Josh. He's cooked. He's so far in. I don't know if he can come out.
Where it's like scientists work, whatever. I'm trying to remember God, where was it just posted? I was just looking at it. What channel is that in? One where it's like, then flat earthers, scientists and engineers put the internet into space, and then flat earthers are like, the earth is flat. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Here, there's a Claude posted. I think it was in here. I'm not seeing it again, though. The same shit. We're just talking about it. Same shit. Over and over and over again. Like, how long would it take to get this so-called, like astrophysicist, satellite engineer, to get him to understand the internet does not come from satellites?
Well, he works with his reification fallacy. It's going to be a hard thing to contest.
Now we got an old boy posted in that he's like a narcotics whisperer. He can tell if someone's used drugs simply by their voice on the social media.
Damn. That's a skill. How would you prove that?
It's his feels. This guy's feels are completely objective.
So I decided to look on Google Earth for some reasonable distances to make observations. And I easily found one off the southwest coast of Singapore to an island adjacent to it. It's 18 kilometers. That ends up being something like, 11, 12 miles, which is perfect to see if there's any Earth curve. So, I don't know. Doesn't sound like a very good excuse. Cryptic.
Where's the location again?
Just
I put it in the side chat, bro.
Excuses. He's too busy shit talking in chat to pay attention to anything's being posted.
Where's the location, bro? Tell me.
Well, the names of the cities and the islands are there for you in the side chat in the snapshot I got from Google Earth. So
I don't have access to those islands.
I'm not saying you need access to the island. That's off the coast of Singapore.
Do you realize most of the coastline is blocked off to the public?
Why?
Because it's a tiny country. There's infrastructure that needs to be built everywhere.
Dude, I'm not buying your excuses. It just sounds sad and pathetic. You can get to these places. It's not that serious.
Dude, I can't. Dude, have you seen like how Singapore is built? Look, I'm not gonna argue with you on whether I can or can't do stuff. Like you need to go and see how the country is laid out. All right, like DJ already told me, and a bunch of people already here told me it's not possible, and I agreed with them. And like I was asking them whether it was possible or not. They told me it's not. I'll go to another country and go do it over there. But yeah, you trying to somehow make me look like, oh, I'm being lazy, that's why I don't want to go there and stuff. You're just making yourself look retarded, bro. You need to stop.
Dude, it's Google Earth. I can see all the areas that are accessible by the public. In fact, some of these are the public completely has access to because they're
One of them
How
is
do
a,
they
a,
look
a
like?
park, a free entrance park.
Damn.
Was it Pegan Seacat or Secret in Singapore? Open to the public starting on March 1st. I mean, this is where you can just easily fact check just a straight up bullshitter.
Damn, you gonna let him talk to you like that, Cryptic?
Yeah, look at this. It says this park is easy to walk around. Is considered the most handicap accessible areas.
How about you actually look at how the park looks like and see if you can actually make observations there? Because I've been there and you can't.
Oh, now you've been there. So at first he couldn't go there, and then after he's been told, like,
I've been to the entire country. It's 24 miles long, all right? I've been across the entire country. There's literally no place to do observations like you are saying except the beach. But everyone's saying that it's too humid to make proper long distance observations at our tiny ass beach. Like, dude, like I don't understand what you're trying to like do. Like, if you're like I don't understand what you're trying to get at here. Like, it's not possible, and if it was, you could tell me in a nicer way.
Well,
yeah,
put down
I'm
the
not here. Yeah, dude, I don't have time or the patience to sit there and try to get some guy's feels in order. You need to man the fuck up.
I should say the same to you, and I think you should just get out, bro. Like I don't even know what you're saying at this point. Man up, like what? Well, what did I do?
You are so deep into your feels right now. It's impossible to have a conversation with you. Any little thing will trip you up and cause you to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
You're not even trying to have a conversation with me. You're saying.
Therefore, then what should you do? What would you do? If that's a fact,
Ignore you.
Is that a fact or is that your subjective feel?
No, you're actually being.
Why
No,
is
you're
Cryptic getting grilled, by the way? He's been pretty honest since he's been here.
I can vouch that he's been honest so far, but I think right now, from interpersonal relationships, you can tell this is a cope.
But earlier he was legitimately asking us, like, you know, where do you think I can go? Like, make observations. Is there any big waterways in Singapore? You know, like, we tried looking places up, and yeah, it's a tiny ass country, you know. And he said, like, there is some places you can go on the beach, but they're kind of packed and not that accessible. I don't see why he's getting grilled like crazy. Like, he's new to Effie. It's like, what are you trying to chase him away or something? Like, it's kind of weird.
Well, he's getting grilled because he's seemingly making excuses about observation points, and I'm looking at observation points on Google Earth. In fact, they're called observation points. There's a viewing jetty for other places. So, I don't know. He's saying he can't get to it, but it's public access.
With extra disability services. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's the CIA. They're just like entered it in at this right time to make, you know, they're in on it.
No, let's just say it's an adventure waiting for him. Like, he's got a lot of time on his hands. He's got a lot of years ahead of him. He will one day get out there and venture out and make some observations, have a look around. I mean, no rush.
I mean, this all came from me making the comment that everybody has access to the Earth, and unless there's extreme circumstances, they can find a body of water to make an observation. And this guy's telling me who's surrounded by ocean can't make an observation anywhere.
What you have to do is 1.2 times the square root of your observation height in feet. That'll give you the distance to the horizon in miles. Doesn't matter if you're on the water or 20 feet above the water. There's a calculated distance to the horizon.
I think that guy left. Hello, Critspiracy.
What up?
I have to go to work in 10 minutes.
Ooh. He loves you, Crit.
Yes, Crit is my favorite person here.
You got 10 minutes to get to work and you wanted to tell your boy what's up. I like it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've talked. You haven't been around much. I guess me too. I haven't been around that much lately.
I had to start work at 7 o'clock p.m. last night, 4 o'clock today, because I'm doing some physiotherapy place, and they only let me in when there's no appointments.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in like 3 hours.
Yeah, I suppose they have to make sure like there's no no people there. So that way you don't have to like worry about HEPA or anything like that.
Oh, this
Well, this is lovely and quiet.
Yeah, you just broke the silence, bro. Go ahead, Gerger.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I lost my virginity 5.5 years ago.
Okay, where is the mute another motherfucker button?
No, please, no, sorry.
Wait, like your flat Earth virginity? Like, what are we talking? Because, like, you found out a couple.
We can talk about many things.
We can talk about the Earth.
I like the Earth. It's a nice place.
Do you think it's moving?
Yeah, I mean the sky. It's dark now, and a few hours ago it was light. So.
Wait, what?
And that
What does it have to do with the Earth moving?
What do you mean? What does it have to do with the Earth moving?
Describe the
phenomena.
The Earth.
Yeah, what do you see?
Earth turns, and then what was light from?
No, sorry, dude. Dude, you misunderstand the question. We asked you what you see. What do you see from the Earth?
Me, when I look to the sun on the Earth, over the hours, I see how the Earth blocks my viewpoint because it goes below the horizon.
Oh, okay. So you think that the sun that appears to go downwards is being blocked by the surface of the Earth that's under your feet?
Yes, that's literally what happens when you watch a sunset every single day.
Okay.
So he just told us that the sun moves, didn't he?
In a roundabout kind of way. So the sun moves across the sky, appears to go downwards, and then you insert the idea that eventually it's underneath your feet.
But no, if you actually simulate this in 3D, that's exactly what I mean, bro. In the end, you can watch the sun how it goes below the horizon. It doesn't change in size, right?
Okay. Dude, very quickly, I've never seen the sun below the horizon. Right? That'd be silly.
But you
Second of all, excuse me, dude, you don't see anything below the horizon. Just understanding the language. So we don't see the sun below the horizon. Good. So you understand my point. Second of all, I understand that the horizon, that distance changes depending on the weather conditions and, I don't know, the optic that you use, like a high-powered zoom camera, binoculars, telescope, or the human eye. Depending on those factors, the horizon moves.
But that's not true.
Would you like the observations that demonstrate that it is true?
Let me. You're confusing something. The horizon changes based on how high you are.
No. See, this is the thing, my friend.
So why do I see
my friend? My friend, it's not I misunderstand. It's you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that if you keep the height of eye the same, the horizon distance can appear different if the weather conditions change or you change the technology you're using to view, telescope, high view zoom camera or binoculars. I understand that the horizon will change with the height of eye if that changes, but I'm pointing out that the horizon distance changes just by the weather conditions and the technology that you use, which you must understand is a problem when you say that the sun is disappearing over geometric horizon that has a static distance.
Yes, but sir, based on temperature, that can have an effect. But what do you imagine regarding telescopes? Do you get like what happens? You zoom in. There is not. You don't look over it. You just zoom in. You have a condensed view. What do you think happens with telescopes?
So
what
Gerger,
happens to light?
Just out of curiosity, if you're standing on the beach and you don't have a telescope or binoculars or a high-powered camera, and you watch a ship disappear into the distance, is that going over the horizon?
Literally, yes, because if you zoom in, it won't come back.
Just a yes would suffice, that's all. So now, it's gone over the horizon, it's disappeared, and you pick up the high-powered camera, because Matrix is a real nice guy, he's going to hand it to you, and you zoom in, does the ship come back?
No.
Yes.
No. Okay, let's put it this way. Look, if you zoom in...
That's not a no, it's a yes, because that's what happens. If you're standing at the beach and you watch a ship disappear with the naked eye, then you pick up a high-powered optic, it will come back.
You are confusing this apparent size of something becoming.
I'm not confusing anything. You're making excuses why it shouldn't come back.
Okay, dude. So this is something you can easily just prove by doing that camera observation, and you keep doing it. That's the trick. You don't just say, "Oh."
So what do you mean, keep doing it? Please, I don't understand.
Sorry.
No,
That's the problem. My friend,
you keep
my friend,
watching the.
my friend, that's the issue that I was trying to point out. If you keep doing it over different periods of time through like different weather conditions and different seasons and different temperatures and densities, yeah, the distance to the horizon changes. That's my point. That's a problem for you.
No, I'm saying you can use your camera and zoom in and you'll see, oh, there is a ship there. What I'm asking you to do, if that ship is moving away from you, is to keep the camera on and see what happens as the ship moves far and far away. Because what you're implying...
Why are we talking about a ship? Why are we talking about a ship? We're talking about the horizon.
Yes, and you can watch a ship go under the horizon if you keep the camera on.
No, we already agreed that we don't see things under the horizon.
Let me ask things. Are you saying with a high-powered enough camera you could see any ship in the ocean, no matter...
Gerger, I've got a job for you. 20 seconds of your time, 31 minutes past the hour inside chat. Just watch the first 20 seconds of that. You see nothing on the horizon at all. So that means the ships are already beyond the so-called horizon or curvature or whatever you want to call it. Then all of a sudden they zoom in. How can you zoom into something that's already behind a so-called curvature?
Because in that example, it is not behind the curvature, because it is...
so the curvature is at a specific distance.
I need to be specific.
If you were on a mountain and you went up the mountain, you can see the ship. And
I need to be specific with you. I need you to understand the mathematics that are involved in the claim that you are making. One, the distance to the horizon, it changing with your height of eye. You know, there's a mathematical equation that we can use to figure out how far the horizon should be on a sphere based on the height of eye of the observer.
Yes.
Okay, now that mathematical calculation is 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, the horizon should appear just under 3 miles away. For an 8-foot observer, the horizon should appear at 3.46 miles away. For a 1-foot observer, the horizon should appear at 1.225 miles away. So understanding that the horizon, according to your claim, will change with altitude. Now, Matrix pointed you to the GIF of the video that I put in the live stream. Now, the horizon, if we're on a sphere, for the 8-foot observer, should be at 3.46 miles away. To make it simple, that's in front of the oil rigs. Now, the oil rigs are at a static location at a known distance from the observer. The furthest one is just short of 10 miles away. Now, we can clearly see the horizon beyond the oil rigs, demonstrating the horizon is beyond 10 miles away, demonstrating that the horizon isn't in a geometric fixed location, as it would be if it was on a sphere, for things to hide behind, like the sun at sunset. You understand the problem yet?
He left.
Fair enough. Does anybody else?
How's the excuse? Check it out, Jedi. Sorry for leaving. I remembered you probably are religious, so there is no way to reason with you. Wow.
Wait. So how does religion keep you from understanding or learning something?
No, he thinks we're religious. He was here to teach us.
I think you
because of
mean too
our
mean to the
religious
guy.
beliefs not happening.
I think you guys spoke too kind of like rough to him. That's what I think.
Okay.
I guess we need Mary Mom.
Yeah, be softly like to Cryptic. Be soft to like just be softer.
Wednesday.
Matrix. Be softer, bro. Come on. Yeah, that upside down pressure that you got on the bottom
I
of
was
the
soft.
globe.
Let's
be softer.
Get him.
No, Jedi is too harsh. Just. Come on, guys.
My
Be soft.
program does not allow for softer.
Definitely not.
Pause.
Don't do feelings either. Oh, now he's a text chat hero.
Somebody needs to relinquish him of that right.
Now, if you mute him, Jedi, that just means you're religious.
All right, moving on smartly. Have you guys talked to Jacob Fiker63? Welcome, Jacob.
Too harsh, CB. I've got to be softer.
Hey, we also have Baser22. Ooh woo.
What the fuck with the ooh, man? Oh, excuse me.
Did you flick your wrist at the same time then, CV?
Do I need to? Hey, Spacer.
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
Cryptic Net has returned.
What's up, Cryptic? Good to have you back.
Round 2. Fight!
Please excuse the random explosions in the background. It's not World War III, it's just bonfire night. Everyone's setting off fireworks.
I mean, hey, everybody's got their hobby.
There we go, firework mad 2 nights of the year. New Year's Eve, Guy Fawkes night.
And you guys are still allowed to use fireworks.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, I hate this daycare centre we live in.
There's kids setting off down the street earlier, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, we got to have licenses and all sorts of shit to play with them.
Okay, now.
When I was a kid, used to be able to go down the corner shop, buy them, take them home, set them off. Didn't matter as shit. You saved them up for firecracker night, of course. But yeah, now you go down to Canberra, buy them illegally, get yourself a little license, go down the park, make sure it's all sectioned off and no one's within 100 yards of it, and all this bullshit.
Australia's a massive country, dude. What the hell?
I know.
Penny for the guy, mate. Penny for the guy.
For fireworks.
Penny for the guy, mate. Penny for the guy. Do you remember that, Jedi? Penny for the guy.
Yeah, man. We're going to burn the guy later. We got a penny for him.
And it's crazy. People think you can just freely roam the earth. It's like, dude, you can't even shoot a firework off in certain countries. You think you can just get in a boat and get in a plane and just GTA travel around? Like, come on, bro. What?
You can come over here and free roam around. We'll see how long you last.
In the UK, you can literally get children to build an effigy of a man, and later on the day, that effigy of a man gets chucked on a bonfire, and everybody watched the man burn. It's great. It's quite weird when you think about it, but that's what we do in the UK.
Haram! Yeah, and to be quite honest, Guy Fawkes was really meant to be a hero, really, of the people, because he was trying to overthrow the tyrannical government that was in place at the time. Only one of them had been infiltrated by a spy, and that's how they caught him as he was about to set the bomb off. Otherwise, had he been successful, England's history would have been very, very different.
Well, yeah, Parliament would have been in the Thames and the King would have been over the moon.
Yeah. Yeah. So the celebration is a little bit wrong. We shouldn't be burning Guy Fawkes, really.
Yeah,
you know?
It is weird.
Yeah, the revolutionary spirit was always there. Softened a bit nowadays. It should come back. Maybe soon.
Bro. It literally doesn't. Who gives a fuck if the earth is a flat or a fucking triangle? Who gives a fuck about that? Just literally.
You do, because you're here ranting about it. Obviously, you do.
Yeah. I didn't think about that, you know. I really didn't
You
think
just
about
like
that.
put your foot up on the table, you put
Yeah,
the
yeah.
45 against the toe and pulled the trigger.
Yeah, I know that. Because, like, I don't get it. Why the fucking earth has to be flat, you know that? Why people trying so hard to prove that the earth is flat? Maybe it is like something new, you know? Like your butthole, maybe, or
Isn't
something like
moving, it's just your mind.
that. I don't hear you, son of a bitch. I don't hear you, bro. Try a bit
It's
of mic,
okay.
man. Try a bit of mic, man.
Chill out.
Chill out. You chill out, you son of a bitch. You chill out.
Damn. Viral on arrival.
Oh, the language on you. You blow your father with that mouth?
Interesting how they drop in here. Why does it matter if it's flat, round, triangle, a dirty great big pyramid, but yet you're in here complaining about it? Why does it matter, boys and girls? Moonless Night, please help me out. Why does it matter? Oh, time's up. I've got to go to work. That sucks. I'll be thinking about fireworks that I'm not allowed to use without a license. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah. So can we still get fireworks there, Jedi? Can I go to the shops and buy a whole big box of standard fireworks and use them? Can I?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. There you go then. Lights up the sky with standard fireworks. Do you remember the advert?
You can probably still get them with your driving license, mate, or if you look old enough. Next year, you might need a biometric digital ID. But at the moment, if you've got a beard or a driving license, you should be okay.
Yes. Are they really going to go through with that digital ID then, are they? Really?
I don't know, mate. I don't know.
Oh,
All
that's
signs
okay.
seem to be that's what they want, but whether it'll actually go through, I don't know. The time frame, he said, is by the end of this government. So government's run for 5 years. He's been in power for about a year, 18 months. So within the next 3 years, I would have thought.
Yeah. Well, they're hoping. It got to push back immediately anyway. But anyway, do you remember the advert for the standard fireworks? Light up the sky with standard fireworks. Do you remember the 5th of November? Light up the sky with standard fireworks. Do you remember that?
No, I just remember the horrible adverts that came on with children holding sparklers and then ended up in an A&E because they burnt their face off and shit. I just remember all the scary adverts we had about fireworks, dude.
Yeah, that was a public safety advert, of course, for the day. Yeah, obviously for that particular day, a special one. But the actual advertising of the fireworks would be going up. That would be happening like a week before, or a couple of weeks before, you know, because the shops would be full of them.
I used to love those things, especially the ones with Rolf Harris, where he's warning children about swimming. Yeah, you don't want to go swimming with Rolf Harris, kids.
Yeah, or jogging with bloody, what's his name? Jimmy Savile.
Keep fit with Jimmy Savile, kids. No, you're all right.
No, thank you. And don't be dancing with Gary Glitter either. I want to be in your gang, your gang. Yeah, really. What gang is that?
Oh, dear.
Yeah, there were some good people that I thought were good people, but they had something wrong with them. There you go.
70s TV personalities from the UK. Yeah.
Yeah.
All mental.
And Gary Glitter was really good, you know. He was really a big hit with the... Well, I thought he was a big hit with the women, you know. He had a lot of them around him all the time. Yeah, he was, wasn't he? Yeah, Gary Glitter. Man, I want to be in my gang, my gang, my gang. You want to be in my gang? Whoa, yeah.
Not really, mate. You can fuck off.
You want to be in my gang, my gang, my gang? You want to be in my gang? Goom, goom. I'm a leader. I'm a leader. I'm the leader of the gang. I am. Do you remember that? That was Gary Glitter, man.
Yeah, man. It's literally the theme tune to my childhood.
Yeah, wow. I just took a sip of tea just now. You know when it's too hot and you chuck it down your throat, you burn your throat, you don't burn your tongue. I'm in agony. What's going on here? Wow. Just a cup of green tea. Keep you healthy. Keep the blood pressure down.
I can't stand that stuff.
You know, I never used to drink tea in England, right? Well, occasionally, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, so, you know, maybe in a year I might have a cup or two in a year. That's how occasionally it was. But bad now. And, yeah, you know, I see the benefits of the green tea, you know, lowering your blood pressure and that, keeping your cholesterol pressure low. Yeah, nice. Nice drink.
I was drinking tea from the age of 2 years old out of a bloody...
Well, that was good. That was a healthy drink for you, Jedi, by the way.
Can you imagine doing that with coffee?
Oh, no.
A 2-year-old kid.
No, man. Wow. Mind you, though, you know what I used to do? When I was a kid, now we're going back to 1966, around about 1966, yeah, I used to climb the kitchen cupboard because my dad used to hide this Camp Coffee. You might remember Camp Coffee.
Yeah, I remember that. My dad had that, yeah.
I used to drink it right out of the bottle.
Oh, you not
sweet. Yeah, as a kid. And I'd climb the cupboard. I was looking like King Kong climbing up in Empire State to get there. And one day my dad caught me. Because, so you're climbing up here? Because he was wondering how it was still going down, even though he hit it. He was probably thinking, how come this is going down? My son's not getting up. Then he caught me one day. Came back from work one afternoon. A git. And caught me, gave me such a walloping, you know?
I can imagine, mate.
Yeah. Wasn't that I could hurt myself because you're nicking the bloody coffee.
It wasn't worried about you climbing up and down the kitchen walls and stuff.
No. You know, risking life and limb. Yeah, Camp Coffee, that was a good drink, that one. That was really nice.
Yeah, my dad had that. Right, who's in the chat? Let's have a little look, see if we've got anybody entertaining. Where should we go from? Hello, how are you? Sound like Obi-Wan Kenobi, my old master. So, starting from the bottom, he's Stefan, so we won't mention him. Yoda, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. Won't mention the next Stefan person. What's the point? Trinity is good and loves everyone. Good to see you, my friend. Hope you're well. Tactical Droid is in the chat. T-Dub is also with us. Special K, what's up? You sound like a cereal. Shaggy, what's up, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Says he's in the chat. Oh, dear, excuse me, I had to stretch then. Hope you're doing well, says he, man. Be good to hear from you later. Rayleigh Criterion is with us. Over Fences is also with us. Not going to talk to the music bot. Lulu, she's deafened. Les is deafened. What's all these deafened people? Lats is in the house. What's up, Lats? Good to see you, my friend. Obviously, Jin CBR1, ladies and gentlemen. He is with us. Jesus Christ is God. What's up, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Oh, that's me. That's Jedi. I'm good. Jacob is in the house. Hell's Angels is Stefan. Gemsy has joined us. What's up, Gemsy? Hope you're doing well. That's a YouTube bot. Effie Batman's in the house. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Effie Alaskan Malamute. Hey, what's up, brother? It's good to hear you. Really good to hear you, mate. Who else we got here? We've got Effie Alaskan Malamute. We've got Despite Everything. And we've also got, no, correct, Stefan. CB's in the house. What's up, CB? Car's with us. What, fuck you. And we've got another YouTube bot. Welcome one and all to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server channel here on English Hub. We say the Earth's flat, and we say it's that because it measures that way. If anyone's got a problem with this and you want to die on a hill, we will oblige you. Other than that, if you haven't spoken to us before, please feel free to unmute your microphone. Say hi, it's good to know who we're speaking to, and bring up the subject of the conversation that you want to have pertaining to the shape of the Earth. But like I said, welcome one and all.
And it's also Fireworks Day in the UK today, Guy Fawkes Day. Okay, so you might be hearing a lot of fireworks in the background. When Jedi speaks, that is. Yeah, I used to get... Yeah, go ahead.
I was to say, it's actually gone quiet. I'm a little bit disappointed.
When I was living in Highgate, I used to go up to the top of where I lived on the top floor, so I could go out onto the roof of where I lived and sit down, smoke a joint, and just watch the fireworks coming off of Hampstead Heath. It was brilliant. Absolutely marvellous. I didn't have to go there. The whole sky was right there. Hampstead Heath was about 2 miles from where I am, so it's not far. And it's perfectly located to see it all. Wicked. And then sometimes I used to go to my brother, and he lived on the top floor, and from his balcony we could see the whole of South London, all of it. That's Big Ben, everything, all of it.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
Because we're up high. You see, when you're living in the Highgate area and Alexandra Palace, that's all very hilly. You can see Crystal Palace from there. Wow. Not that I realised I was a flat Earth at the time, but I've been telling my brother recently that when we could see that was flat Earth proof right there. But anyway, and you could see all the fireworks from the city. All the fireworks from the city. That was the best view there, man. The whole of the city lit up. Brilliant, man. Fireworks Day. Yeah. Spectacular. in Japan, fireworks day is in August, and it's like at the first or second week into the summer holidays, and you have what they call it Hanabi Taikai. Hanabi Taikai. Hanabi means fireworks. Taikai means competition. Okay, and it's all the companies local to an area. They all go and have a competition to see who can put the best display up. Wicked, and they go to the local river. Yeah.
I was going to ask, why are you celebrating and setting off fireworks? But it's just for competition. I like it. Just see who has the best ones.
Yeah, cool. In the summertime. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Obviously, it's for the kids, wasn't it? Go ahead, sorry.
No, sorry. No, we used to have firecracker night in Australia when I was a kid, and I don't know what it was celebrating, and I can't even remember what time of year it was. But Mum would take me down to the street at that time of the year. They'd have pop-up shops, right, run by Indians or Pakistanis or whatever, and she'd come out of there with like a 10-kilo bag, so a 1 kilo bag of fireworks for like $10 or something, you know. And she'd give it to me, right? And on the night, you know, she'd say, I'd be going out the door to go meet up with my friends, and she'd say, "Be careful." Yeah,
don't
no worries, Mum. Yeah, that's it.
Safety standards when we were kids were non-existent. Couldn't imagine doing that with our kids today.
Yeah, well, I'd say the safety standard as for the actual fireworks was the highest I've ever seen in all my life up until today, because you know, they were safe, these fireworks. You'd have to be a really silly ass to be doing something stupid to actually have an accident. But here in Japan, the fireworks they sell the kids here, they wouldn't pass the safety test in England at all. Absolute hazard. Burn a hole in your shoes because they're dripping off. It's ridiculous. I always say to the kids, okay, go and get the bucket of water ready. All right, yeah, you got it. Okay, keep your arms at full length, spread out, and don't wave it about, because when you wave it out, bits fly off. So just point it forward. Okay, you know the sparklers and that, the ones you hold in your hands, that spin and that. Hold it, just keep it. Yeah. Once it's finished, put it straight in the bucket. Safety all the time. All the time. Otherwise, someone's going to have an accident. Someone's going to burn. You know, many kids in the neighborhood get burnt up on the summer holidays. Yeah. They don't even get 1 out of 10. They're just not safe. That's what I'm saying. They're not safe. The rockets are okay. It's just the ones that they give you that you hold in your hands. Very dangerous. We used to play knocking dollies out of bed, and on fireworks day, we used to put bangers in people's boxes. And you hear bang, and you run off and laughing your head off. Bangers, you know? I remember one time, fireworks, back in when I was at school, secondary school this is now, right? So I'd gone to the sweet shop in the afternoon and bought some bangers and that, you know, to take home and use them when we get home, yeah. So at woodwork in the afternoon now, I'm in the woodwork room, right? And I got one out. And I goes, look what I got, guys, look what I got. Right, and then I struck a match just to pretend to light up. I didn't know, but my friend Jeffrey Milne was blowing the flame onto the banger. I didn't see him do that. And then suddenly it went fizz, and I threw it like that, and it went bang in the woodwork room. She said, "Who did that?" Jin. Everyone said Jin did that. I got 6 of the best at the headmaster. Got the cane. Got caned 6 times. 6 lashings for letting off a banger in the woodwork room.
Ouch. Palm or knuckles?
In the woodwork room.
Was it the palm or the knuckles?
Oh no, it was a cane, proper bamboo cane, mate. Your name goes in the book.
You're on your ass.
On your ass, man.
Holy shit! Okay.
Yeah, but I just come back from Nigeria, so in Nigeria you're getting cane all over the place. So it didn't really make any difference to me. I just bent down, took it, and went out. So thank you. Walked off. Went back to the classroom. What happened? I got 6 of the best. Really? Yeah. You got 6 of the best? Yeah. I wasn't crying, you see. I said, thanks a lot, Jeffrey. Thanks a lot.
School really did change as soon as they took out that type of punishment. I don't think it was a decade had gone by when it completely reversed around where teachers were being attacked by kids.
Yeah. Yeah, your name would go in the book, basically. Your name goes in the book and the date and the time, what reason, for what reason. And then that's it. That was corporal punishment, man. Yeah. For me, it was normal, you know. I didn't really think it was unfair as such, you know.
This is like anything, though, isn't it? If you're brought up into it, and it's part of your tradition or culture or whatever. Yeah, it's normal. You don't know any different. It's just the way the world works, right? It's the way that we grow up in environments. These things become normal. That can be anything. That can be something like diet. The diet over here is completely different to your diet over there, but to both of us, the diet's normal. Same way with what we're talking about, dude.
When I introduced the Japanese students to the English school dinners, for example, some of them were saying, wow, those kids were lucky in England. They're lucky over in England. Yeah.
Really? Really? Why were they saying that British children were lucky with school dinners?
Well, because the food was good. I felt the food was really good. When I was at school, the standard was very high, you know, very high indeed. Okay,
so what do they have school dinners over in Japan, and what are they if they have them?
Well, you can look it up for yourself, but generally it comes with like rice, bit of fish, some vegetables, and you get a milk, and you might get a bun or a cake now and again. Not every day. You might get a fruit. It's very bland, to be honest. Very bland.
Aren't the Japanese very up on educating their children around healthy eating? That's the reason why that's the reason why I scoffed, because I get the idea that in Japan, like I just said, they're very up on their healthy eating. When we look at British school dinners, I mean, they've only been healthy eating over the last 15 years since Jamie Oliver came along. Before that, like when we were children, it really wasn't that standard at all. So I can understand that they were jealous and that British kids were lucky, because British kids were getting chips and burgers and pizzas and stuff, you know, not healthy food.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't scoff on. Let's take an English meal that I had at school. Okay, we had you'd have 2 mashed potatoes, right? You'd have your a meat pie right there, some greens and that, yeah, gravy, and then you might get yourself a custard and sponge cake and custard. Now that it was substantial. Okay, and you sit down and you're eating that. Anybody wants seconds before he finished? I was already at the beginning of the line.
I get it. It's just the different cultures of Japanese healthy living compared to what I would assume the Japanese person would say was not healthy food. That's the point I'm raising.
Yeah, high calorie. The calories a little bit high in the British food. Yeah, we'll say that, but it doesn't take away from its deliciousness, because it was delicious, ladies and gentlemen. I had thirds and fourths to my record.
Yeah. I hated semolina, whatever the fuck that was.
Oh, yeah, I like semolina. That was good.
I hate it.
Yeah, we eat it in Africa.
The smell of it. Even the smell of it being cooked in the morning made me feel ill for the rest of the day. Hated that stuff.
Yeah, you see, I was lucky, ladies and gentlemen, because I did like semolina and tapioca. And whenever we had semolina, we always got a biscuit with it. You see, so I'd go up for thirds and fourths and fifths with that because I'm getting a free biscuit with it. And it was nice. And you get strawberry jam and you mix it in, you eat your biscuit. Oh, what's not to like, as far as I'm concerned? As a kid, what's not to like there, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah.
Damn, bro, I like your voice. And your accent.
Wait, Jin, are you saying Japanese students liked British food?
Yes. If you come to Japan, you will see that they eat food from all over the world. Okay?
They do, but they're very particular about their food and water. Like, I don't know, maybe they're just being polite.
No, absolutely correct. They are. They are so. But you're talking about the younger generation now. The old school, yeah, they're still into their green tea. It's called washoku. That's the breakfast one where you get your fish, you get a little bit of miso soup, a couple of vegetables and pickled vegetables, and that's your breakfast. And then chushoku.
You know Japanese?
Sorry?
Do you know Japanese? I didn't realize you had anything to do with Japan.
Yeah. I am currently talking to you from Japan. I've lived there for 26 years.
Damn. All right, I'm in China.
Oh.
I haven't been to Japan in like 11 years. I had a girlfriend there. I went there in 2014 to meet up with her, but yeah, it'd be cool to go back.
Ah, okay. So in China,
whereabouts in Japan are you?
Well, I'm in the northern, should I say the middle section of Japan.
Like around Sendai?
Yeah, below Sendai.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, nice. Not too far from Fukushima and that. But yeah, we can see Mount Fuji. But the food is excellent in Japan, and they do eat foods from around the world. In fact, Western diet has come in Okinawa over the last 26 years I've been here. That it's become it became a problem right up until 5 years ago, where the younger generation were dying from the food, too much of the Western food. They had heart attacks and that, dying before their grandmother, right? And longevity dropped. It used to be Okinawa, you lived the longest in Okinawa, but they lost the record for a short while due to fast foods. The fast food industry moved in, you see, and it was detrimental to the youth. So now they've gone back. They've got their title back because they've, educated everyone to eat properly, and Western food is only good little by little.
Don't they put their own spin on it though? Like they've got pizzas, but they're like a little different.
Yes, they do that. Yeah, of course. And I don't participate in any of that stuff. It's too heavy and too greasy, and no thanks. I don't eat pizzas as such, really. If I do, I go to a proper. Well, it's run by Japanese, but it's Italian, and I'm asking for a seafood pizza, wafer thin. So it's not a thick, deep pan one. It's a thin one. I've got some basil on there, a little bit of seafood, and you roll that up, pop that in your mouth. Glass of red wine. I like that kind of pizza. I'm not into these big, heavy-duty things laden with dough, and then you've got all this other junk on it. I call it, really. Fuck, no thanks.
Well, that's how the real pizza is supposed to be in Italy.
Yeah, I know. Bit too heavy though. And the crust. I used to eat it back in the day though, in the 80s. I used to have Pizza Hut. I used to go there. Love the Pizza Hut stuff. Deep pan. I used to eat it.
Oh my god!
But I'm now 63. See, so I don't eat anything too heavy.
Eat as much as you want in the Pizza Huts at midday.
Oh, lunchtime, yeah. No, I used to go to the Pizza Hut. Yeah, I know. I'd recommend people go to the Pizza Hut. You have a good one, but as I'm now 63 years of age, and I'm trying to keep myself in trim, I don't eat all that heavy stuff now. There's no need.
Understandable.
Yeah. Although the Japanese do their spin, I have tasted it, of course, occasionally. I mean, in a year, I might have it once, if at all. And it's only because my wife picked it up and brought it in for the kids. And what you got there? Let me have a slice, Okay, yeah. Still the same.
Right. Being as we seem to be discussing breakfast cuisine across the world, Has anybody got any questions pertaining to the shape of the Earth that we have our breakfast cuisines on? Whether it's a sphere and it's in motion, or whether it's flat and stationary. Please be assured, when I say flat, I don't make a claim to shape. It's just flat, maybe underneath the things in the sky. But anyway, whilst we're talking about breakfast cuisine across the world, if anybody has got any flat Earth objects or questions, please don't feel free. Please do feel free to butt in, unmute your mic, and get involved in the conversation. Don't laugh at me. I'm trying my best.
Yeah, don't hesitate, ladies and gentlemen. Just please ask your questions. And the funny thing is, they always expect us to know the shape, don't they, Jedi? They think we know the shape. But we don't, do we? I mean, flat is not a shape, is it? It's not. It's just a description, isn't it?
Yep, it's just a description of a surface. I wouldn't be so bold as to make a claim to the shape of our reality. Wow.
Yeah, you'd have to be Superman to do that. Really? Because how would you get out of Earth's dome in a container to get God's eye view of the Earth? How would you be able to do that?
Ask your question now, otherwise Jen will keep talking.
No, I'm not going to talk anymore now. Now that you've said that, you shut up.
5 seconds. 2.
2, 1. Right, here we go.
Let him go.
He knows me very well, ladies and gentlemen. He knows. You can't stop a good flat earther. You just can't. That's what it is. But yeah, how would you get that view, ladies and gentlemen? How would you? Because we're saying we don't know the shape, right? And that might be odd to you. He doesn't know the shape of the Earth. Well, how would I know the shape? I can't leave Earth to find out. But you're saying it's flat. Yes, of course. The surface isn't curving at 8 inches per mile square to make up that 3,959 mile radius, which will then go on to make the 24,901 mile circumference of the Earth. We can't measure that. We're measuring everything level, extended horizontality. So, and level doesn't mean a shape, does it? It's just a description of the surface. The surface is level. Okay? That's what we mean. So we don't know the shape of the Earth. No one does, really. I don't know anybody who knows the shape. No, don't know at all. Then you might be thinking, well, what about all the images we're given? Those images have been made on computers. They're generated from the computer, CGI. Okay, and then you've got your composite shots and your Photoshop images. Nothing is actually real. Don't have the technology to take our equipment right out into so-called space, as you know it, as you think you know it, and then turn around and then take a picture. We don't have that technology or that opportunity. We just don't. We don't even have the chance to do that. It's just not possible. We cannot go there. So the images from NASA.
Then does that mean you think that the Earth is not a space pizza?
It is most certainly not a space pizza, ladies and gentlemen, because that would be the continuation of your heliocentric model and the solar system, and then you want to put a pizza in that system. No, that's not going to work, is it now, ladies and gentlemen? We don't know the shape, and we do not accept that model of that solar system. It's not something we ascribe to. Again, ladies and gentlemen, you might think, well, what do you mean by that? Well, how have you proven that the solar system exists? I can't go there to prove that. And it's not what we observe when we look at the sun and the moon above our heads. We're not moving. The solar system means that Earth is moving and it's orbiting the sun, but that's not what we observe, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at it. That's what we mean. So no, we're not a pizza in space. That's the anti-flat earthers trying to ridicule flat Earth. Okay? So we don't ascribe to that. That's not us. That's not our position. That's a misrepresentation. And that still denotes a shape, doesn't it? A disc And you've heard me clearly say that I don't know the shape. It's not a disc either. Thank you very much. Yeah, we do get a lot of that ridiculing and misrepresentation going on. Keep you believing that you're on a globe ball that you've never seen, measured, investigated on, know, and experienced, ladies and gentlemen. But yet they will laugh at us. And we're telling you the truth. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Earlier on, you're listening to Gen CBR1, but earlier on, someone came in and asked, why is it that we flat earthers want to tell everybody that the earth is flat? And then I said, well, the truth is important to know. What do you want to know? Do you want to know a lie or do you want to know the truth? Right. So if you've been misinformed through your education and you're not aware, but somebody else is aware, right, and their life has changed for the better because of the knowledge that they've been misinformed now and they now realize that the earth isn't this globe, wouldn't you want to know yourself? Or would you want to carry on believing misinformation? And then your children will go to school, you're paying for the education, and they're going to continue to be misinformed. And that chain doesn't break. So everybody gets misinformed, believing a lie, and an industry grows out of that, making more money from you, because it's your taxpayers' money they're going to use to grow the industry. And there you are. But when you find out that the earth isn't this globe, your life will change and you will want others to know. It's just a natural thing that you inform other people because it's the biggest lie ever told to you. And it was told to you at school, you see. So then if everybody gets to find out the truth, then eventually the education system will have to change because people are going to say, why are you teaching my children that the earth is a globe when it is not? Why are you saying you went to the moon when you didn't? So can we please stop all this wasting of our money? Yeah? You know? Because it's enough to start a revolution.
In Georgia, there was a flat earther who was in geography teaching, and they had him transition over to teaching biology. And he noticed that in the textbook that they were still publishing artwork of the gentleman who said that 8 different animals had the same feces, fetus images. And he went and talked to the school board whenever they were making the next year's textbooks. He said that we needed to take this image out because this gentleman was told, "No, you're wrong," in his own lifetime, and was actually removed from the university for making the lie, saying that these fetus at this stage of development are the exact same. And the school board, they did remove that from the next year's textbook. So it's just a matter of people being educated and informed, and then stepping up and saying, hey, this needs to change.
Thank you very much. And that was Tactical Droid that spoke there, ladies and gentlemen. Tactical Droid, he's got a lot of those first-hand experiences, you know, from his life in contact with other people. So that's really good. Yeah, he's in the. Am I right? Are you in the US or in Canada?
US.
Yeah, he's in the US. Okay. So that's interesting, you see. So yeah, it's important because once you're informed, you're better set to actually go out and make a change. You know, at the school level, you go to the PTAs first. You go to the PTA meetings first and let your point know that we know that you're teaching our children wrongly here, for example, right? And then from there, it gets to the education board. From the education board to the Minister of Education in the government. And then from there, things have to start moving. Right, start teaching. That's why it's important to teach the truth. The education failed us in the regard of the shape of the earth, right? But we now are the teachers. Okay, that's why we're here. Sorry, someone came in there. Go ahead.
Jen, do you believe it's round or flat?
That's a good question. Yeah, it's not a belief now, ladies and gentlemen, because that belief stopped 10 years ago. I now know that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid. It is a flat, non-rotating realm. I've traveled a lot. I'm now 63 years of age. I've been in this 10 years. Okay, when I look back on all of my life, I've never ever seen the curvature of the Earth. I've never noticed the Earth to rotate, and I know full well that it is impossible to have a ball Earth in space, naked as it is, without a container, having high pressure, without a container and high pressure. Yeah.
Well,
you understand?
Yeah. Do you believe in gravity?
No. Again, no. I do not believe in gravity, ladies and gentlemen. For that phenomena that I notice hasn't been proven to be gravity. I noticed that things drop down. Hang on. I noticed that things drop down to the floor when I let go of them, and I noticed that helium balloons go up. So clearly, that's not gravity at all. Okay.
All right? Yeah, like the laws of physics. The laws of gravity. For example, the bigger the mass, the bigger the gravitational pull.
Can you prove this, please? That's what I'd like you to.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. How do you prove this?
For example, we know that the surface or the sun itself, okay, the gravitational pull of the sun is way stronger than the Earth, like by
how do we know? Hang on a minute. How do we know that? Because you are now making another claim. How do you know that the sun's gravitational pull is stronger than the Earth's? How do you know that?
Yeah, that's using the formula used for gravity.
No, hold on a second. It's okay having a formula on a piece of paper, on the blackboard, on your computer, but how do we then translate that into reality and actually prove that the sun has this gravitational pull? How do we prove that?
Okay. Let me go step by step then. Do you believe we went to the moon?
I have no belief in that. I believe in nothing, so please don't ask me if I believe. I don't believe in anything.
I'm just getting to know what you believe in.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I'll allow you that.
Yeah.
I'll forgive you for that. No problem.
It's red hair.
No, I'm a human being.
What you need to do is explain how your explanation is true, how your equation is true, right? So what we need is the experiment that proved it to be true.
Yeah. That's just where
I
this is what I'm
get
trying to get you to do. Yeah, because you've got to prove that. You've got to prove that the sun has this gravitational pull. How do you prove that, please?
Yes, no worries. Well, so based on what I've just said, you don't believe that we went to the moon?
We can't go there. That's an impossibility. We've never been.
Never been. How about the rockets that have been created and launched to the sky? Aren't they like?
Well, basically, rockets really do not go to space, ladies and gentlemen, as they've never gone to the moon. So rockets do not work in a vacuum. So no, we cannot go there. And again, now remember, we want to know whether or not the Earth is a globe. Yeah, we're now talking about the sun. So we're not looking in the right direction anyway. But it's your proof. I've got to allow you to do that. Okay, but go ahead. How do you know that this sun has this gravitational pull that is stronger than the Earth's gravitational pull?
Right. No worries. So. Yeah, I'll get to that, but first I have to know some points, and I've got to get an answer.
Unfortunately, I don't believe in anything. So it's like grabbing an oily pole and you're just sliding down the pole because nothing's going to grip there. Okay, I don't believe in anything.
I understand. Well,
okay.
Well, let's say I cannot prove that what's it called?
Good answer.
Yeah. That gravity exists because, you can observe it. You can see it. You can see stuff fall to the ground, and that. That could be anything, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
I agree. No worries. But me believing in if it's flat or round does not really change my belief at all. I can have.
Okay, we're not asking you to believe anything here. First and foremost, gravity doesn't prove shape, ladies and gentlemen. So if you use the word gravity, how does that prove a shape, ladies and gentlemen?
No, it does. It does. 100%. It does because.
Well, you can't prove it. Hang on, 1 minute. You said you can't prove it.
I got to it.
And now you're saying you can't prove it. How does gravity prove a shape? Go ahead.
According to science and physics.
Oh, according to science and physics.
Do you believe in them?
Carry on. I'm listening.
No, do you believe in them?
The scientific method, yes, it's not required of a belief. It's a system used to keep the scientist in the realm of integrity. Okay, that's why they use the scientific method. And science is a tool we use, or physics we use, to try and understand the environment that we live in to the best we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay.
So
it's not belief, is it?
A definite answer. Sorry.
That is a definite answer. I don't believe in physics. I understand that we use physics to try and understand the world we live in. Okay. And I understand the scientific method is a tool to keep me in the realms of integrity when I'm trying to understand the environment around me. I'm not to cheat. So I understand and accept the scientific method, and I understand and accept the tool that's known as physics that we use to try and understand the physical world around us. Okay.
Do you believe in math?
I don't believe in maths. I know that maths is a tool that's man-made. We use to calculate. That's what we use it. But it's just a tool for calculations and measuring and things like that.
So you're saying it's a human-made thing?
Well, maths is definitely human-made, isn't it? Of course it is.
Okay. So you don't believe in science? Well,
I didn't say I don't. No,
to a certain extent,
I
right?
did not. Hang on. I did not say I didn't believe in science. I didn't say that. Thank you.
No, that's what I understood. You do not give a middle answer. No, yes, no. I understood to be no. Because
I'm in the affirmative. Look, I'm in the affirmative that I understand physics and I accept it as it's a tool that we use. I understand the scientific method. It's a tool we use to stay in integrity when we try to prove phenomena that we see, for example, and understanding the natural world around us. I accept those things. Right.
So you do
acknowledge
believe in
them. It's not a belief. I acknowledge them. I mean, I believe them, does it?
When I say believe, it's like you take.
When you say believe, listen. When you say the word believe, it means that I don't really know. Okay, so don't say the word believe. When I say I acknowledge, when I say I acknowledge, it means I accept and understand that method we use is a real thing that we're using. The same with the physics. Okay, that's good enough. Can you get on with it now, please? Wow.
Okay, great. So you're
trying to prove gravity.
I don't know. I just missed that. Physics.
You're trying to prove gravity.
That's the most important thing that we have to go through. You take it. I mean, you accept it. You use it. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So how can you prove gravity? That's what you're trying to do now. Please prove gravity. You said.
No, it will. No, it does because I mean, it all links.
How does gravity prove a shape?
I'll explain.
Go ahead. Yeah.
You also use maths. You believe it's something there.
No, maths is a man-made construct to try and understand the world around him. Of course. Please carry on.
Maths is everywhere. If you look at the golden ratio.
But it's a man-made construct. It's a man-made construct. It's man-made.
No, if you look at the golden ratio, do you know what the golden ratio is?
No, I do not know what the golden ratio is.
So basically, it's maths in nature. Okay, it's like how things naturally form in a very mathematical pattern. Okay.
Well, I've seen those patterns, yeah, but again, it's still mathematics is a man-made construct to understand that. Okay, it doesn't come out of nowhere. It didn't come out of nature. Nature may fall into that because we're using maths as a tool to measure and we're recognizing patterns, but maths is man-made. Okay.
I mean, you can say whatever you want, but I mean, because maths is intrinsic in nature, in the universe. I mean, everything is within.
Hold on, sir. I do want to interrupt because you're talking about the golden ratio. The golden ratio is a mathematical construct that's interpreted by people. It's not something you see in nature. You don't see the golden ratio as an equation inside of the patterns that nature provides.
I did not say equation.
It's something that man has used to convey to another man what his idea or his construct of mathematic concepts are. So you don't see mathematical concepts. You tell somebody or you teach somebody about what this concept is. So you don't see the golden ratio in nature. The golden ratio is a mathematical concept that someone told someone else about. But if the other person doesn't know what it is, they won't see it in nature, sir.
Okay,
they don't
do you know what it is?
Dude, yeah, 369. But like, even if you talk about it in a way that somebody can understand, someone that doesn't know what it is doesn't see the golden ratio in the mathematical equation form. You have to tell them what it's about.
Okay,
yeah?
No. You don't get me.
We do get you, sir. We do. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I understand where you're coming from. No, it's not a straw man. What you're trying to do is trying to use the golden ratio in the concept form and then say we see it everywhere. We don't see the golden ratio in the equation format. We see the patterns in nature. We see, sir. We see but don't interrupt. We see the patterns in nature.
You interrupted first.
Yeah, we see the patterns in nature. We don't see the equation. Understand?
I'm not saying equation.
Yeah, you are. You're saying the golden ratio. The golden ratio is a concept. It's a man-made concept. It's not something we see in nature. The patterns are what we see in nature.
Yeah.
Understand?
That's what I was pointing out to.
Yeah,
okay,
it's not. It's not math, sir. The patterns are not math. You ascribe mathematical concepts to the patterns. The patterns themselves are not math.
Be mad about it. Okay.
No. I have to say this because you are trying to make your point and shoehorn the idea that we see mathematical constructs. We do not do that.
We see it in fruits,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
Fruits,
you see patterns, sir. You see patterns. You interpret the patterns as a mathematical concept. No, that is absolutely correct. You don't go out in nature,
you're just
sir.
brainwashing this. No.
You're trying to brainwash everybody, sir. Everybody here doesn't go out. Look, listen, dude. You don't go to nature and then see a flower bloom.
I'll let it speak. Go on.
Yeah, you should, because you don't see a flower bloom and then say, "Oh, that's 369." I'm seeing the swirling patterns. Yeah, that's what a person has came up. That's what a person came up with. Yeah. So what's the golden ratio? Go ahead and enlighten everybody. What's the golden ratio? What's the golden ratio?
Okay.
What is it?
So basically, it's the phenomena that occurs in nature. Okay, that there's a specific pattern that is followed, or you see it frequently. For example, in fruits, in plants, in shells. Okay, in specific animals as well. They grow in a specific way that is seen by some people as mathematical.
No. No.
It is.
No. You're wrong.
Okay,
they see patterns.
Where am I wrong?
They see patterns. They don't see math. They see
Which
patterns.
Which patterns?
Yeah, the swirly patterns, dude. Come on, don't be a dumbass.
Spirals.
Your swirly patterns. Everybody understands what you're talking
they're
about.
accurate. They're accurate.
Yeah, who cares? You don't see numbers. You see
Okay,
patterns.
who cares now?
Yeah, you don't see numbers. You see patterns.
I'm not saying numbers. Bro?
You
think
are.
I'll say that numbers exist in nature. No, no one's saying that. You just straw man.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So then, don't hold on. Don't talk about math then. If we're not talking about numbers, then don't talk about it.
Yeah.
How about that?
No.
Yeah, Bumblebee.
Yeah,
bro, you're saying.
Hang on a minute, Bumblebee. Look.
No, like numbers in nature. No one's speaking about that.
Gravity.
We even brought it.
Bumblebee.
Okay.
You're trying to prove gravity, Bumblebee. Prove gravity, please. That's what you were supposed to be doing.
Okay, great.
Proving gravity.
Okay,
Right,
this
go
guy
ahead, please.
something hostile.
No, AB was correct. He's correct. AB was correct to interject.
Bro, I don't even know the golden ratio. Now he's saying it's correct. Anyways.
Yeah. So,
Bro.
so golden ratio has nothing to do with proving
Right.
gravity. Can you please prove gravity for the fourth
Jim.
time in asking?
Jen,
Come
calm
on.
down. I'm
calm.
trying to go step by step. I'm not trying to be hostile.
Yeah, but
okay?
you're taking
Or
the
violent.
wrong steps. You're taking the wrong steps. Okay.
I'm trying to
Right.
say this, right?
Remember,
Physics.
let me just say something quickly.
No, no,
you said you couldn't prove gravity first. Now you've changed your mind because you said gravity proves a shape. I said, ladies and gentlemen, how does gravity prove a shape? You said it
No,
does.
that's astronomy.
Please prove it. Go ahead.
As a swimmer.
Please.
Okay. I got you saying. So, what I was trying to do is, Jen, at the beginning, is this. Physics. Physics is maths. It is.
Oh.
It's purely
Oh.
maths.
Oh shit.
No, it isn't?
Yeah, we're gonna have a problem. Please carry on, but
Are you saying
I'll get back.
physics are not... it's not maths?
Is not what explicitly and only mathematics.
No. I want you to say it. Are you saying physics... it's not maths?
Okay. Are you saying physics is science?
No.
Just to be clear, physics is in the
No,
natural
I'm
science.
not saying that. No, there's a very clear distinction.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I said physics is maths. Do you
No,
disagree?
you can abstract maths from the science that you do in physics.
Okay, but listen, when I say maths,
hold on.
it's like it's like when you engage in it, when you do engage in all these formulas or equations and all that stuff in physics, it's always maths.
Where'd you get the formula from? Where'd you get the formula from?
Like it itself. For example, you have the weight, speed, time. That's a formula used in some things, right? I mean, it's purely maths.
Okay. So the formula PV equals nRT. You understand this, yeah? Mathematical formula that we use in physics,
bro,
with regards to the movement and behavior of gases.
Hold on. What are we disagreeing about?
At the moment, we're trying to agree.
Upon?
If you let me finish, I'll get there.
Go on.
Good. So my line of question is reasonable. So you understand the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT. Now, this is very mathematical, isn't it? Now, yes, we can use mathematics in physics to explain and describe, but ultimately PV equals nRT came from scientific experimentation. You can use mathematics in physics as a language to describe the physical and natural world.
Okay, what's new here?
I'm just hoping we agree. I'm not hoping there's anything new here. I'm hoping we agree.
Okay. Now, can you get back to actually proving gravity? Gravity proves a shape.
Yeah, the greater. Hold on,
Jen,
hold on, sir. Bumblebee, hold on. The greater point. Yeah, the greater point is.
nice, bro.
Yeah, hold on, Bumblebee. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
You're
So
not
the
nice,
greater.
bro. I'm not really
it doesn't, dude. It doesn't matter. You can disengage if you like, dude. But the
No,
greater
I'm
point
getting
is
Jen. Jen is
math
cool.
is not
You're
not
cool, bro.
reality. You can't keep interrupting me, bro. Can't keep doing that.
No, I'm not engaging with you, please. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm engaging with you, so that's
I
how
don't
it
want
is,
to.
dude. Well, then you can kick
You're
rocks,
not
bro.
cool, bro.
You can
You're
kick
rude.
rocks. It doesn't. You can kick rocks, bro. To be honest, because if you're not here to have a
Bro,
conversation
listen,
about the truth,
Avi, listen.
no, I'm not going to listen to
we're
you,
trying
dude.
to
I'm not
have
going to
a
listen to you.
friendly
I'm not
discussion.
going to listen to you. I'm not
Friendly.
going to.
Not hostile.
So you need to stop. You need to stop right now. I'm going to stop you. How about that? Stop or I'll stop you. All right. So basically, the greater point is math is not reality. So math isn't reality. You can't keep bringing it into the conversation like it is reality. It's separate from reality. It describes reality. That's what it does. When you use math and what Jedi just finished telling you, it describes reality. It is not reality itself. That's it.
Okay, thank you. No, anyways, Jin, you here?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay, my friend. What I was trying to do. By the way, I'm very friendly. I'm not trying to argue. Okay, I'm just trying to prove it in some way. Okay. And
you
I
have to prove
it's
that
quite
gravity
difficult,
proves the shape. That's what you're trying to do. Gravity
yeah, I mean,
proves
if,
the shape. Okay.
if you believe we never went to the moon, I mean, yes, it's quite difficult because you're seeing stuff from.
Well, I know they didn't. It's not belief.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing stuff from Earth, so it's quite difficult, right? But and I grant you that. No worries.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is that using what's it called? Physics.
Go ahead.
And maths.
Okay, go ahead.
Mass. The bigger the mass, the stronger the gravitational pull. Okay.
Right. Now, I understand what you said, because you said this before, and I said to you, it's okay having that formula on paper, on the blackboard, on your computer, but you've got to translate that into practical, physical life. Can you demonstrate that? This is what I want now. The experiment, in other words.
It can be interpreted into reality.
No, we don't want to interpret it at all. No, no. I want to know the experiment. Otherwise, you don't have proof. Thank you.
I don't know the exact experiment, to be fully honest.
Right, so you can't prove it, right? You can't prove gravity, yes? So Isaac Newton didn't prove it, by the way. And you know what he said about mass attracting mass? He said it was, this is his own words out of his own mouth. I'm quoting Sir Isaac Newton. He said, the idea that mass would attract mass, or matter would attract matter, is an absurd idea, and he wishes to distance himself from that, doesn't want his name ascribed to that. He never proved it. Okay?
Right.
So Isaac Newton, mass attracting mass.
I get what you're saying. Fully there. No, I believe that the second you understand what I mean by gravitational pull of mass. If something has a mass, everything has gravitational pull, even your body.
Okay, friend.
It's in a way that
you have to prove that that's a claim. That's just a claim. Now, can you prove that?
No. That's proof, like physically.
No, the claim is not proof. You can't just make the claim and call it proof. You have to prove it.
Right.
Yeah,
this is going to bug me. Sorry, hold on. I do apologise. Right, this is going to bug me for a while. You keep saying physics and things, and it's yes and stuff. All right, so I'm going to read you a couple of citations from the Royal Society of Chemistry, Space-Time Physics, and the next one will be from Einstein's theory of relativity. This is going to be interesting. All right, so according to the Royal Society of Chemistry, moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance incorrectly identified with mass. So we're going to be describing what mass is, all right? Nature does not offer us any concept of the amount of matter. Just struck down a proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the amount even if we could count the amount of atoms, or by any other counter method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. However, in physics, however, we must very strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning other than giving in formula. Now, this is the point that I wanted to address with you earlier, because we've got a convolution of terms. What physics does, what mathematical equations are, and what science actually is. And you're invoking the word mass. Now, you can invoke it within formula, but we must understand that it's conceptual. Right? It's not actually physical in and of itself. And if you're going to start saying that mass, the amount of substance in the space, instantaneously over distance acts upon another mass, the amount of substance in the space, then you're going to be violating special relativity with that. Because this idea of mass attracting mass, the Newton idea, that was moved away from in the early 19th century, right? By Einstein and his peers. I can't remember everybody's name, but back in 1915, right? General and special relativity, where mass is no longer attracting mass, gravity isn't a force, mass, a body, exists within a four-dimensional space-time fabric, that because of the mathematical equations, the mass, the concept, has power to distort the concept of four-dimensional height, width, length, and time. You understand that these are all mathematical concepts, right? You must. Because you've been sitting here for 10 minutes saying, according to physics, this, that, and the other. Just pulled up space-time physics, John Wheeler, a few other people as well that completely disagree with what you're saying. I have more.
He left.
I'm not surprised.
You're being too mean, Jedi. You're being too mean.
Yep, I'm sure I was, Jimsy.
Well, I mean, he said he couldn't prove it at the beginning. So I said a great answer. He answered correctly there. But then he changed his mind again and said he could prove it. Gravity does prove a shape. How? And he never got round to doing it because he couldn't prove it, you see. So
Now
he's struggling with the gravity.
I want to ask a question. Was he saying mass or math?
He was saying maths, of course. Maths.
Maths, right? Like mathematics?
Yes,
Math
correct.
and maths, yeah, both.
It sounded the same when he was saying it, so I couldn't understand what he was. I thought he was saying mathematics. That's what I thought.
No, your interjection was correct, though, AV, Miggy. Your interjection was correct because he was saying that mathematics, that is, proves it, formulas. So you were correct. You weren't confused. But he does sound the same, doesn't it? It does sound the same.
Well, math and math. Yeah, so
yeah.
And then Jedi answered. I'm like, well, maybe he was saying math, not math.
No, he was saying mathematics. He was saying mathematics. When you interjected, was correct.
Oh, he was saying both? Shoot.
Yeah, he started off by talking about mathematics and then he was invoking mass when he was talking about gravity. So math and physics, mass and gravity.
Okay.
Exactly.
Proving the same thing.
But he invoked the golden ratio as a part of like explanation of how we see that in nature. I'm like, oh, hell no. Because we had somebody actually say that back in the day. They're invoking the golden ratio to say that patterns in nature are mathematics. I'm like, no, they're not. The concept of the golden ratio is something that someone taught someone else. They don't see that in nature. They see the patterns in nature, not the actual equation.
That's right. Similar patterns is what we're recognizing. Yeah. When you see the buds in the when the flowers in a bud, you see that spiral. You see it everywhere, which is fine. But it's not mathematics. It's when we apply the maths, it's when we can calculate the patterns and etc. But I felt sorry for him, Reddick, because he was struggling there. On the one hand, he admitted he couldn't prove it, and then on the next breath, he's trying to prove it. Yeah, he was trying. But he never did, ladies and gentlemen, because he can't prove it.
He left because he was getting the response he wanted from Jin. And whenever he got a direct response from Jedi and AV, that didn't go along with what he was looking for. So whenever he got muted and Jedi went into the exposition of what he was saying, then he left.
Yeah. I was responding to him because I wanted to give him a chance to try and prove it because he's going to talk himself into trouble, which is what he was doing, basically. And I was holding him to just prove it. You said you could. Let's have a look. Show me. And then, but when he got the response from Jedi, because now Jedi is explaining to him the truth. And that's what happened there.
How many times did he ask you if you believe? Like maybe 3 or 4 times?
And I did say to him, look, I said to him, look, I don't believe anything. It's like you're trying to grab an oily pole. You're just going to slide down. I've got no belief there, mate. I said that to him. Okay? I believe nothing. I made sure he got that clear. But he kept going on, didn't he?
Yeah. Most of the time that when they engage with you, they want you to like this contractual agreement that you have to abide by so that they can makes their premise true. But if you don't agree, it doesn't make it true. So he was trying his best to kind of get you to agree on that premise of believing.
Exactly. The word we use in English, and Jedi would know this word, joiner. He was trying to get that joiner on me, and I didn't join. No, thank you. Okay, that's what he was trying to get there. And I said, no, don't believe in anything. I can help you there. It's like trying to grab an oily pole. You're not going to grab it. You're just going to slide down. There you are. So, no, I don't believe in anything. No. And with that, he said, I can't. He actually said it twice that he couldn't prove it. Oh, yeah, good. There you are. Thank you. Welcome to the real world. And gravity doesn't prove shape, and he never proved it. There you are. Because it doesn't prove shape. You can't use it. Sorry. Yeah, I wanted him to be here a bit longer because I wanted him to finally realize that he can't prove gravity. Thus, you can't prove your shape. Right. So now, what can you prove? You can prove that water is lying level on the surface. See, then that's where I was leading him slowly. All interjections was welcome because everything was positive there. Like the Jedi said, AB, he was trying to get me to agree, and Jin wasn't agreeing to anything.
You got to have their contract signed, and if they want to get you to the globe side, they do. The moment you sign on it, okay, you said you believe. No, that's good enough for me.
I just don't want you to ever read the fine print or question what it says at the bottom in the tiny words.
Exactly.
Get my bloody magnifying glass out. Hang on a second. Yeah, you're fine.
You're gonna see at the very bottom. It's gonna say, "Well, now you believe the Earth is a globe."
Yeah, exactly.
Fine print.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find that the flat earthers, we don't agree to anything. That's really, we're going to be that much of a stick in the mud. We're just not going. You've got to do it all by yourself. If you're going to prove the globe, I'm not going to assist you.
Imagine I was thinking about it like this. Imagine him being a teacher at a conference. All right, guys, before I start my presentation, I need you guys to agree. Like how do you? That's not a presentation, man. You're supposed to tell them or instruct them on what you're going to show them what you know. They're not going to be like, okay, but before I begin, I need everybody to sign this paper, this waiver that you agree that everything I'm going to say is correct. As long as you believe what I say.
Yeah.
Sounds like the start of a pyramid scheme.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we recognize the traits, ladies and gentlemen, the little traps they put down. You're not going to find us agreeing. And he said it himself. Well, I can't prove gravity now. I thought, well done. He said it twice that he couldn't prove it. He couldn't prove it unless we agreed to certain facts. And those things he wanted me to agree on were not facts. So I can't agree to them. Sorry. So he's got to prove it on his own, and he never proved it because you can't prove gravity. We do accept that there is a downward vector and there's an upward vector. It's what we observe. Now, the reasons for it, nobody actually knows. Okay, except for the fact that a helium is lighter than air. That's why it's rising up. That's provable. We know that. But why the up vector and down vector? Well, that's a hard thing to get the language to actually try and describe that. You'd have to have some knowledge of how this Earth was actually created. I don't have that knowledge at all. I watched today for an hour and a half the story of how the Earth was born. I say yesterday. Today, your time, ladies and gentlemen, but yesterday. All right? Yesterday, I watched this. And it was funny, really, because it starts off all CGI, and there's this lump of something that's rolling around, and things are attracted to it. But it started off with dust first. Some big bang happened, dust, and then bits of matter clumping together, and then this Earth was spinning, and and water came from an asteroid. It's all this heat and hot, and how's water not boiling away in a vacuum? I don't know, but there you go. Slams into the Earth, deposits water. It's silly, really, ladies and gentlemen. I almost fell asleep a few times watching the thing.
All right, let me make a few announcements for the new people that are just joining us right now. If you want to have a conversation with us about the topic is, do you know if the Earth is a globe? And we'll actually challenge you if you're brand new. And if not, you can ask us some questions about flat Earth. It's up to you. But go ahead and open up your mic if you're brand new.
Yeah, don't be shy. Just whatever your best proof is. Okay, whatever you carry as your knowledge, you think that the Earth is a globe. Please present it to us. We will learn something. I guarantee you. So don't hesitate.
We got Spiker 6372. Welcome. Let's see what else we got in there. Mansky's lighting up. We got Error at the very bottom. Welcome to the room. And we got DK, looks like. What's up, guys?
Yeah, VK's got that Japanese symbol. That Japanese symbol is a letter. It's called TSU in Hiragana Japanese, okay? TSU. So joiner in the Japanese language. It's a letter of the Japanese alphabet. The sound, TSU. That'll be VK. That mark, it's from the Japanese alphabet, the hiragana alphabet. 3 alphabet systems in the Japanese alphabet system. You've got the kanji, which is like the Chinese writing, and then you've got the hiragana, which is what he's using, and then there's the katakana. Katakana is used for things that come from outside of Japan. Foreign goods, foreign words, they use katakana to write it down. Okay? But what you're looking at there is the hiragana, the letter tsu. For example, if I want to say, oh, I'm having a hard life, sekatsu wa tsurai desu. You notice I used the word, the letter tsu, tsurai. Tsurai means severe, hard.
What's flat Earth in Japanese?
Okay, Japanese. Chikyu wa taira desu. Chikyu, Earth. Wa is taira, flat. This is. Okay? Chikyu wa taira desu.
I thought it was flat Earth. No, sorry, my bad.
Flat Earther or flatter Earther desu.
Oh, that's an easy way to do it. English with a Japanese accent is the best way that I can go. Flatter Earther. Yep, there we go. That's how all language works. It's just English with an accent.
I can't help it, can I? I can't. I'm from East London, really, mate. I'm from London, so I give it the Cockney Japanese accent, if you will, ladies and gentlemen. No, but the Japanese have said that my pronunciation is pretty good, because if you hear me speak to the Japanese, I do actually get in there and get the tone right when I'm in full swing.
All right. So what's the kanji for it?
The kanji for Chikyu wa taira. Yeah, no, that's going to take me a while because I don't write kanji. I write hiragana.
Right.
Katakana. I don't write kanji. I can look it up.
Because I know that sometimes they're symbols, right? So for a word, it means other things. Like, so for like, what's an example? Like,
Oh.
Well, me, for example, which is like, not I, but look, Mieru. The kanji for Mieru is the same as me, as in someone's name. Hiromi, for example. Or Miru Hanami.
Right.
So that kanji is similar. Sorry, yeah, this is all Japanese now. I'll stop because it's confusing.
No. I'm not complaining about you saying it. It's just confusing.
Well, there's three alphabets.
I've only ever learned English, dude. So other languages obviously sound completely nutty to me. It's hilarious.
Well, they do at first, but when you get into it, yeah, you might pull your hair out on some of the things that they have to do. For example, we say one piece of paper, right? 2 pens, 3 books. But in Japanese, there's 3 different ways of counting that. So you've got 1 pencil, enpitsu ippon, right? 1 pencil, right? But 1 sheet of paper is kami o ichimai. And then 1 onion, tamanegi, ikko. See what I mean? So the different counting system for different objects. Now that drove me berserk. Because, we just say 1 onion, 1 pencil, 1 book. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they have it all different, and that will drive you mad. 2 cars, nidai.
And that's fair enough. I get different counting systems and stuff and the language use of it. I mean, we're English or British. Maybe you weren't around. Maybe you were. You were in the 60s, so pounds, shilling and pence might have been a thing for you. That completely blew my bloody mind, man. That's just, what the hell is that all about? But yeah, I get it. I understand different ways of counting and different language forms and different tenses with numbers as well.
Do you know what, though? I didn't get the logic of it. Look at this, right? You go to the shop, you buy something, and a woman says to you, that'd be 2 and 6. Right? So that's 2 shillings and 6 pence. So why don't you just say 3 shillings and 1 pence? You know what I mean?
I don't know, dude. I don't know. When I learned that blew my bloody mind.
Yeah. I used to think that. I used to think, why didn't you say, or why not just say 16 pence? Do you know what I mean? That would be 16 pence. But you're saying, that'd be 2 and 6. And you think, 2 and 6. What's that? 2 shillings and 6 pence. Okay, so you're given 2 shillings, and then the 6 pence was a small little 6-penny coin. Right? 1 shilling being 5 pence. So I said, why don't you just say it's 16p? Do you know what I mean? And then you've got all the signs. They write it, don't they? 2-6p. Or 2/6p. And it was confusing, it was. I got the hang of it. I was questioning the system. Why did you say 16 pence? For fuck's sake.
Like we were saying earlier, it's normal if you're brought up into it. It looks completely foreign if you have a completely different normality. But to you, who's been trained in this, this is your everyday experience, and it's normal to you. So people that were brought up in this time of pounds, shilling and pence in the UK back in like the war times, and that was everyday nature. Before then, it was guineas and stuff. That was first nature to those people then.
Yeah, the guineas, yeah.
Crazy.
I think a guinea is like 50p, I think it was.
God knows, dude.
Again, it was 50 pence.
It sounds like pirate money after a while, do you know what I mean? So,
yeah. Do you remember when you used to buy the soft drinks like the Corona soda pops? You know the ones? Corona bottles? Yeah. And on the cap it had 3D on there. Now I used to think, why didn't it have 3p? Why 3D? Because it meant 3 pence. Why 3D though?
Hey, how much is a farthing?
A farthing? Oh yeah, that's like maybe 25 pence.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know that because of the bike, right?
Yeah.
The penny farthing.
That's
the bike
right.
with the really big wheel and the really tiny wheel.
The back. Yeah. Do you know what though? I'd love to ride one of those today. Yeah.
I think you can still take penny farthing rides in London.
Yeah, you can buy them as well, actually. You can actually buy a penny farthing online.
I think there's a guy I don't think it is London. Actually, it might be London. He's an Uber Eats delivery driver, but he does it on a penny farthing. It's really funny.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I have heard that. I saw it on YouTube. And the funny thing is this, it's the way you start off, though, yeah. Because it's a very big bike, right? And you've got to push it and then climb on it whilst it's moving.
Yeah.
Do you know that? That's what you're doing. You're climbing on as it moves. Wicked, man. And then dismounting is very tricky as well. Got to get the dismount right as well, man. Oh. Yeah, that massive front wheel. But I thought it was a stylish bike because you're king of the road. Do you know what I mean? And they had races, didn't they, as well? Penny farthing races. Yeah.
Yeah.
But fuck having a crash on one of them things. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, because you're very high up. Very high up. Not quite as high as a horse, but still high enough. Yeah, I wonder how much and a farthing, a penny farthing, yeah. Yeah, so the old English money was good. It was all fun. The threepenny bit, sixpenny bit, sixpence, and the half a penny. And then they went decimal. Yeah.
Jin.
Yeah.
Is it true that the Japanese word for flood is made up of the characters which stand for 8 people and boat?
Kozui. It could do. I haven't actually seen it in kanji, so I can't really answer that. But the word is kozui anyway. When it's flood, it means kozui. Yeah. So one kanji I would recognize instantly. The one for water, which is Chinese. He said those letters are actually Chinese. So if you give those letters to the Chinese to read, they'd pronounce it differently, right? And then the Japanese is the same symbols, but they pronounce it differently, even though it originates in China. That's the interesting thing, isn't it? That they use the same letters as the Chinese, but the Japanese pronounce it differently. That's where the confusion can kick in between the Chinese and the Japanese.
Oh, I might be thinking of Chinese actually. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. But the word for flood means kozui. That's what you say, kozui, which means watashi no living ga kozui natta. My living room is flooded. So living room is what is that? Ima. Yeah. Watashi no ima kozui desu. Now there's 2 words that mean differently, same pronunciation. Ima means now, but ima is also living room. Look at that. So watashi no ima kozui ni natta. My living room right now is flooded.
With Glover tears?
With Glover tears.
Okay.
Okay, welcome to the Flat Earth Discord, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions related to the Flat Earth, please do not hesitate to ask. We are here to answer your questions. And whatever the question might be, no matter how odd you might think it might be, we all learn from all questions. So we're really glad to have you here. So please unmute your mic and ask any question. And all that Japanese lesson was all happening on a flat earth, by the way. Otherwise, it was spinning, you wouldn't have heard me. Because you wouldn't have got the signal, silly. You wouldn't have received it on the spin. Yes, signals are flat earth proof. Horizontal propagation. Curvature would block, thus you don't receive signal. But because you're receiving it, welcome to Flat Earth, ladies and gents. Yeah, the flatness of this earth is indeed breathtaking. Once you get high enough and you start to see it, wow. Basically, the infrastructure that's been built, whether it's urban, or you're in the city, or out in the rurals where the farmland is, the way it's utilized, yeah, really good views. Yeah. When I look back on the when I'm back in Nigeria now, and I'm seeing that ship go over the supposed flat Earth horizon, over the edge. Yeah, I can remember myself looking at that and thinking how stupid a flat Earth would be, and that was galvanized, ladies and gentlemen. That was seared in my memory, right? That seared in my memory how stupid Earth would be if it was flat, because the ship is just going to go off the edge. Well, that's stupid. Plus, NASA had gone to the moon at that time, supposedly, had gone to the moon. So with those two things going on in the 70s, as far as I was concerned, I saw the truth there. I didn't have to look back. We're a globe, and that was it. And carried that all the way through to 2015, only to go back to the truth, flat Earth, to realize how stupid I was for not checking. What a donut. Yes, how inadequate I was at doing the research on the moon landing hoax, because I hadn't joined the dots there. I should have joined it. When I realized that they hadn't gone to the moon, it meant that they couldn't have taken a picture of a globe, and they didn't have one. So, yeah. So I did myself up a couple of times. I punished myself there without realizing. God.
I thought you upset somebody then. There we go.
Hello,
You okay?
welcome.
How are you?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very well today. How about you, sir?
I am from Yemen.
You're from Iran. Welcome. Assalamu alaikum.
What? No. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Okay. You're from Iran, yes? Well, welcome.
Yeah, no, from Yemen.
Oh, Yemen. Okay. Right on the coast. Right on the coast there. Saudi Arabia, Yemen. Very nice. How is the weather in Yemen today?
Today
hot. It's hot.
Okay. So it
dusty and hot.
No, I'm speaking English in Havanab.
I like hot, so that's okay. So welcome to the server. What is your position regarding the topic matter? Can you prove that the Earth is a globe? Do you have any proof?
Yes.
Okay, please tell everybody your proof. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. What is the proof you have? Can you tell me, please? Yeah, I ask you again, please, can you tell me the proof? Show me. Tell me the proof you have. Okay. Definite language barrier there, ladies and gentlemen. The man from Yemen, can you tell us your proof, please? Okay. Never mind. Could be right here, ladies and gentlemen. Teasing us that he's got proof, but he hasn't got any. He's now looking in his pockets. Okay, the zips are on the go.
Because he probably heard blah, 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 blah from you, and he just said yeah to it.
I tell you, you know, Radwin never stops to tell me laughing. He probably did. You're hearing Zips is looking in all his pockets to see whether he's got his proof. Ladies and gentlemen, where did I put it? Hang on. Oh, crap. I forgot to bring it. Let me go get it. Yeah, make sure you bring your proof with you, ladies and gentlemen. If you're going to say you can prove the globe, you best bring it, you know. Don't tease us. Because we're looking for that proof ourselves. We're not finding it. Yeah, so as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, the education you received regarding the Earth globe wasn't proven to you, but yet you carry that belief strongly, okay? Defending it to the hilt. The problem is you haven't proven it to yourself. That's the problem there, that, you know, you're carrying a belief of something that you haven't actually proven to exist. That's dangerous. Which is why I highlight myself. 48 years believing without checking. It's a long time, isn't it? Only to find out the truth. It was flat all along. But I'm glad that I've got my memories intact and I can go back to the day I was in the classroom in Nigeria, looking at that book and seeing that ship go over the edge, and remembered my state of mind at the time, how silly it looked. You know, I can still remember that feeling. Yeah. Okay. So that's my saving grace, you know, that I can remember that. And I draw from that experience, which helps me to understand your position. Yeah, because I was like you in that sense. So when I say to you, you know, you're carrying a belief and you need to go out and check it, you need to go out and do that. Because that's knowledge-based, not a belief-based system. That's knowledge system. You're taking the time out to go out. And the other thing is this, by the way, you've probably, up until today, your body, physical body, has calculated that the Earth is level. Your brain, all the visuals and everything else that you've been seeing that you haven't actually connected the dots, is already there waiting for you to connect the dots. Okay? It's just waiting for you in your memory. It's there. The clues to the flat Earth, you've experienced flat Earth only, not globe. And they're in your memory, without a doubt. Yeah, because that's all you've lived on is a flat Earth. You haven't experienced life on a globe. You don't even know what it would be like, to be quite honest. You haven't experienced it. Why? Yeah. So you start looking. Start diving into your memories now. Look at your photographs. Start looking back. Where did you see that curvature? When did you notice the Earth spinning? And you're going to say to yourself, you're just going to have that epiphany moment. Wow, he's right. Yeah. Because it cannot be that you've lived for whatever age you are and not encountered the curvature of the Earth. That would be impossible. Impossible. It's part of your life. You'd see it and you'd experience it if you're flying or on a boat, high rise, hot air balloons. Yeah. It's a distinctive shape, especially those of you who have traveled. Your body has only uploaded horizontality everywhere. If you're there, T-Dub, you might laugh at this one, right? If you tried to say flat earth and you used the Japanese characters and you said Taira Nahito, everyone would laugh because you're saying flat person, not flat earther. You know, so that would get a little laugh, a little joke.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's the correct way? What is it?
Oh, well, the correct way for flat earther, you would use the Japanese pronunciation, flato earther. That's it.
Oh, right. Okay. Right.
But you understand what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Because if you said it in Japanese using their language and you said a Taira Nahito, you'd be saying a flat person. And that
What
would
about
get a joke.
flat earth person?
Chiku wa Taira Nahito. That's what you would say then. Yeah. That would make a little bit more sense. Yeah. Chiku wa Taira Nahito. See, Hito is person. In that sense, yeah, it would work that way. And then they'll be scratching their head though. Flat earth person, what do they mean by that? You see what I mean? Still would get a confusing, yeah? Because they don't understand flat earth, do they? You know, the average man on the street wouldn't get that. Unless he's heard about flat earth. If you're in the sticks, they're not even going to know what you're talking about. That's for sure. Chiku wa Taira Nahito. They're going to think, they're instantly going to think, what do you mean? They'll understand the words and they will think, what do you mean by that? Nanto doyuimi, They would say, what do you mean? Do you mean? And then you'd have to explain. And then the body language starts coming in. Chikua Kyudai. Kyudai means globe. Chikua Kyudai, wademo chigao. That's not true. Taira dakara. And then they'll say, eh? That'd be their response. Eh? Hi. And then you'd say, hi, so this. Yeah. Kyudai dewanai. And then you'd be asking, Mite kotaru? Kyokuritsu kovicha. Mite kotarimasu? Have you seen the kovicha? And that's what I do when I'm talking to them in Japanese. That's exactly what I say to them. You know, Mite kotaru? And then out comes a smartphone showing them images. Doko de? And then you ask them where? Doko de?
Hey, Jin, don't they say hi with a little bit more of a harder expression, like hi?
Hi. Yeah, they do. Yeah, exactly. Hi. Yeah, hi. But that's that. But sometimes they say it soft as well. Hi. But yeah, it's definitely a sharp snap there to it. Usually, yeah.
It's weird because of the way their inflection is used on that word. Could also denote like a mood change too, right?
Yeah, yeah. So like I just said, yep, yeah, no, yep. Hi, but then you can say, you see, when you're talking to people who are older than you, then you soften that snapness. You do. So yeah, hi, so you got all this. You see what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's like respect, right?
Yes. Yeah. 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 Because I'm trying to keep their interest. You see, so I'm going to soften everything. You know, just to get. I know. Yeah, Antoni, kyudai janai kara. It's just not. It's not curving. And then I asked him, I know, doko de mite kotaru no? Where did you see it? And that's when they just stop dead in the tracks because they're thinking hard now. That's it. Their brain is, she's rewinding, or he's rewinding.
And we got Pun Pun in the chat and Rygo. Welcome to the chat, guys.
Yeah, welcome.
And we got Hawk who's in here as well.
Yeah, come on, guys. You've made it this far. Make it count. Ask a question. At least you can go off and go back and say, yeah, I went to a Planet server. I asked them some questions and they gave me some real answers. Come on, man. Yeah.
Hey, Karima just joined the chat.
Welcome. Please don't hesitate to ask your questions. Settle down, relax, and then ask any question you have. Any queries, any curiosity. Why do we think the Earth is flat? Why are you going against mainstream science? Etc., etc. Any question you like. Have you lost your mind? No, I have not. But there you go. I only met one man who, when I approached him for the flat Earth, he said he knew. And he said he knew a long, long time ago. He was 70-something when I was talking to him on a day. But he said he knew when he was in his 30s, he said. Wow. And I said, how do you know that? And he said, Umi, the ocean. That's what he said. The ocean was his clue. 70-year-old man. Into fishing and everything else he was. Right, he was talking to me because of my bike, because of the Honda CBR 1000, right? And I said, yeah, it's Japanese, isn't it? Nice bike. You got a nice bike there? Yeah, Japanese bike, very nice. Make the best, you know. And then because he was talking about the bike, I thought, let me see if he knows. Yeah, I know. Chikyu wa dona katachi desu ka? Right? And then he said Kyudai, you know, which is like globe. Right? I asked him, what's the Japanese? I said globe. So how do you know? And then what did we learn it at school? He said. I said, okay, so you learned it at school. But did you prove it? And why do you ask? I said, because I went out to try and prove the globe, and I've noticed how level it is. And you know, he said, yeah, tarana. And he said that, tarana. I said, yeah, it's flat. He goes, yeah, I know. I knew when I was in my 30s, he said. He said, yeah. I go, why did you say globe? Because, well, most people think it's a globe. I said, what's the truth? So no, it's flat, he said. I said, yeah, wakaru. He asked me, wakaru, do you know? I said, yeah, I checked it. So one man only in the 10 years. One Japanese man only. And I was at the shopping mall at the time. There you go, at the shopping mall, ladies and gentlemen, I even flat smack. Doesn't matter where you are. But I only did it because he was talking about my bike. That's the only reason why I seized the opportunity there. And he said, yeah, he knew when he was in his 30s. He used to go fishing a lot in his in a boat. I'm not sure if it was he was working with a fishing company or something, but he was always on a boat at that time, and he was fishing, catching fish. And that's when it dawned on him that the ocean was quite like level, and that he said, he hasn't seen the curvature, and of course he went off to climb mountains. I remember him saying, and there the view is all level, he said. Taira, flat. Keshikiga. Taira now. That's when he knew. And then when he tried to tell everybody else, people didn't believe him, he said. So he stopped talking about it. So he must have been like, wow, a black guy, foreigner, telling me the earth is flat. I was right all along. Wow. I'm glad I lived to hear that. Foreigner to tell him. Yeah. He knew it was flat. And the fact that somebody from another country is telling him so, yeah, that will live in his life forever now. He will die a happy man, I'm sure. And maybe go on to tell other people. What I should have done was taking his picture. I didn't take a picture of him. That was my error there. Lapse of memory. I forgot because I do that. Take the picture of the picture. Take the picture of the person who's taking a picture of me, for example. When I'm doing my exercises, I do that. So you get to see who took the picture. Yeah. Flat smacked a 19-year-old on the Hangouts. I was on the Hangouts at the time in the McDonald's here where I lived, right where I'm living, and went in there. He was 19 years old, university student, and I asked him, for a moment of his time, all in Japanese, because he doesn't speak any English, and he agreed that he hadn't seen the curvature of the Earth, he hadn't proven it to himself, right? And then when we gave him all the specifications to the model. And then we then asked him, at what percentage now do you think that the Earth is a globe? And he went, 15%, 20%. So you're 80% sure it's not a globe then? Yeah, he said. What are you going to do with the 20%? That's research. I'm going to research some more. I said, okay, when you finish the research, make sure you tell your friends, your family, and your college students, you're going to be a leader. That's what I said to him. You're about to be a leader. So make sure you get it right, yeah? Okay. And we sent him all the links. Yeah, and that was in a McDonald's. 19-year-old university student. Walking around the neighborhood. The common denominator with all these Japanese, when you ask them about the Earth and that, they always go to the moon landings instantly. So didn't they go to the moon then? That's the first thing they say, actually. Damastata, hi, damasyo. Did they deceive us? Yes, they deceived you. Ikenai no, ikenai. No, you cannot go. We can't go. They never went. It's not possible. And Naruhodo. I see. They say. Naruhodo. Itanakatanda. Yeah, we can't go. And then I remind them of the JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency. JAXA, Dorobo, they're robbers. Anata no zeikin toruyo, they're stealing your tax. That's what I tell them. They're like, kodomo ni zenbu de uso suru. They're lying to all the children. And then they say, yeah, we can't go there. Okay? We've never been. The earth is flat. It's not a ball. I had that discussion on a mountain with an elderly couple, again on the Hangouts. So it was there live for them. Elderly couple, hiking, you know. They were in their 70s. It was one of them's birthday, and he was 60, nearly 70, but she was 60 something. So they were in their 60s. And yeah, we spoke to them for about 20 minutes. We're looking over at the observation point, and the view is beautiful, all level, right? Yeah, and then we flat smacked the souvenir shop right across the road, right across the path, because it was there. Went into the shop. I knew the women in there because she knew my children and that, and she asked, Kodomo wa? They're at school, aren't they? Yapari, yeah. Kyo wa yasumi watashi. I'm on holiday today. So, and then I said, would you like to talk to the people on the Hangouts? Gaikokujin, foreigners. They want to practice a little bit of Japanese, and they want to talk to you about the earth, They say, yeah, okay. Yeah, and then they came out of the shop, crossed the souvenir shop, crossed the road to the observation deck, and we're looking at the observation deck, how flat it is and that. And then the panel would be asking them questions. Yeah, and I'd be in the middle translating and that. That was good, that was. Yeah, some real good flat smacking went on.
Jin, where is the best place in Japan to live, in your opinion?
Oh, blimey, that's a difficult one, that. I could say Hokkaido is beautiful. It's very flat there, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Funny enough. They call it the breadbasket of Japan. Lots of farmland, okay? So you got Hokkaido. Okinawa is beautiful. Yeah, and then all the little islands that are around Okinawa. So if you live in Okinawa, you've got access to other islands that you can go to. Island hopping is good. So you might enjoy that. And the beaches are clean and the water's nice. So Okinawa is a nice spot. Let's have a look. Where else can I say? A place called Shimane. Shimane-ken. The cleanest place in Japan. Reason being, the lowest population. There you go. So if you're looking for that clean air, everywhere's clean. Don't get me wrong, Japan is clean everywhere, but I mean, when you go to the park, you won't find a single cigarette butt or a sweet wrapper or a rubbish on the floor. And they might have had a barbecue all day and it'd be clean as a whistle when they left. A place called Shimane. You've got the coast there. Shimane. Beautiful mountains, beautiful sky, beautiful coastline. Yeah, Shimane. Right where Hiroshima is. Right next to Hiroshima. Yeah, there you go. So both places are beautiful. Hiroshima and Shimane is beautiful. We call it the cleanest because it has the lowest population. That's nice. Living, you see. Yeah, depends on what you want. If you want city and that, then you've got Tokyo, you've got Osaka, right? And then Nagasaki and places like that. But if you want rural, Shimane is good. And then Aomori, a place called Aomori. Mountains, rivers. Yeah, that's further north. Just below Hokkaido on the west coast, you've got Aomori, Ken. Beautiful.
All right.
Yeah, that's lovely there.
Can you avoid the hot Japanese summers? Like how is it in Hokkaido?
You've asked a very good question. You see, what people do because they don't like the heat, I love it, but they move up north. So if you go to Aomori, it's cooler there. What I just mentioned. Okay. Aomori is cool. Okay? There's lots of forest, lots of shaded areas. It's cooler there. Yeah. Definitely cooler than the northern parts of Japan. Okay? Northern regions. But I embrace the heat. I mean, I go towards Okinawa. I want more of it. being an African, of course. It's natural, isn't it?
I just I experienced one of those summers here in China. I don't like those long, lingering, super humid summers. I hate them.
Yeah, yeah. I'm accustomed to them. I use them as my natural sauna. I get a sweat on very quickly. I like to exercise. I like to be active. So I use it. I don't fight it. Yeah.
I like that too, but it messes with my heart rate. Like, okay, if it's 35 degrees outside, like I have to run slower. When it's colder outside, I can run fast. So I'm liking the weather right now.
Yeah, it's a normal phenomenon, that is, because obviously when it's humid and that, yeah, the air is thinner. You're fighting forever. Yeah, I'm in there. I go hell for leather either way. I'm a madman like that. Even at 63, I still go hell for leather.
All right, I need to find me a nice Aomori girl.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you go to Aomori. Oh, you'll find many there. Oh, yeah. You see, the Japanese people, they welcome the foreigners, without a doubt. Especially if you're nice and polite and you speak some Japanese, you're going to wow them, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I have them wanting to take my picture with me all the time. Especially when we go camping. That's when that happens a lot, when I'm on camp. Yeah.
I dated one Japanese girl like 11 years ago, and she traumatized me. I haven't dated another Japanese girl since, but maybe I should give it another try.
Oh, yeah. You've lost time. Because if you go to, you go to the bars and places like that, you sit down, and they'll come up to you anyway.
Maybe I'll go there this winter. I haven't been back in 11 years. I need to get out of China for a while.
Yeah, I think you should, yeah. And just hit the streets, put yourself about, and you'll meet nice
Tokyo, though. I like to find some like smaller, like a city but smaller. I don't.
Yeah, go to Osaka. If you go to Osaka, is nice.
That's where my girlfriend was, and that's where I stayed when I was there.
Well, you can go there again. No, one girl doesn't destroy the whole place, does it? Now, come on.
No, I know, but it was not a good experience. She started hitting me. It's like, okay, Japanese girls are crazy, but it's probably just her.
Well, that's just one. Come on, man.
Yeah, I know.
You got to keep trying, man. You don't give up like that. Blimey.
Yeah, and it was a girl I met on the internet as well, so it probably wasn't.
There you are. Now go to the place. Go to yourself about, man. Yeehaw! Make the noises. I'm very good at attracting. I'm out there. Nippon Psycho, yo. I shut it out.
Yeah.
Japan's great, man. And, so this guy, hi. And then I got the Chico tied up. I hope it's flat, Don't forget that. I can wind them up, I can.
I'm surprised you know some Japanese. It seems like most foreigners there never actually learn.
Well, I mean, I have been here 26 years. I teach English. I have to know the language to a certain level so I can actually teach it. And especially when they start having difficulty understanding what's being said. Plus, I live here. I've got to build a life. I've got to get my foods and stuff. I've got to travel. I've got to do it. Got to.
Yeah, it makes sense. But there's so many foreigners there that just never ever learn the language, and they've been there for 10, 20 years. It's wild.
Oh no! I speak it. Yeah, and I like it when I actually begin to interact with the Japanese people, because they're like, they ask me, what is it about Japan do you like, blah, blah, blah. And I told them, the food, the weather, the culture. I like some of the Omatsuri, the festivals. Omatsuri ga kirei, like the Obon, the festival of the dead, where you're remembering those who have passed away, for example. And I explain to them what I enjoy about it. And they think, bloody hell, you're Japanese. You know what I mean? Because I've explained, the intimate side of it, how it moves. I said, we don't have that in England as such. In England, they don't have that. Where they actually, we go to they go to the church or they go to the graveside whenever they want on a Sunday, or especially on the anniversary of the death. They go there. But they don't have this festival like you have. Okay? They have a party, they have a drink up. Yeah, they do that at home. But they don't have this outdoor, everybody's up, remembering the dead, and you have your Bon Odori, which is the Bon dance, which is really nice. I've joined in a few of those Bond dances myself. Oh yeah, remembering my ancestors that passed away, of course. So it all works, doesn't it? Yeah, and I'm in there. Yeah,
it's very different from China, where it just seems like there's no order here. It's like it's just lightly controlled chaos, and people just do whatever they want. Japan, it's like very orderly, and people follow the rules.
Yeah, yeah, which sometimes can be troublesome.
Yeah,
sometimes
it's like a little too much sometimes, but
yeah.
I'd prefer that over the chaos of China.
The funny thing is, my children have picked up that nuance. They've got that from their dad, that you don't always have to follow the rules.
Yeah, that's good.
So my sons have picked that up, which I'm glad, and they tell me when I see them, you're copying the dad, right? You learn good. Yeah. For example, I'll give you an example, yeah? Right. My son suffered from asthma when he was younger, so like the age of like 8, 9, 10, okay? And one time he had an asthma attack, right? And he was wheezing to get the air. He couldn't get the air in, right? So I got some eucalyptus and sort of wafted it across his face. And my wife was calling the ambulance at the time, okay? Right, because it looked really bad. It was the first time that he actually had this asthma attack, right? Okay, the ambulance has arrived, we put him in. I couldn't ride with him, so I drove the reason why I didn't want to drive, because I wanted to bring him home myself. So I got in the car, followed the car, to the clinic, to hospital. We get there. They go to, we sit down. He's recovered now. Okay, we're waiting for the doctor. An hour and a half later, yeah, the doctor comes, examines him. He's okay. He didn't give him any medicine. Yeah, he's okay. Yeah. Do we need anything? No. And they wanted me to pay 50,000 yen. I said to them, I don't have that money. I don't have that money on me. Damn. I wasn't going to pay 50,000 yen for nothing. Right, I had the money. I didn't pay. I just walked out. I said, let's go. Come on. No, I don't have that money, man. Did you give him anything? No. Okay, right. Free bus, free ambulance ride. That's it. Okay, thank you. Bye. I walked out the door. I said, you see that? I said, did you see that? He wanted to charge me 50,000 yen. Did you get any medicine? No. What did he do to you? Nothing. What happened? Don't be silly. That's why. You see, I wasn't born yesterday. I said to my son, okay, that's how you lose money. Mummy would have paid. That would have been a waste of money. Yeah. And that happened twice. And both occasions I didn't pay. See, the system is, right, that you pay and then you get a refund the next day or the day after. But I didn't want to go through all that, okay. Paying now and then going back and get the money the next day, because it's a waste of time and money. I just said I didn't have the money. That's it. Because that's what the system is. The system is you pay it, they take all the details, and then you come back the next day with the insurance card, of course, right? And then they refund you what you paid. But rather than do all that, that's not have the money at all, because I'm going to get it back anyway. That's what I'm like. Cut the corners where I can. Yeah, like you said, they follow the rules. I think that sometimes it's not necessary. And I could get away with it. I do.
Just pull out that Gaijin card and
exactly.
Once in a while.
Yeah, I've got a gold driving license as well. I own a the gold club member. When you drive properly and that, your license goes up, your ranking, and I've got gold, and then your insurance goes down. There you go. So yeah, not only do I show the Gaijin card, but I show the gold license as well. They look, oh, gold. I say, yeah. But I'm the one that's speeding all the time. It's funny. Yeah. Still, I'm lucky though.
Yeah, maybe I should check out a smaller city and see what it's like there, because it could be just really boring and I hate it and it's awful, but I don't know, like I spent a few days in Tokyo and I just didn't like it's creepy kind of seeing all the businessmen wearing the exact same thing, carrying the exact same briefcase. It just looked like a bunch of robots like filing into work every day. And I don't know, there's something very depressing about that scene. And I'm just
that's called, they're called the salary man. They're known as salary man. Yeah.
Just there's something creepy about that. I wouldn't want to live in Tokyo.
Yeah, basically the corporate man, in America, I suppose. Yeah. I can appreciate that. Yeah, if you go to a quieter place, of course, it'd be interesting for you. Yeah, but then again, it's a slower pace, of course, and you probably would enjoy it.
Are you into like trail running or cycling at all?
I do cycling a lot. Yeah, I'm into that. Yeah, of course. And hiking with the children. Absolutely. That's what I live for. I've climbed Mount Fuji 14 times, making to the summits 12 times out of those 14. My children have been up with me twice. And then last year, they went up by themselves on their own for the first time without their dad. 2 of them anyway. Yeah. I love that.
So where in Japan do you think is the best place for that kind of thing?
There's many places, man. There are many places you can do. Yeah, there are many places to do that.
Okay, that's good.
And also to do, because I like to take the kids, before I used to take them snowboarding, okay? And then when the snow melts in the spring, we go down mountain bike trekking, you understand? And downhilling, okay? So we put, and the funny thing is, what always gets me laughing is that I'm putting my bike in the gondola, right? And usually it's just you and your snowboard in the gondola, right? And that's the ski lift that takes you up, right? When you're going up to the Alps and that, you go in the gondola. If you're going to the mid-range, then you go on the ski lift where you're sitting on a bench type thing and it drags you up. But you go in the gondola, you're going to the height. Yeah, we're going to the gondola, man. And then we're on our mountain bikes and we're coming down. Yeah. So we do all that. And there's many places you can go to do that. Many.
That's cool.
There's a place called Fujinomiya, right? And this is in Nagano, right, which is a ski area, right? And then we go there to do the mountain bike trekking. And from where I am, it's a good 4 hours driving. I don't mind. Love it, man. It's worth the drive. You meet so many nice people. Right? People are setting up tents, because they're going to be there for 3 days. We're only there for 2 days. Right, so we sleep in the car. And they're there, bam, 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 setting it all up, yeah. And then, the car is good enough. And then you've got your bikes outside and everyone's talking. You're talking bikes with the people, the locals. And then because I'm a foreigner, they're thinking, yeah, how long have you been in Japan? Really? You teaching? But yeah. And you're really enjoying the toing and the throwing and the food and everything. Yeah. And you got that one thing in common.
I was just going to say, it's definitely better to get outside the big cities. You see the same thing in China where people come here and they only live in Shanghai, and they never learn the language and they just stay in their little bubble and they don't actually go experience the country. And it's just so much better outside the big cities.
Yeah, it's the same in Japan as well. The city's all very modern. Okay, and if you want that, that's all very well and done. I mean, look, we went to Osaka, and we had, at that time, my wife, we had 2 kids at that time. They've got 4 boys now. So at the time, 2 boys, yeah? Now, what we wanted to do is see the city, but I didn't want to see it through the car. So we rented bikes, and what you did, you ring them up. You ring the bike rentals, and they had the bikes ready for you when you come out of Osaka Station. There's a big truck. Out the back of the truck tail drops down, and they wheel out these 2 bikes, and the bikes have got these seats over the handlebars where the kids sit in and their seat belt so they can see everything right over the handlebars. Really good, man. Yeah. Rented 2 bikes and we're all over Osaka, cycling around, enjoying the sights. Yeah, when you finish, you leave them at the station and they come and pick them up. Right? Yeah, that was brilliant experience. That was. Going to all the shrines and that, up in the mountains. Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that. That was in Osaka. That was a city, but we're taking in the shrines, okay? So, it wasn't just stuck in the buildings all the time. Get the air through your hair, yeah? I keep my hair short.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, you enjoy that, right? And then we had soba. My kid knocked down, I remember the day the kid knocked down the soba plate on the floor. So here we go again. Sit down, boy, come on. Okay, let me get this up. So I cleaned it up. Do you know that? I said, stop. I said, we say daijoubu, which means it's okay. Let me do it. I'm right here. I'll do it. Thank you. So grabbed it, put it in the plate, give them the plate, mop the floor up in there, more tissue. Yeah. You know, they're giving you good service. I felt I wanted to return it. You know, saves all the embarrassment as well. Now everything's done. There you go. Hey, thank you. Nice. I said, right, you eat that soba properly. Come on. Yeah. And had a great time in Osaka. I've been there a few times. Met some homeless people. Had a good chat with the homeless in a festival. Yeah. Happened to be a summer festival going on when we went to Osaka one time. Yeah. In fact, one time in Osaka, I taught my son his name in the lift from the hotel. We stayed in a hotel. We were there for like 5 days. And the Australian rugby team was in town, in the hotel. You know, the national team was in the hotel at the time I stayed. And I taught my son his name in the lift by saying to him, Daddy. And then I would call his name. Then I said, Daddy, his name. Daddy, his name. You, your name. And then when I looked at him, I said, where's Daddy? And then he knew his name. All right? Taught him that in the lift. Little boy. Yeah. He learned his name in Osaka. What a good memory, don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Osaka's like it's a really nice city. Like, it's a big city, obviously, but I felt like the people there were very friendly and approachable. Whereas Tokyo, it didn't feel like that at all.
Yeah. Osaka is another business hub, of course, but it's like you said, it's got nice, warm people. It's got the modern side, it's got the rural side, all mixed in. It's really nice. Good restaurants, good food, good people. Yeah, and I enjoyed it there. And then when we went one time, there was a festival going on. Another time, the first time we went, the young boy who I taught his name, he just wouldn't go to bed, wouldn't go to sleep. So I had to take him out in his buggy, and I walked miles around Osaka, put him to sleep, walk him back, put him in there. And then he'd wake up in the middle of the night again. Okay, don't worry, I'll take him out. Yeah, so I did that. Let the wife sleep with him. No, I'll do it because I want to do it. I want to be out anyway. Do you know what I mean? I loved it. And now that kid now, black belt in judo, and he works for Honda. There you go. And I'm a Honda man. Yeah. Yeah. So he's 23 now. So we're going back to 21 years ago when he learned his name and all that. Proper. 21, 22 years ago.
Do you feel like kids there are being spoiled, or like, because in China it just feels like parents don't really parent anymore, and a lot of kids here are just growing up like with zero discipline. It's kind of crazy, the trend I'm seeing.
No, in Japan. No. The schools are very big on discipline, manners, morals, and and regular cleanup campaigns in the neighborhood. So they're really good at that. Okay, so that's good. The parents don't really spoil their kids. Only the wealthy do that. That's what I'll say. The wealthy spoil their kids, but generally, no. I mean, they don't even give the kids mobile phones where I live. You know what I mean? My kids were the first to have it. And I didn't want to give my kids mobile phone, but the wife was into that, I thought, well, they're not ready for it yet, And I said to them, look, you've got this iPhone, best in the world. Don't lose it. In fact, don't take it out of the house so you can lose it out there, yeah? And what did he do one day? He took it out and lost it. Came back. What does the wife do? Buys him one the next day. I said, give me that phone. Boom. He didn't get it from me for 6 weeks. It was in my drawer, in this very drawer that I'm tapping, in the drawer. I put it in there. He had to learn the lesson that when I tell you something, adhere to it and think. You were given the best phone on earth. Your friends don't have any. You're the only one. And you lost it when I told you not to take it out of the house. So you don't have the right to have another one like that. Give me that phone. So you had to learn. Yeah. 6 weeks later, he got his phone back. And then I go, what did I say to you? Don't take it out of the house yet. Okay. And I made him go out and search all the areas he went to play. Right? Yeah. One day he lost a pair of gloves, nice gloves, that he used for cycling to go to school and come back. as a junior high school, and he lost his glove. Right, and I goes, "Where's the glove? Where's the other one?" I don't know. I dropped it. Okay, let's go together. Let's retrace your route. And then we found it was right by the school. Pick it up. I've told you before, right? I don't lose things. You don't lose things. Okay, all right. Money doesn't grow on trees. Yeah, I had to teach him that. Now he bought last week. He bought a car, 30 years old. 30-year-old car he's gone and bought, and I'm very happy about that.
Yeah,
because he's realizing that old things have value. See that? Yeah. All right. He bought a Honda Street, the original Honda Street 30 years ago, running like a dream. All the seats fold down. The engine is under the car, only a 600cc. Right. He had a Daihatsu before that, right, which his brother's using, his younger brother. He's now running this Honda Street. All the seats fold down so you can lie in it. Yeah. And he's loving it. And now he's asking for all my tapes, my cassette tapes, which I've got. The ones that I used to listen to when I was 17, 18. Yeah. I've got those. And he's getting all the best music from the 80s. Yeah. So I'm giving it to him. He's going to download it onto his MP3, record it all, and then he's going to have it on his device. And he's going to give me back the tapes to keep the master, daddy, the keeper. Okay? He knows now. He understands value now. So the little lesson of losing a mobile phone and being taught to value something has worked perfectly. He's the only one that's like me out of all the boys. All the others, they're still a bit flighty, you know. But he has picked up on all those little neons. He's an engineer, of course. And an engineer's brain starts to value. And that's what he is. Like his daddy. And I'm really, really glad that he's like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So that's life with the kids. You know, you bring them up as best you can. They learn how to manage, not waste anything. Yeah. Don't use good money and buy bad rubbish, I say to them. Because you work hard and you're giving the shop real money. Make sure what you're buying is something you're going to be able to use and use for a long time. And it doesn't have to cost lots of money. Check everything. Make sure nothing is broken on it. Check. Yeah. So I think, you know, if you do come back to Japan, yeah, you'll have a better time of it. Yeah, you know. Keep yourself open-minded and that, and just enjoy the moments. Because they're there to be had.
Yeah, I have I don't know exactly how much time I have off, but I'll probably finish this semester sometime in December, and then I won't start up again until like the end of February. So I'll have a couple of months to just do whatever I want.
Yes, you will. Just got to stay warm.
Yeah, that's okay.
There's a drink called amazake, which is like has a little bit of an alcohol taste, but it's like a porridge drink. That is so good, so good, beautiful amazake. That's it.
Oh, okay, it's a sweet, low alcohol or non-alcoholic drink made.
Yeah, I like it with the alcohol because it warms the body up. Yeah, you don't get drunk on it.
Yeah, I remember loving the hot sake, but I'm trying to stay away from alcohol right now.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, then you'll have the non-alcohol one, which is just as good anyway. You know, I like the alcohol tasting one. That's really nice. And yeah, because it warms you up as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You're not going to get drunk on it because you only need 1 cup, 2 at the most. And yeah, wicked. Amazake. Keep saying the key. Similar to the British mulled wine. That's a nice drink. Hot wine. Really nice. You know, they drop the fruits in there like lemon and orange sliced up in there, and they warm the wine. And the wine is coming from all the leftovers that you have in your house. You bring, because you know the English, they cook everything. They bring that all that, pour it into a pan. You know, that's what they'll be drinking today because it's November 5th. Okay, so people would be drinking that in their gardens or in their allotments. Okay, they'd have mulled wine, chestnuts on this particular day, fireworks day. I used to do it with.
Did you said mold? MOLD?
Yes, mulled wine, which is
No,
hot wine.
it's this one's MULLED, right?
Yes, MULLED. That's the one. Mulled wine, not mold as in mouldy, but mulled wine, which is basically hot wine.
Okay. I was kind of like, wow, making wine with mold. I'm gonna try some of that.
Yeah, and the thing is, they slice the lemon, if you like, and the lime or even orange. It all goes in. Slice it in there, citrus. Okay, and they warm that up. Some people have even added cinnamon and that in there as well. Crazy, but they do it.
Sounds really good. And the conversation about traveling. Let's check on the new people before some people get triggered. It's not the topic of the VC, you know.
Of course.
Let's check on the new people. If not, we can continue about the cultural talk. If nobody else want to bring another topic.
Yes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Do you have any questions on the topic matter of the flat Earth? How can you prove that the Earth is a globe, for example? Do you have that proof? If you do, can you tell us? Please, go ahead.
Flatworms to get triggered.
Yeah, we're here to answer all your questions. Why do you say the Earth is flat? What's going on? Why are you going against mainstream science as the common one, isn't it? All the experts, all the thousands of years of proof. And then when you look for that proof, you don't find one. Later, you hear the word 1,000, ladies and gentlemen, but you can't find one. That'll tell you.
But, you say you got the other guy was saying you planning to travel to Japan?
Yeah, but I live in China, so it's a very short trip.
Short trip. You're gonna meet Jin?
Maybe.
Do some flat Earth experiments.
Do some long distance observations. Why not?
Jin is gonna take you on a hike up to Mount Fiji.
Yeah, Fuji.
Just go to both at the same day. Climb both Fuji and Fiji, even though they're like thousands of miles apart. Jin can do it. You just gotta keep up.
Yeah.
What was it, the Truman Show? He wanted to go to Fiji. What the hell happens in Fiji?
They got Fiji water, no?
I don't know.
Yeah, I had a student who was planning to live in Fiji Island, with her daughter, okay, because she's going to be retiring soon, but she's since changed her mind because she's renovated the second house that she's got, okay, right? And her sister's living in that house now. It belonged to her parents. Parents have passed away, a number of years ago, and they renovated it. So she's abandoned that idea now. But she was thinking of moving to Fiji Islands. We were going to go and live there. Looked it all up and everything. We looked it up together, And the political system that time was an Indian. There's a few problems because it was like there was an Indian prime minister, and then there was a dispute against that, and politically unstable a little bit. Because the prime minister was obviously a crook. There you go. And the guy that was bringing on this protest and revolution kind of thing was a native to the island. Yeah. And I said, "Are you not worried about it?" She goes, "No."
Why will they lie?
So I asked her, "Are you not worried about all this political unrest?" She says, No, because I'm not going to live in that area. I said, Okay. But no, she's abandoned the idea now. That was about 8 years ago, by the way. So that's to tell you how long my students stick with me. 8 years, this one. This more than 8 years. This one has been coming for like maybe 15 years. Can you imagine that? 15 years.
Student for 15 years?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Well, you know what it is, okay? Because she's actually teaching new students all the time, because she's a teacher herself, she likes to have an English teacher on hand to help her through when she's marking the work and questioning and checking their answers. Do you understand? That's my role. So she comes to me, asks for model answers, which we give, and then we check their answers and see where they need to improve. Okay? She works for the education board, actually, and she's an examiner. They like to have a safety net. Yeah. She's they like to have a safety net, and I'm her safety net. 15 years now. They've gone from oral to computerization as well. So they've had to, it's interesting that is as well. But she still comes to me. And I'm very reasonably priced as well, you see. That's the other thing. There you are. It's good, isn't it? I've been very lucky.
You teach her English and she writes down what you teach her, then she flips it on the student. So she pays you an amount and then she charges the government 3 times that amount for what you're teaching. She learned.
Probably. Yeah. She's probably doing that. Yeah, she's probably getting more money.
She's flipping your teachings.
Yeah. And the thing is this, yeah. when the topic comes up, because flat Earth will come up because I'm there, yeah. Because she's talking about the Earth, and everyone goes, "Well, are you sure? Are you sure that global warming is a thing? Do you know what it really means?" Right, because you don't have any proof of this, really. Yeah, so we get that in. I said you should teach your students to think like that. Right? Is the Earth really flat? And are humans really superior to the animals? Because they like to think that we're better. Because I don't think I'm better than an animal. My role is to look after the animal. Okay, that's my role. Not I'm better than the animal. I don't look at myself like that. I don't compare myself to the animal to say I'm better than it. It's not what I do. We should never be thinking like that. It's not what you're meant to think. The animal is there for you to protect. That's it. Because you have the power of thought, and we can construct. And sometimes we do things that are dangerous to their lives. We have to be aware of these things. Yeah. So don't be thinking you're better than an animal. That's not the way God put us on the earth to do that. That's what I said. There was a lesson that the Neons was like that. That we humans are better than animals. No, I don't look at myself like that. They're different, yeah, but I don't think I'm better than an animal. Why would I think that? Yeah, it's not the way I think. Did anybody think they're better than an animal here? Not really, Well, I can speak better Japanese than an animal. Come on. Yeah, I just reminded her that our role as humans are, we are the custodians to the earth. We're meant to look after it. It's part of our test. And if we always think we're better, then we're devaluing, and hence they get harvested to extinction, That's not it.
Well, my role is to eat them.
Well, depending on what they are, yeah.
No, just kidding. But they do taste better than I do.
I don't know. I've never tasted a human being.
Go to McDonald's, you never know. You probably did.
That's bloody true as well, isn't it? Yeah. From what I've been hearing, yeah. Yeah.
Doesn't hurt if you don't know.
Actually, I'll tell you what I heard today, which I'd heard before, but it was just another reminder. And that is, they're selling powdered insects you can buy now online anyway. I haven't seen it in any shop yet. Yeah, have you ever seen that? Powdered insects? Probably the first time I've heard that, it was like people used to sell like ants powder. They used to, I don't know, like some type of nutrition, whatever they say. Protein, isn't it? It's protein, isn't it? That's what they say.
Protein or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, protein. Ants. What was the other? Grasshoppers. I think if you could powdered locusts, because man, they come in fast and thick and like an army.
Hoppers have how do you call this? Liver flukes and pancreas flukes, a bunch of parasite flukes.
Oh, there you go.
So you might be getting the protein and the parasites that will eat the protein. So there you go. Got the combo.
What about fried moth?
Exactly. I don't want to eat fried moth. One woman said it was like eating a hairy nut. Disgusting. I thought, wow, what a description. Sorry?
Pause.
Yeah. The woman that said it was like eating a hairy nut.
Pause.
Pause. Big pause. Big pause.
Okay, I paused.
You guys don't have like a record scratch sound effect?
I mean, apparently, 62% of the world's population eats insects, by the way. Well, that's what they'd have us believe anyway. That was a shock to hear.
Who told you that? The UN?
Sorry?
Who told you that? The UN?
Could have been the UN. Well, yeah. One of those stupid organisations, yeah. I got it from the Kobet report.
Bugs,
anyway.
Man.
Yeah, yeah.
Those cow farts are going to kill us all.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's exactly what they were saying. Because of the cow fats, we should move off the meat and move on to the insects to save the earth.
Yeah, just shut up and comply. Come on.
What a load of crap. And then they've got these famous artists, actors who are eating it and giving us the, yeah, it's really nice. Like they're really eating it, really. Honestly. Wow. The lengths they will go. The lengths they will go to try and convince us that insects are the way to go now, ladies and gentlemen. Catch your cockroaches and that, yeah. Dry roast them up and pull off the legs and crunch up the body. Pull off the wings, of course. You don't eat that. Oh. But you don't throw it away, of course. You powder the wings. They get powdered. Yeah. Like another delicacy there for you. Powdered. You have powdered cockroach in a dispenser on your table, and you sprinkle that on your salad. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you snort it? You use a little Coke spoon.
Yeah, that's another one. I remember in Nigeria that they had insects in Nigeria. We had one of those oil drums, and it was filled to the top with insects that were flying, the flying ones, yeah? And they caught them in the nets, pulled them in there. Wow. I looked at it shimmer. I said to my auntie, I don't want to eat that, yeah? No, thank you. Don't give me that on my plate. That was back in the 70s, yeah? I said to my auntie, no, thank you. Right away. I'm not going to eat that. See them pulling the wings off, getting it ready to cook. Still shimmering and that. No way. I'm not eating that. Going on with. Probably missing out on some serious nutrition there, by the way. But because I was born in England, right, that was not going in my mouth. That was not going in my mouth. No way.
Yeah, but you'll eat mushy peas.
Actually, yeah, I like mushy peas. Haven't had that in years now, though. 30 plus years now. So that's a long time ago, that was. But yeah, I used to eat it back then. But no, I could not eat those insects now. I could see them in the drum. Can you imagine, the oil drums? They were full to the top. Wow. Overflowing. I thought, well, you gonna eat? They're going to eat that? No, not me. I'm not eating that. Crazy. All that pus and stuff. I don't eat pus. Mad. Yeah, and they pull off the wings and everything, go and then get them fried up. Oh, no, thank you.
No, I'm getting hungry.
Oh man, y'all! I'm having dinner with the Deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine this week. I have no idea what the fuck I'm going to talk about. He's bringing a bunch of like.
You have to speak, Josh. You have to speak publicly or something.
I'm hosting an event at Amazon where we're getting a bunch of like Western allied forces, their ministries of defense and departments of defense are coming to Amazon headquarters. And we just got the seating chart for the dinner, and I'm sitting next to the deputy Minister of Defense of Ukraine, General Volodymyr Havrilov.
Wow.
Wait, is it Department of Defense or the Department of War?
The actual name is Department of Defense. It's sort of like when a company is doing business as, like they're like they changed the moniker. It hasn't actually been renamed. But I did get pictures today from a buddy of mine who works in the Pentagon that the Pentagon gift shop just got all their Department of War swag, and I was like, yes, I need some of that.
Is defense and offense the same thing?
No, it's not.
Depends on your mental hula hoops you want to jump through.
I'd be interested to know how much you spend on your defense, your yearly budget.
What is it? It's like 800 billion, right?
Wow, and is that money well spent? I'll be saying, is that a good use of your taxpayers' money?
Yeah. Now multiply that by 1,000. That's the real figure.
Wow,
800 trillion? Really? I don't think so. I mean, I think the public line item is 800 billion. There's definitely some like money that goes to classified programs and other things that isn't in the public ledger, but.
Wait, Josh, what was your answer? If is defense and offense the same thing? You say yes, or what do you say?
I said it depends on what mental. Yeah, it's your mental gymnastics that defines that. Like, I was interviewing at Raytheon Missile Systems down in Tucson, Arizona. What was this, like 6 or 7 years ago? And the guy that was interviewing me asked me this question. He said, "Is a missile an offensive or a defensive weapon?" And I like thought about it for a second. I was like, well, I think a missile creates entropy, right? And so it creates more chaos afterwards than before it was launched and detonated. So I'm going to go with offensive. And he's like, nope, that's wrong. It's a defensive weapon because the enemy must have done something to cause us to launch the missile. So we're defending ourselves because they did that thing that caused us to launch it. I was like, wow, those are some mental hula hoops the mental hoops you're jumping through.
Yeah. One man's defense can be another man's offense, by the way, actually.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. So what are you talking about here? And generally, it's always the other way around. It's always an offensive attack. Look, overt is the thing, isn't it? Yeah, the overt attack. That doctrine that's now out there. Preemptive striking. That's it. Preemptive. That's the worst one.
we're going to stop you from doing something in the future. We're defending ourselves from your future actions.
Yeah, you won't believe this name, but it's Philip. What is it? Philip D. Zelikow. He was the guy who wrote up that doctrine of preemptive strike back in the 90s. Okay, and now it's become a thing. And this guy, Philip Zelikow, where did he end up? Heading the 9/11 Commission book. That's not worth tuppence halfpenny. All lies. 500 pages odd. He edited that. Philip Zelikow. He actually wrote the idea of a 9/11. Right? He wrote it in 1999, I think it was. Sorry, 1993. That was it. He wrote an article dealing with, the Twin Towers or being struck down. And then what happens? 9/11. It happens. There you go. 2001, September there. What he wrote about came true. And the same guy wrote the doctrine on the preemptive strike. And then he ends up heading the 9/11 Commission report. Philip Z.
Well, even if it wasn't an inside job, sounds like he gave him the idea.
He gave them the idea, didn't he? Yeah. I said that as well. C-Dub, yeah, of course. He created the idea. Yeah, preemptive striking. You look like you're going to do something, we're going to hit you first. There you go. So you don't hit us. We hit you before you hit us. Terrible.
Let's just publish it and declare to the whole world our weaknesses, right? How can you take us down? Well, here's how.
Josh, as an engineer, Josh, do tuna cans can take out reinforced concrete steel buildings?
What? Yeah. Can tuna cans take out a reinforced steel building? As an engineer, what do you think? Is that possible?
Are we talking? Is that a proxy for the fuselage of an aircraft, or is that what we're doing here?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what he's thinking.
Fuck.
Future weapon. Future weapon. Tuna cans. I love it.
I mean, how many tuna cans do you have to, hit the building with to, make a dent?
To bring it down. Yeah, to bring it down. To bring it down.
I'm not asking that I want to do that. I'm just saying, I'm just hypothetically just trying to do the math.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, hypothetically. How many tuna cans?
Where's Yoder? Where's Yoder to be the TOS police?
Yeah. Yeah, clearly impossible, ladies and gentlemen, clearly. No, you couldn't do it. An aeroplane couldn't do it. Impossible. Aeroplanes didn't do that. Yeah. An aeroplane could never bring down a building. No way. Impossible.
I want to build my house out of tuna cans now.
That's what I'm thinking.
To remove one girder from the building number 7, for example, would require 630,000 pounds of force. Depending where the girder is. In another part of that building, it could be 550,000 pounds of force. Still high. Okay? Just to knock out one girder. Boom. One. So you can imagine that fire could never do that. Impossible. And then with the Twin Towers, you might have seen these I-beams that were impaled into the Deutsche Bank. They weighed about 2 to 4 tons, traveling at 80 miles an hour, 160 feet per second. Can fire do that, ladies and gentlemen? 4 tons of steel flying horizontally.
Math, it might work.
Yeah, did you take refraction into account?
Oh, sorry, no, I did not. Well, I better do that again then. In fact, it was said that some of the material was this is their words, mind you. We know that gravity doesn't exist, but falling faster than the drop rate. Okay? Exceeding the drop rate. All right. To tell you the amount of force that was out there on that day.
So
That's just the extra gravity that occurs on special days.
No, they should just make the buildings out of whatever material they use for the Saudi passports. Then they'll be indestructible.
That's the one I was thinking about. I knew there was something. Thank you, Cyclone. Yes, that's the one.
But let's remember, gentlemen, flat Earth chat.
Oh, definitely flat Earth. That all happened on a flat Earth, by the way. Definitely.
I was gonna say, did the black boxes in the planes record the pitch data? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, they said they never recovered them, but they did really. But yeah, of course, those orange boxes that are called black boxes, they're actually orange, by the way.
Alrighty, rotisserie chicken, a little brown gravy, a little mashed potato.
On a flat plate. Yeah.
On a round
gravy.
table.
Nah, it's a concave plate, man.
What about the table? What about the table you're gonna serve the plates at? It's like a
concave plate.
Nah, the table's pretty flat.
The table is flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least I can see that it's flat. Maybe if I walked like really, really far away from it, it would look curved. But standing in my dining room, it definitely looks flat.
So flat table, flat floor, or is maybe the
concave bowl.
Concave bowl. Well, honestly, like, what's the difference between a plate and a bowl at that point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if defense is offense and offense is defense, that means that a concave plate is a convex plate, right? I mean, or a flat
upside down.
Yeah, all your food rolls off. All your food is going to roll off. That gravy's not going to last long. That's going to pile off, slide off the side of the plate, isn't it? It's going to roll off. And then you've got maybe your mashed potatoes might stick on the top. But everything else is going to roll off there. You're going to have to eat that pretty quick, sliding off the plate.
Josh, did you went and bought the mashed potato mix at the store? Or did you actually like cook the potatoes, mash them, and did the whole work?
For Thanksgiving and for like if I'm having people over, I'll do the normal mashed potatoes, actually go get my russets, peel them, soak them, all the whole 9 yards. For a Wednesday night dinner, I got my box, man. I'm super excited for these fucking instant mashed potatoes.
Sounds good. They're delicious.
Now Thanksgiving is on, what is it, the 4th Thursday of the month, is it?
It's the 3rd Thursday of the month, unless the month starts on a Thursday. Actually, I don't know. Wait. It's something like that. I don't remember, actually.
I thought it was the 4th, but it could be the 3rd. It's one of them anyway.
It's the 28th. No, I don't.
And then it's followed by Black Friday. That's the thing that I do remember.
Yes, yeah. So Thanksgiving this year is the 27th, which is the 4th Thursday.
Yeah, that's right. I was right. The 4th Thursday, and then it's followed by Black Friday, and then there's Cyber Monday, isn't there?
Yeah, because we need more holidays to spend money that we don't have.
Yeah. I remember being in Hawaii for 2012's Thanksgiving, and then we went through the Black Friday as well because we were there for 2 weeks. So it was good, man. Yeah. Fights broke out in Walmart. I was there
Love
because
it.
my son wanted to get my youngest son. He wanted to have Batman's jail, so that it's got the Penguin and the Riddler. You know, who else would there be? You know, all the bad guys in the Batman movies and that. Okay, in the Batman series, Bane and a few others. And he wanted a Spider-Man rucksack and a Spider-Man rucksack, right? And he didn't want to wait. He didn't want to wait for Black Friday, but I said, Black Friday means I'm going to get a discount, yeah? Otherwise, you don't get any food on this holiday. So we're going to wait, yeah? And he was crying, and I left him in Walmart crying. I goes, when you finish crying, I'm going to be outside by the car, yeah? So when you finish, you know where I am. I just walked off, left him crying, and then he came out. I said, yeah, you're going to get it, but not today. You have to wait until Friday, okay? Black Friday, okay? And get in a car. The rental car that we got.
Poor memory.
And then we went there Black Friday, queuing up, right? And we got there. People were already queuing up from the day before. Silliness like this. But anyway, we got in there, and fights broke out. I had my camera out, and I was shots. And the police guy goes, officer goes, stop taking pictures. I goes, I can't. I'm on holiday. Yeah, I'm on holiday. I'm a tourist. I took a picture of the officer as well. Yeah, man. I was using, I think it's a Sony Cybershot, tiny one. Got it for my birthday the year before from one of my students. Yeah, great one. It's the one I gave the kids to use when I travel. They can use that to take pictures because I like to see what they capture. Children's eye, yeah? Yeah, right. So I was using that when we was at Walmart. It was good, yeah. He got his presents and he was happy. And then when we got to the hotel, we played with it in the hotel, of course, because you've got to open it up. Can't leave it until we get home. Back in Japan, that's not going to work. So, yeah, we played Batman and Robin and all that. And, yeah, so I was the bad guys. Yeah, and he had his Spider-Man rucksack. That was it. He was putting his stuff
Cool.
back there.
Right. So the prompt to talk about flat Earth resulted in talking about Black Friday.
Well, we were talking
I was going to say we've got a bunch of new names. We've got a bunch of new names in the chat, so let's open it up and see if anyone wants to ask a question or make a point. Who have we got? Wesker. What's up, Wesker? Something at the top. Say hello if you like. Who else we got? DK. What's up, DK? Hawk. Somor Mujo. What's up, Hawk? Jacob. Got a bunch of new people in here. Rago. Got your mic open. What's up, Rago? Black Cat. PFP. Come on, guys. Someone asked a question.
Hey, come on, guys. You've made it here. You must have a question. One. Must have one. Surely.
Let me suggest one. Why do you not believe the Earth is a spinning ball? That's a good question.
Why are you going against all the thousands of evidence that we have for the globe? And the history.
What about all the scientists?
Yeah. Yeah, come on, you must have one question. Surely you've made it this far. Come on, you're here now. Don't make it count. Don't make it a wasteful trip. Make it count.
Well, I can answer that question pretty succinctly, and then maybe that will springboard you on to another thought. We do not believe the Earth is a spinning ball because there's no detectable surface curvature. It just observes, measures, and is used as flat, topographical, in practical reality. It's only in the textbooks and on the TV and the screens, the internet, you'll see this globe Earth. Any questions? Challenges? You must be thinking, nah, they've definitely measured the curve. They have to have, otherwise, why would they be telling us we live on a giant spinning ball? Good question.
And as for the rotation, as an ex-soldier myself, I never have to take into consideration Earth's curvature or the rotation. for if I did, I would have been killed in battle if I was in battle. You know, because it would have meant that I would have to dialed in the rotation speed of where I am, my location, and then work out the distance to the target, and then the speed and rotation of that target, and then the time it takes for my projectile to get to the target. That's got to be worked out. Once I've got that, I've then got to work out the curvature, and then the rotational speed, as I've all mentioned, and then the wind speed, and then the munition, and then the elevation, right? And I've got to dial that all in. And when I aim my gun, I'm not going to aim it at the target. I have to aim it at where my maps predicts the target's going to be. Okay? So I'm not going to look at the target now. I'm going to be aiming my gun, pull the trigger, and hope the target will rotate around and meet the bullet. Now, no soldier does that. Yes, that's right. If the Earth is rotating. That's what I would have to do every single time. I never had to do that. I just looked at the target, I aimed, and squeezed the trigger. And if I was a little bit high off the bullseye, the spotter would radio me, "You're a little bit high off the bullseye." Okay, so then I'd dial in my sight slightly lower down and then try again. You're a little bit left. Oh, okay, hang on, you see? And eventually I'll get that target, bullseye. Over long distances, that is.
So yeah, once you guys realize that there's no curvature and there's no motion of the surface that we live on, and you come to accept what we experience in reality, this motionless topographical plane, then you need to ask yourself, well, why have I been trained? Why have I been essentially forced into believing that I live on a giant spinning ball? That would be another good question for you to be asking yourselves. Any thoughts from anyone who's new? Any questions about what's been said? You must have some thoughts, some questions, disagreements, concerns. And you can figure this all out quite easily by considering the physical nature of water, which is said to cover 70% of the Earth's surface. It's observably and measurably flat. Finds its level. Takes the shape of a container. That's what it does. So we can't have a 70% flat ball. Just means we're in a generally flat area, which is majority water, with some land sticking out that we walk about on and chat on Discord.
And in case you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, the longest shot on record, Guinness Book of Record, is currently, from a rifle, that is, a weapon, 4.4 miles. Okay? That's there have been shots that have exceeded that, but this is the official one on record. There have been shots that have gone further than that, 5 miles, just shy. But the one on record is 4.4 miles, okay, ladies and gentlemen? Done in the US.
But we'll leave this question to the room in case there's disagreement. If you think someone has measured the Earth to be curved in the form of this ball that they've told us about, let us know. Because we can't find anyone that has, and anyone that tries seems to be measuring it flat. So that's an open question to the room, particularly if you're new. Give it a shot. Anyway, I'm going to peace out, guys, and go on listening mode, so good to hear you.
Oh, excellent. Well, yeah, we'll keep my ears peeled. We'll keep them peeled. Exactly. As Short Teller used to say back in the day, keep them peeled. Yeah, and if you're wondering how long that bullet took to reach the target, 25 seconds. Can you imagine that? 25 seconds to cover 4.4 miles, and it hit the bullseye. 4.4 miles away, ladies and gentlemen. A bullet. Whew. Pretty quick for that distance. 4.4 miles, just short of 4.5 miles, and the bullet is striking the bullseye 25 seconds later. Wow. That's all we can say. Wow. Technology, eh? Yep. Hello and welcome to the Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Me and my colleagues here are here to help you and answer all your questions. You're listening to Gen CBR1 at the moment. Do you have any questions? Anyone? Well, we're still here waiting for your questions anyway. Come on, which one of you Globers is going to be the first to ask a lovely question? Come on. Pluck up the courage and just ask one question, and everybody can have a little conversation about the question you've asked. Must have one.
Weak sauce. Why so weak?
It's funny that, isn't it? That if gravity was a thing and it really did exist, and it's holding this all the oceans to the surface of a spherical ball Earth, and yet a helium balloon can lift off a tank from the ground. A tank, a military tank, can be picked up via a helium balloon. That's amazing, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? That helium can lift a tank off the ground that gravity is supposed to have a tight grip on. Remember, it can keep the ocean, the weight of the Earth's ocean on a rotation there onto that ball, but yet helium balloon can pick up a tank. What's going on with all that gravity? What's happened? How can a helium balloon steal away a tank from the grip of gravity? Remember that mass, that weight of a tank. And yet a helium balloon, lighter than air, can pick up that tank and lift it off and deliver it somewhere else for you. Helium balloon.
No. If you can't explain to me why a tank just has a natural propensity to want to sit on the ground, then Earth's a globe. I'm sorry.
Yeah, otherwise the tank would be floating.
Right? This guy gets it.
Yeah. Yeah, but the helium balloon's picking it up, though, isn't it? That's the thing. Helium shouldn't be able to pick up a tank with the grip of gravity. The power it has to hold the ocean. Helium could never be able to steal it from. You couldn't do it. Shouldn't be able to do that, but it does.
I think it's funny because they say that buoyancy requires gravity, right? So it's like, so things float because of gravity. Yes. So what happens if there's no gravity? Well, things would float. It's like, okay, which one is it? Things float because there's no gravity, or things float because there is gravity? I don't get it. You're confusing me.
They're confusing themselves. They don't even realise it, do they? They double speak.
Why does a flat earther float in a pool of globers?
Because the globers are so dense.
Yeah.
Yeah, flat earth is less dense. Yeah.
Now, guys, we don't want to discourage the globers now. Come on. They're plucking up the courage to defend their globe. But I think they're working it out now that, yeah, I don't have any proof that I can actually put forward. Yeah. How can that be? How is it that the flat earthers are right here? And the current standard for the gravity is the Einsteinian bending and warping of the space-time fabric. Because gravity is not a force. Mass attracting mass is no longer being used. So that's obsolete, in other words, ladies and gentlemen. The Sir Isaac Newton's, that he never proved, of course, that he disagreed with the mass attracting mass theory. He disagreed with it. That's not the standard of gravity they teach now, apparently. It is now the bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. Special relativity, Albert Einstein, that was never proven as well. He never proved it. You can't prove it. I most certainly cannot prove it. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we are at the moment. It's what they're teaching. Einstein has superseded Newton.
But wasn't there a prediction? I mean, they said, okay, if this is true, then the sun's going to distort space-time around it. And during an eclipse, we'll be able to see that stars that would normally be behind the sun will appear to be displaced, on the outer edges of the sun. You'll be able to see them. Basically like special refraction.
Wow. So there's something special going on up there, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Arthur Eddington, he waited for an eclipse and he got his telescope and he looked during the eclipse and he saw that there was stars displaced. He saw stars that he assumed would be behind the sun, but he could see them, proving that the sun is distorting space-time, and Einstein was correct, right?
What a load of rubbish, ladies and gentlemen. And how does that prove that the Earth is a globe, by the way, as you're looking up there? Oh, nonsense, ladies and gentlemen, nonsense. Be careful of the bamboozle, yeah? He saw some displaced stars that he shouldn't have seen. Oh, stupidness. They really are desperate, these people.
But there's actually no way to even be able to tell. I mean, like, because you're just saying that based on calculations, right? They should be behind the sun, right? So you can never actually observe them behind the sun, right?
Stupid, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. You wouldn't know they were there, basically, to be observed in the first place. This is what I mean. It's just word salad. That's what one documentary put it as. Einstein is just word salad. He lied. He is lying to you, they said. They put it in a polite way, of course, but it's a lie all the same, even if it is said to you politely.
Have you watched Dimensional Madness? I think that's the name of it. Documentary.
Oh, no, I haven't. No, do pray tell.
I'll grab it and post it in the side chat. It's a good one to watch. It's only good. It's still like half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour.
Oh, that's okay.
I'll grab
That's
it.
all right, yeah. I watched that one. What's it called? Dimensional Madness. He's gone into his library.
There could be more to the title than that, but definitely got that in the title.
Oh, I've just coined a new title there then, ladies and gentlemen. I've always got my finger on the pulse. Yeah. Just whilst we're waiting for this side chat, ladies and gentlemen, please bear in mind that the Earth itself is utilized flat. It is measured flat. And all action is happening on a flat Earth right now, as we are speaking. Okay? Earth's curvature or rotation is not considered in construction, engineering, weaponry, in wars, which waste our money. They don't think about Earth's curvature or rotation. Okay? Yeah. And if you're going to navigate on the ocean, navigation, you can only navigate using the sextant, for example, on a flat horizontal plane. It's a flat earth tool, in other words. It wasn't, that would include compasses as well. They were not designed to work on a globe. You need a horizontal baseline, always, to use that instrument. Triangulation, triangles. GP. GP and zenith. Horizontal. Angles to the zenith. Triangles are not curved, are they, ladies and gentlemen? When have you seen a curved triangle? In geometry, trigonometry, you don't see curved triangles, right? So the Earth is utilized flat. Oh, thanks, T-Dub. Lovely. Yeah, I'm going to go and watch this one now. I think it's interesting. I'm going to give this a look. So I'll catch you guys later because I want to see this one. Especially T-Dub.
Cheers, Jin. No worries.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Angle usually does the trick. W panel. Guys will be live. Not quite live here. We need waiting for confirmation.
We are live.
All right, well, you heard it here first, folks. We got people piling in. Welcome. Doing a flat earther Ask Me Anything. Step right up, step right up.
Yeah, you'd
could
think
also
they would
do-
ask more, wouldn't you? Like, it could be partly because whenever they ask anything, people seem to get agitated about it. So maybe they don't believe the title. But tonight could be the night where you could ask something and it would actually get answered. Was it Kopsky who gave you the We Are Live confirmation? Was that Mansky, my favorite?
You're gonna sit there and take that, dude?
Was that who it was? I couldn't tell whose voice that was.
Yeah, I didn't catch it. You're just gonna sit there and take that, Mansky? That's crazy, bro.
My voice is way sexier than that.
Okay, it wasn't him. He's saying it was not him. He loves the name Kopsky. I didn't give it to him. Somebody in the home server. That's his name there. He loves it.
Damn, Nancy, you're just gonna sit there and take that?
Yes, mommy.
Oh, did you hear that, CB? I told you.
Back off, she's mine, dude.
It was Toby Dog. Toby Dog 503 says it was me. He did a good job,
There we
didn't you
go.
think? Yeah.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Toby Dog. That's my guy. Oh, we could do a segment with the flat earthers potentially. You know, something like what's your biggest gripe about being a flat earther? Why don't we do that?
Oh, yeah. My biggest gripe is Josh Ingersoll. Yeah.
Oh,
I got it.
shit.
Anybody else?
Yeah,
I'm
you're
done.
just coming for everybody's throat. Pause.
Yeah, I mean, his existence here on these forums and in general, like, what more do I need to say? Like,
Damn.
the end.
Josh, if you're listening on YouTube, you're just gonna sit there and take that? Damn, bro. I wouldn't take that personally. I wouldn't.
Yeah, you
what
wouldn't
do you guys
take it,
think?
but would you wouldn't take it, CB, but would you make your living by harvesting money from a lie via Amazon and whatever satellite fantasy he's got going on there?
Well, I have a soul, so no.
There you go. But of course, you should be happy because my nemesis is now a Glober instead of you. So yeah, you need more Joshes around here. Yeah. That way I don't have to pick on the other flat earthers. I can just pick on the Globers, like it should be. So all's well.
Man. So I would say my biggest gripe, or one of my bigger gripes, would be how little people know about the topic, but how much they're willing to say about it. I find that particularly annoying. I feel like you should kind of know what it is before you mock it, but people are willing to mock an idea they don't truly understand.
That's a
You
good
know?
one. Yep. Add that to the list. Yep. I totally endorse that. Yep. Because they'll just make some kind of like weird claim, like, I think it's really this thing, or I think the globe is proven by that thing, with zero, like they've done no research into it at all. And yet they just make this bold claim. And not only that, when they're presented with contrary evidence, often backed up with heavy citations, they'll still keep denying it. It's very odd. I'm right there with you on that one.
And in addition, or like another one, when they try to tell you what flat Earth would, could, or should be like without knowing what it is. They'll say, no, if it was flat, then blah, 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 blah. Like, insert random BS here.
Yeah, if it were flat, none of these flight paths would work. We couldn't have volcanoes. Time zones wouldn't work. Yeah, and they tell us, what flat is, what we think, what our grandmothers thought. Yep, everything else. I know. It is very upsetting. I agree.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. What else? No, I'd say those are some of the bigger ones, or it's like even Sasha, you can kind of detect that he comes in with the same type of frustration. He's like, well, when are you going to ask the flat earthers what the flat earth is? You know what I mean? Like, he kind of gets it.
Yeah, because if you get the opportunity to talk to a group that has a position that is not the one endorsed by the mainstream, and one that does not have a voice in said mainstream, you would think that you'd be interested in hearing what they actually think. Yeah, not telling them what they think and then arguing with them when they tell you that's not what they think. It's very odd.
Mm-hmm. Chat, what do you guys think?
There's got to be somebody else with another. Is it pet peeves? Is that what we're naming?
Yeah, we're doing biggest pet peeves for a flat earther. Go ahead, guys. I guess I can throw another one out there. When they try to say, or they try to start with motive when they lack any evidence. They're like, well, I don't see a motive here, so how could this be true? I can't possibly fathom a reason why, they would lie or whatever. Therefore, I'm not going to investigate any of the evidence. I just can't think of a reason or any motive. So, well, that's ass backwards. I always say if you're like a detective and you're heading to the crime scene, you're not on your way there thinking like, I wonder how this possibly could have happened. And I guess if I can't think of a reason, let's just turn the car around and go back home. No, you go to the crime scene and you gather the evidence and try to piece it together from there. Even if you don't have a motive, you can still take the evidence and even make a conviction based off of that evidence. You don't need necessarily any motive. Chat says when they start to ignore the earth and talk about anything else, yeah. So it's like that meme. Well, look in the sky, it's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's a distraction.
They love talking about that sky, don't they? It's because of the heliocentric model, right? Because that includes not only our sky, but, this vast sky beyond that they know so much about, despite any empirical evidence. Yeah, I mean, to explain to them that it's possible for objects in the sky to be moving above an Earth, without those objects having any relation or connection to the shape or nature of that earth. They just like that concept is just so foreign, right? Because you can even explain it to them, and then they're still going to be like, well, but what about the stars in Australia? But, what about hurricanes? All these things. It's just very odd. I totally agree. What about the moon? Are other planets flat too? Isn't that your favorite? You love it when they say that, right? Are all the other planets flat then? Like, don't you love that?
Do you think the moon
There
is
will
fake?
have to be.
Well, they're so used to being able to look at the Earth from outside the Earth when that's never a point of view they've ever had. So when you mention flat Earth to them, they're in space in their minds looking at the Earth. So they're just going to insert random flat Earth object here and ask questions about that. Where's the edge? What's on the bottom, etc. Right? So you have to bring them back down to Earth, observe it for what you actually see, and go from there. So Indio, we were talking to Sneeko's server. We were in Sneeko's server, and this is where Indio dubbed the space porch idea. Take care, Toby Dog. Have a good one. And so, yeah, what they're often doing is they're sitting on their space porch looking at the Earth. So I think that's like a big problem. You're not able to see the Earth from that perspective ever, because obviously that doesn't exist. So, that's why I use the universe example, because there's no point of view you can have to be outside of the universe looking at it as a whole. They try to compare the flat Earth to a globe Earth, which are both, well, the globe is an object. And like I mentioned, there's lots of objects you could use to represent a globe. Or there's lots of flat objects that they try to use to represent a flat Earth, like a disc or a table. We joke about the pizza, etc. But it doesn't seem to be an object, from my point of view, that would represent all of reality. And for them, that's the universe. For us, that's the flat Earth. So getting them to stop objectifying the Earth that's usually my MO.
As long as the globe has a good explanation, that solves the whole problem. That's one of the up the priesthood last arguments is the best explanation. But that's just words. That doesn't have like an actual meaning behind it, like explanation without demonstration.
It's a story.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with a bit of mystery. I have no issue not knowing things. I think not knowing something is better than making stuff up. Well, what do you think it is? I don't know, and I'm totally fine with that. I think you have to accept that there's going to be things in this life that you might never know, ever. So begging for answers to those questions isn't going to really get anybody any further. Some of those things I don't think you'll ever know are, well, what are those things in the sky? What is the moon? What is a star? What is the sun? Planets? I don't think anybody knows. Ever has known or ever will know. And then second of all, when you try to compare the Earth to those things, there's no resemblance. There's nothing to compare them. There's no similarities whatsoever. So there's really no reason to start comparing the Earth to what you see in the sky. It's not like that at all. So you just got to get people back into reality and think about it from this point of view, the only point of view you have, and go from there. That's all you got. Welcome to the new people here. We have Mio, we have Jacob, Rago, and anyone else that's recently joined. Welcome. Hi. Dandelion, you're up.
Was that the cat, Rago? Who was that? Hello, person who said hello. Are you the cat,
I think it was
Rago?
Mio.
Oh, was it Mio? Okay, nice.
It was me.
Yeah, welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
Eo is my globe-tard savior.
You globe-tard savior?
Oh,
You're going to destroy
Mansky.
these flat earthers and save me.
No simping.
No, I like it. I think that's cute. You're not a fan, CB, of Mansky being a fan of Mio? I'm a fan of that.
I really wonder what's going on here. Like, I just joined and everybody's just like muted and listening. Are you guys talking about like why the Earth is flat or what is?
Yeah. Have you ever heard that before? Why the Earth is flat?
Yep. I mean, yeah, exactly.
What'd you hear? What did you hear?
Nope.
Just the thing is, I don't believe in it, but there's people out there that do believe in it. Apparently, you guys might be one of them. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're people out there, in here, people everywhere. Yeah, you never know. Maybe the person next to you in the grocery store reaching across to get the tomato soup, they could be a flat earther. You never know. There's no way to tell.
That's true. Sometimes I wish they just like put up a board in front of them and be like, I'm a flat earther.
Because that would make you strike up a conversation. Is that why you would like that?
Maybe. It sounds like fun. Just like give me an interesting topic.
Exactly.
Are you a flat earth believer?
Yeah, so Globe is the believer. You know, you have to be a believer in the globe. So for flat earth, the cool thing about it is you don't have to believe in it. You can go out and test it for yourself, observe it, and come to the logical conclusion that the globe is nothing but a belief. So are you a globe believer, Mio?
I believe that the Earth is flat. So if you're talking about a like globe believer, yeah.
Oh my. So I'm very confused now. Do you believe in the globe, or do you accept the objective, logical observation that there's no curvature anywhere?
I don't believe that the Earth is flat. No.
Oh, so you believe in the globe then?
Yes, I do, but I don't mind if you guys. I'm actually interested. I want to hear why you guys think that the Earth is flat. I'm very curious on that.
Great. Yeah, I'm glad that you're interested because some people come in here with a shocking and frightening lack of curiosity. So that you are interested is a good sign. Yeah, so the reason is because we have gone out and tested the claims of the globe, which the main claim of the globe, the basic claim, is that the Earth is a sphere with a given radius, and the radius that they give is 3,959 miles. So the way that I originally came to understand it, or what really hammered it home for me, was being able to make my own observations of the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. So it is a common sight here in Southwest Michigan that if you go to the shoreline, the eastern shoreline of Lake Michigan, and gaze to the southwest, you can see the city of Chicago. So this particular image that I put there in the text chat, can you see that? Meow. Yeah. Yeah. So that particular photograph was taken by Joshua Nowicki, not a flat earther, but a person who enjoys taking long distance images. But because he is able to, and other people are also able to not only capture an image if they have high powered zoom equipment, they can do a fancy image like this, but even with no zoom whatsoever, you can see, even with the naked eye, you can see the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan is a common sight. Thousands of people every year see it. But if we were on a globe, then, as it says there in the image, there would be over 1,800 feet of curvature, hiding the tallest building completely. And depending on where you were standing, you can see it from the shoreline. You can see it right from the edge of the water. So you can see it with you could lay down on the ground there, and then you'd have a very low observer height. Or if you were standing up, you might be 5 or 6 feet, but doesn't matter. Either way, you can see it, and you shouldn't be seeing it. So sometimes Joshua Nowicki stands on Warren Dunes, which the tallest dune is a little over 200 feet. So, if you were on a globe and standing on the top of Warren Dunes, you should see the tip of the Willis Tower there, which used to be called the Sears Tower. It's on the far left-hand side of that image with the kind of white antenna on the top, the tallest building you can see there. But if you were standing actually on the beach, which is where I've seen it many times, I've also seen it from the top of Warren Dunes. I've seen it from many different locations. The point is, you would not see the skyline of the city of Chicago, and you do see it because if you were on a globe, it would be hidden around the curve that they tell us we have. So that's just one example. I mean, that's just one counterexample, I should say, to the claimed geometry of the Earth. I share that one with you because you seem sincere, and it's my personal experience. It's the one that's most compelling to me, but you could make an observation like that, and many other people have made many other observations all around the world. I'll share with you a sampling of those observations from all around the world. Each one is a counterexample to the faulty mathematical conjecture that we live on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So, do you understand? So, you can understand an argument without agreeing with it. So, do you understand the argument that I've just made of how if you were on a sphere, objects would be hidden around the side of the curve, and you would not be able to see certain things that we are able to see? Do you understand the concept of the argument, Mio?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. Yeah. It's an interesting, thought process. I never thought of it that way. That's why I'm curious to hear what you had to say about it.
Yeah. So then if you click on that other link, that's just other observations, Barcelona to Mallorca. There's some that are in Finland here. There's many that are in the UK, whole bunch more in the USA. We got so many. I don't even know where to start. So did you have any questions about it?
Is this the first time you truly believed in the Earth being flat, or was there another revelation before that?
Well, my goodness, I'll have to say it one more time. Hopefully it will come into your brain this time.
Maybe.
It's not a belief. It's a mathematical proof. That's why I'm able and have spent, I've been looking into it for 10 years. I've spent almost 7 years now talking to other people about it, but I would never even consider spending my free time talking to people about something if it was a belief.
Like, why would I do that? I have a lot of beliefs, but I don't go around trying to make other people believe what I believe because I've already realized long ago the futility of such a thing. But I am willing to explain to people mathematical ideas and how logic, reason, and mathematics demonstrate that the curve claimed by a sphere would be measured in reality if it were true, but it's not. So it's a propaganda piece. So that's why I mean, when I say the globe's a belief, I'm not just like, that's not hyperbole. That I'm not being dramatic here. Like, I am serious. Plato was the first one to come up with this philosophical abstract idea that we lived on a sphere despite zero evidence to back it up, no observations, just completely philosophical. And then the cult of Pythagoras, the ancient Greeks, also hypothesized. I'm sorry, that's too generous. They did not hypothesize because that would involve observations. They just sat around and thought about it and philosophized about a sphere. And they thought, wouldn't that be cool if we lived on a sphere? Spheres are so cool. I'd like to live on one. But they had no observations, nothing to back it up, no measurements, nothing. So it wasn't until relatively modern times where it was even claimed there were any observations, right? So that would be when the USSR and the United States of America started being able to go further above the earth than just an airplane when they started launching rockets, right? Then they claimed they could see something, right? And then they put out pictures of that thing. But the problem with these images is that they're all contradictory. And the biggest problem about them is that they don't match the world